Get ready because you and I are diving into a massive family war over their youngest son, DC. His father is a sixth-class spearman known as the Blue Tornado, who wants his newborn baby boy to swing a spear just like him. The mother is one of the Empire's top assassins wanting to raise the baby in the shadows, training him to kill in absolute silence. So why are his two older sisters fighting just as hard to drag the little guy down their own paths? Because the eldest Arabella is a magic prodigy already dominating the academy at 12, reaching the third circle at just 12 years old. She wants her little brother to follow the path of magic so she can feel like a very proud older sister. And the second sister, Claire, is a talented summoner who can already control two different summons at the exact same time. She also wants him to be a summoner, hoping to help him grow up safe with creatures to protect him from danger. 4 people, 4 different paths, and 1 baby in the middle. Brody had barely taken his second breath when his dad whipped out a spear from nowhere and started explaining it to a newborn. His mom was absolutely furious, asking how he could bring such a sharp weapon anywhere near her baby. He shrank under her murderous glare, timidly muttering that he only wanted to show off a little bit. She warned him that if he kept this up, she would teach the kid stealth before he even left diapers. They kept bickering, but both knew the real decision would happen during the selection ceremony. Fast forward 1 year because this next part is wild. It is a family tradition where every child turns 1 and has 4 special objects placed right in front of them. Whichever way the baby crawls, that becomes his destiny. The dad's legendary spear, the mom's sinister dagger, Arabella's expensive magic bag, and Claire's summoning symbol. Every parent and sister is screaming in their heads for the baby to choose their specific object. The prophecy says the glowing object will reveal the most suitable path for the baby's future training. And just like that, our little guy slowly crawls toward the table. Everyone is dying of anxiety, desperate to become his first teacher. But when he finally gets close, suddenly all 4 items begin glowing at the same time. The guests completely lose their minds. This had never happened in the history of their noble house. The baby was chosen by absolutely every single path simultaneously. The entire family goes dead silent. Then the father slowly looks at the mother and says, "Well, looks like we will have to teach him all 4. And out of nowhere, the family war ends in the absolute worst way possible for the poor kid. Instead of just one teacher, all 4 family members literally line up to force feed him their specialties. And so the years fly by. He is basically a one-man army in a teen body, but trust me, his insane talent comes with a massive catch. When he finally arrives at the Imperial Academy, he completely destroys every single record during the entrance exams. No teacher can believe a 14-year-old kid is capable of this. So he signs up for the autonomous department, a path only 2 people completed in the past 1,000 years. One of them being the former emperor himself, so the entire faculty decides to test him in person to expose this fraud. Starting with the head of summoning, a beautiful woman with incredibly high and brutal standards alongside the famously lazy academy headmaster, a 6th-class sword master who took the job at the autonomous department because nobody ever applies there, saving him from actually teaching. This man's entire life goal was literally getting paid to do absolutely nothing. And now this brat shows up to ruin everything, so the director makes it his mission to ensure the kid fails. Since the boy knows absolutely nothing about swordsmanship, this is the perfect weakness to make him fail. But he just made the biggest mistake of his life because our boy is actually reincarnated and his past life changes everything. Our protagonist used to be Agric of the Drenic Empire, a war orphan whose mother died in the chaos before he could even open his eyes. While normal kids played with toys, he carried military supplies and survived on scraps during a never-ending war. That is where his raw talent awakened a monocore in his heart, alongside senses sharper than anything else. He climbed the ranks so fast it terrified everyone. Eventually, he controlled 4 mana cores and was just one step away from joining the Empire's elite 6th class knights, as the youngest ever to reach the top. Then during the final battle, when everything was supposed to be decided, Duke Tarion of the enemy empire appeared one of Alion's 6 elite 6th class knights, scattering Agric's army with his presence alone. Even so, Agric stood his ground, preferring to die like a true warrior rather than run away from danger. If fate placed a legendary 6th class warrior in front of him, there was a reason for it. He charged anyway, knowing he would die in vain. And trust me, even the great Duke Tarion felt pity for him. Come along with me to see how this great warrior's sword shatters in one blow before his heart is brutally pierced. The man flies across the battlefield, crashes down, and slowly bleeds out while staring up at the empty sky, dreaming of the one thing he always wanted, a real family. Darkness takes him, but the fog fades when his eyes open again. The first thing he sees is a couple trying to play with him, or rather with their newborn son. His father quickly lifts him with a huge smile and calls him Dina Sogres. Declaring the boy must become a spearman, his mother, Lily Sogres, snatches him away, insisting he will make the perfect assassin. Archon, the father and his wife keep bickering over what their tiny baby boy should grow up to be. It looks like they are traveling home in a carriage, spending the entire journey locked in that very same debate. Lely argues that hiding in the shadows to eliminate targets is superior, while his father insists the spear is the most beautiful art. Now pay close attention here, because right when he thought his life ended on that battlefield, destiny hands him another chance. The twist is that he reborn in the Altan Empire, his old enemy's territory, as a count's youngest son. When the carriage stops at the estate, his parents reach a compromise and decide to teach him both deadly skills. Still, Lely insists he will be an assassin, while Archon laughs and swears Diani will become a legendary spearman. The carriage driver announces they have finally arrived, catching both parents completely by surprise. They were so busy arguing that they lost all track of time. The husband steps out first and offers his hand. He helps her down, while Den cannot help but feel a bit embarrassed watching his father act so incredibly submissive. Still, that feeling vanishes at the sight of the massive castle. Entering, Lily notices how happy Dene looks to be home. And honestly, who wouldn't be? With a home like this and wealthy parents, his talents could grow faster than ever imagined. 2 months pass since that day, and we find Lily talking to her son as he begins to babble. She is thrilled to hear his first sounds, and Dian is just as amazed, never having experienced this before. In his past life, the chances of being anywhere near little kids were practically zero on the brutal battlefield. The few he saw were usually bandaged, crying, with nowhere to go, mourning parents lost in the endless destruction. Compared to that, this new home feels safe and blessed, relieving him to know he won't starve here. Suddenly, his father bursts into the room holding a spear, proudly announcing to his son that this is a spear. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, the little guy isn't a fan of his dad's over-the-top energy either. He finds it hard to believe this man is his father, the strongest. Classic spearman in the Empire, Archon Dane Sogres. He doesn't look like a war hero at all, but he really is famous under the name of the Blue Tornado. His wife gets angry and shoves him away from the baby, demanding how he dares enter with such a sharp weapon. Under her glare, he cowers, saying he just wanted to show it. But she emits such a murderous aura that he yields instantly, especially when she reminds him they agreed not to teach the child anything until he was old enough. No wonder he shakes under that gaze. His wife is the Empire's top assassin. She warns him that if he keeps this up, she'll start teaching Din stealth right now. He argues early training is normal nowadays, pointing out that the famous magic family, House Teleport, places a staff beside a newborn baby. That only angers her more, and she snaps right back, asking him if his spear looks like a staff to her. Dan then explains his parents worry so much about his future because his two older sisters chose paths that have nothing to do with weapons or assassination. Next, we see both sisters playing with their baby brother so much that his tiny cheeks actually begin to hurt. One of them, Arabella, giggles and says he looks even cuter now with his cheeks puffed out. DNA tells us about Arabella, revealing her magic talent guided her since childhood. By age 12, she already reached the 3rd circle rank. Since the maximum rank is 9 circles, that makes her a genius who quickly bypassed the beginner stage. Arabella asks her little brother if he wants her to teach him magic later on, saying she gets tired of studying alone daily and would love to teach him. While Arabella overflows with energy, Claire is the opposite. Quiet and shy. She whispers that maybe she can teach him summoning one day, as it is a very useful skill. Just like Arabella, Claire is highly talented, making her first summon at age 7 and now controlling 2 at once. Arabella teases Claire, telling her to touch him because he is so soft, but she hesitates, unsure if she should. And that is where we leave things today, watching this adorable baby remember how he first thought Claire disliked him. Come along with me, you will see how he quickly realizes she is just jealous of the youngest, getting all the attention. In the end, Claire approaches and gently taps his nose, instantly squealing over how incredibly cute he is. Then she gently pats him again, promising to teach him everything once he grows up. Deanie feels completely overwhelmed with everyone pushing their own path. I mean, his father is a 6th class spearman. His mother is a legendary retired assassin. His older sister is a magic genius, and Claire is a prodigy summoner. This house of Count Zogras is exactly the warm, loving, noble family he always dreamed of having. He even starts wondering if revenge is even worth it. Sure, his past death was tragic, but he fell in battle. It feels ridiculous to seek revenge on an opponent who beat him fairly. As his family lovingly debates which path is best for D, seeing this heartwarming scene brings him genuine comfort. Our main character cannot help but smile. This is the home he always wanted, and he is glad he was born here. But pay attention here, the family debate gets so wild that he is suddenly not so sure they are peaceful. Soon, we learn about a unique tradition in the Sras household, the choice ceremony. When a baby turns 1, they place different items in front of them to predict their future path based on what they grab. Since today is Dean's first birthday, it is officially his turn to choose a class. The gathered guests whisper about his sister's genius and wonder which legendary path our young master will choose. Everyone heads to the main hall to find out, placing young Deanna right in front of 4 different class items. As the massive crowd surrounds the table, his mother gently tells him to just pick whatever catches his eye. Still, he has absolutely no clue what to grab. He glances at his father, who is praying for the spear. Dad is already imagining his boy being instantly drawn to that spearhead crafted from incredibly rare mineral. When channeled with mana, this weapon becomes as deadly sharp and heavy as the user's power allows. His mother thinks Di is way too handsome to be a stealthy assassin, but she is confident he will choose the dagger. Known as the Knight's Horn, it is forged from a rare metal that holds elements and deadly poisons. Meanwhile, his older sister is positive he will become a great mage and choose the dimensional bag to continue her legacy. It is a rare spatial artifact only magic users can wield, while shy, Claire quietly hopes he chooses to summon. The item resting in front of him is a summoning seal traditionally used by those of her class. It allows them to call beasts based on their raw talent, but Dianye is totally distracted because he can hear everyone's thoughts. After a moment he sighs, and trust me, his final choice will absolutely stun you. He begins crawling toward the objects, and the crowd's excitement spikes by the second. As he speeds up, his family cheers him on in their own unique ways. Dad wants something heavy, while Mom wants something short and lethal. Suddenly, as he crawls closer, every single item on the table begins to glow a bright yellow. Den is clueless, and his family is utterly baffled, but the shocked guests realize all four artifacts reacted at the exact same time. They suspect our young master might be. DNA is also stunned. He knew he was talented in his past life, but this power, it is on a whole different level. Little Arabella asks what they should do since this has never happened before, but her parents are completely clueless too, realizing they will have to train him in all four legendary classes. This shocks the two young girls, while our protagonist just smiles. Time passes, and we cut to the family training hall. Clashing weapons echo through the room as we see young Diani training directly with his father. His father beams with pride, absolutely thrilled that his son has already fully mastered the advanced spear technique. Our hero thanks him, and we find out he is already 7 years old. As they laugh, a man suddenly bursts inside. Dan watches curiously as he notices the man carrying a beautiful custom-made spear. His father eagerly grabs it to present it as an early birthday gift. He wanted to wait for the grand banquet, but desperately wanted to beat Mom's present. He proudly adds that this spear took 2 whole years to craft, specially commissioned from an elite artisan in the capital. And with this amazing 7-year gift, that is where you and I leave it. He immediately drops his old wooden training branch and grabs the heavy spear, absolutely thrilled to test it. He loves the sleek contrast between the pitch-black shaft and the silver tip. Best of all, it is incredibly light. Let's dive into this scene together. When his father asks if he likes it, Dai says he loves it and excitedly tests it out. His father then asks if he truly understands the difference between a sword and a spear. Our main character explains that a spear's reach keeps enemies at bay, while its sharp tip delivers incredible piercing power. His father nods, warning that a spear is harder to master than a sword as you grow stronger. Its main weakness is simple. To strike successfully, you need enough distance from your target. Even so, he tells Di not to worry too much about it. Since every weapon has its pros and cons, even swords, often seen as perfect, can fail in certain situations. Hearing that the boy promises to remember, his father spins the spear and invites him to train, promising to show him something amazing. Dine is left speechless by his father's tremendous strength. It is his first time witnessing the power of a Class 6 spearman. The emanating mana is completely overwhelming. Channeling his energy, his father thrusts forward, and the space around the tip begins to warp. He explains that the distortion happens by releasing mana through the spear, using the Core's trait, concentrating all magic power into a single point. He mentions hearing about this from his sister, explaining that as a person obtains more cores, watch closely now because this means their physical limits never stop expanding. He also recalls his past life when he possessed a quadruple core, realizing that all this knowledge comes from that era. His father smiles happy that his son has studied so hard and reminds him that he now possesses 6 mana cores. Dia feigns surprise, though secretly thinking that if he had not died back, then he would have reached 6 cores too. Then his father asks him to try the new spear. Our main character hesitates, but his father advises him to clear his mind and just strike. Dina nods, and as he grips the spear, he remembers that in his past life, he never cared for spears. Once he discovered his sword skills, they were just a backup. But now he is ready to try for real. Taking his stance, he closes his eyes as his father notes how solid his form is. He cannot help but smile because it took him 7 years to fully master that very technique. Since Den is so young, he doubts he can do it. But as the boy thrusts reality itself, warps completely, shattering his father's expectations. I know what you are thinking. Nobody expected a miracle like this. Stunned, he asks his son how he knows so much. As the technique ends, the man runs over laughing, praising him for this incredible feat. He explains that while attacking, he concentrated mana into a single point and pushed it straight to the tip of the spear. At the exact millisecond the mana reached the tip, he cut off the flow. His father loses his mind hearing that, asking if he formed a core. The main character says yes, lying, that he learned it from a book. Of course, that part is a complete lie. The truth is he formed it while practicing his mana breathing. His father kneels to look him in the eyes, unable to hide just how incredibly proud he feels. He is certain his son will become an amazing warrior. Diani only smiles faintly, thinking of all the surprises he still has in store. Meanwhile, his father wonders if he will actually end up becoming a mage spearman, assassin, and summoner all at once. That night, his 7th birthday celebration begins, filling the castle with music, laughter, and many guests. Everyone is enjoying the moment. Duke Bolt, the very man who murdered Dine in his past life, also attends the party. As soon as Agric spots him, Bolt gestures for him to come over. Agric greets him formally as a duke, but Bolt asks him to speak casually. As we know, Bolt leads the Turian Duchy, the most powerful house in the empire. Agric quickly whispers that too many people are watching, so they must maintain appearances. The Duke tells him to do as he pleases and asks about his son. Agric calls him over to greet Duke Turian. The moment Dine hears that title, his mind immediately flashes back to his final encounter with that man. When our main character finally presents himself to the Duke, he bows and says it is a great honor to meet him. The Duke laughs, impressed by the boy's polite manners, and asks if he also trains with the spear. Agric replies that he does. Right at that moment, a young girl appears behind Duke Bolt. Seeing her, Dina Zagras freezes in shock while she politely greets the Count immediately. She bows gracefully and introduces herself as Layla Turian, the youngest daughter of the prestigious House of Turian. The party went on, and guests continued to enjoy the pleasant evening, but neither Agric Dian nor Bolt could relax, because the Baroness of Turian remained very ill. Bolt had tried every single cure he could find, but absolutely nothing worked. Arkan hoped this was only temporary and that his friend's wife would recover soon. Even so, Bolt warns that if he suddenly vanishes, it is because of her, and trust me, things are about to get incredibly intense. Come along with me to discover how Dine completely vanished on his very own birthday. Everyone saw our protagonist as incredibly brilliant for his age. Meanwhile, Arkan had no clue where his son was, And to make matters worse, little Ela had also vanished. But finding them was easy. They had simply gone out for a quiet stroll together. They were probably bored of another dull, noble party. No one knew what they discussed, but Isla just kept chattering away. She hated when her father dragged her to these aristocratic events. But today, she was glad she came. She was told he was handsome, but under the moonlight, he looked stunning. Diane was glad she felt comfortable. Unlike the noisy capital, these lands were so peaceful. Isla envied him since at her home the drama never ended. Noble families came daily with marriage proposals, and even the imperial family frequently paid them visits. The absolute worst part was dressing up formally to greet everyone. She utterly detested that annoying etiquette. Her real desire was to wear comfortable clothes and spend the entire day training with her sword. Diane was amazed that such a delicate girl preferred the sword over magic. He also loved his peaceful home. It was nothing like the capital giving him plenty of free time to practice with his beloved spear. Ela was surprised, but remembering Diane's father's nickname, it made sense. She knew how legendary the Blue Whirlwind was. Since Diane worked so hard with the spear, she assumed his goal was also to enter the academy. But that was not the reason. The answer shocked Ela, who saw the academy as the only obvious path. She knew getting admitted was nearly impossible, but our main character had no doubts he would succeed. He trained to become even stronger after entering. Ela could not believe his confidence and asked what he would do if he failed. Even then, Diane would not give up or get depressed. He would simply try again. If he failed twice, he would take it as a sign. Isla deeply admired his amazing calm toward the future. She asked if he feared disappointing his family or his people, but he did not have a single worry. Compared to his past life, this was nothing. Isla envied him because at her home, failure was strictly forbidden. He had lived among nobles for 7 years, yet their pettiness over such foolish things still surprised him. He was certain Isla would do wonderfully. Thrilled by his support, she excitedly offered to show him her skills. Watch closely here. Her sudden burst of intense excitement completely stunned our protagonist. Once Ela gripped her sword, there was simply no human force capable of stopping her. She demanded to go to the training grounds immediately, and Dean led the way, hoping nothing went wrong. Once there, she held nothing back. She executed stance after stance like a seasoned expert. To any beginner, her movements would have looked flawless. But our protagonist was far from a novice. Watching her closely, he admitted her transitions from attack to defense were fluid, and her timing was perfect. However, there was one detail. Her rhythm suddenly dropped, and she lost some of that original fluidity. Panting but satisfied, Isla finished and directly asked him for his honest opinion. At first, Dane hesitated and praised her skill. You might think he should have stayed quiet, but instead he gave her the harsh truth. There was room for improvement. After the third stance, for instance, she took an extra, totally unnecessary half step, and the exact same thing happened in her next moves. Those extra steps threw off her final stances. That constructive criticism left Isla completely speechless. She looked on the verge of tears, making Dan worry he was too harsh. He quickly tried to apologize, saying he might be wrong since he had not seen a real swordsman train in ages. But he worried for nothing. Ela recovered quickly and firmly gripped her sword, finally understanding her mistake. She repeated the stances, and this time they were near flawless. The protagonist's advice was exactly what she needed. Overcome with joy and gratitude, she hugged Denny. He tried to pull away, but had very little success. Ela was amazed by his knowledge. He spotted in an instant what her own masters had never even noticed. She promised to remember his help, finally letting him go, after nearly choking him. Then she almost sliced him with her weapon. That young lady seriously needed some proper discipline. The sudden hug caught Danae by surprise, though he did not dislike it. But his peaceful moment would not last long. Servants were already searching for them, calling out everywhere. Their break was over, and they returned quickly. Trust me, what lies ahead for this couple is going to be amazing. All right, you and I are about to watch how Diane steals the spotlight on his birthday, especially after taming his very first manticore. Of course, they handed him a special gift, a family crest brooch, just like the ones his older sisters already wore. His mother begged him to cherish it forever, as that brooch officially marked his high status and the family noble bloodline. After his parents, the other guests rushed to congratulate him, convinced young DNA would grow up to be as great and respected as his father. His parents were absolutely bursting with pride, and so was he. In both of his lives, he had never felt such genuine warmth from so many people. But suddenly, the entire hall began to shake violently. Guests panicked, instantly screaming and wondering if it was a massive earthquake or an enemy ambush. Din got worried, but his father calmed him right down, saying there was no danger. Duke Arkin knew exactly what was going on. He wanted a quiet party, but his daughter completely ignored his warnings, leaving Dine totally confused by the whole situation. Suddenly, magical sparks flashed across the ceiling, and a massive dimensional portal ripped open right above the terrified crowd. Now pay close attention here. A tiny figure emerged from that portal, defying gravity to land with absolute elegance. It was Arabella Dawn's oldest sister, proudly insisting she was not late at all. Everyone stood there with their mouths open. Seeing someone so young master teleportation magic was completely unheard of. Usually opening portals took at least 5 magic circles. He was not shocked by her skill, just how loud and dramatic she was. Just as the crowd started to calm down, a massive beast materialized in the sky, a giant wyvern carrying a rider. This time, Lady Claire triggered the panic, and she was in a terrible mood. She was 1 second late and lost the race to her sister. Seeing her people whispered about her incredible summoning talent. Nobody imagined she would tame a wyvern at only 16 years old. Finally, the 2 genius sisters were back home. Both of them stood before their family with one single goal: to wish their beloved little brother a happy birthday. After making their grand entrances, the girls ran to hand in his presents, showering him with love and affection. He deeply thanked Arabella and Claire for making it back home. Despite their grueling studies, they were dying to see their little brother's reaction when he opened his gifts. Duke Arkin almost cried tears of jealousy. For his own birthday, they had only sent him a sad little letter. I know what you're thinking, and yes, Arabella's gift was a dimensional subspace ring that she designed completely by herself. The subspace magic inside was extremely advanced, woven into the gem, with the help of Arabella's prestigious master. Everyone knew how difficult it was to seal spatial magic inside a normal object. Arabella gently took her brother's hand to slide on the ring and item she spent months designing just to hold a full subspace. She even bound the ring to his mana signature so that nobody else could ever steal it. It was a one-of-a-kind treasure crafted solely for her beloved brother. Lizzie inspected the jewel and noticed a subtle vibration, clear proof they used top-grade magic stones to craft it. Arabella explained he only needed to channel a tiny bit of energy to open it, making it way more practical than regular dimensional bags, which skyrocketed its actual value. According to his memories, only the wealthiest warriors carried this kind of high-end gear into battle. Only high-ranking commanders and powerful sorcerers ever owned a ring like this one. The accessory would also resize as he grew. Right away, the protagonist channeled his mana and an emerald portal appeared before him. Duke Arkin stood frozen in shock at how easily his young son activated the magical device. Claire Duke Balterman and Ela watched the magical flash in awe. Diani summoned the subspace much faster than his sister could at his age. No one doubted his genius anymore. Developing an energy core and a magic circle at the same time was completely unprecedented. With the demonstration finished, Claire eagerly stepped forward to hand over her own birthday gift. The protagonist carefully opened the wrapping while thanking her, finding a very strange egg resting on a delicate cloth. Confused, he held it up and asked what it was, but Claire immediately warned him that this was no ordinary egg. Even though the whole family was dying of curiosity, she chose to whisper the truth only into her brother's ear. In a soft whisper, she revealed it was a familiar beast she accidentally summoned while trying to bring Dickeron into this world. Even she didn't know what would hatch, but a familiar's value was priceless. Diani tried to imagine what kind of creature would come out. He already knew about familiars. Unlike simple summon spells, they were on an entirely different level. And that's where we leave it for today. Trust me, you and I are both dying to see what hatches from that mysterious egg. Come along with me. All these secrets were really starting to bother Arabella. Claire also told Den to feed the egg with his mana twice a day, morning and night, to make sure it accepted him as master. Lily was thrilled by her little one's gifts. It showed how much her children truly loved each other. Once the gifts were finished, Duke Aaron cleared his throat to remind them to greet their parents. They showed up unexpectedly after saying they wouldn't come without even greeting anyone formally yet. Realizing their mistake, the girls offered a shy greeting. Duke Arkin was soft on his daughters, so he didn't mind. He was just happy to see them. Since they left for their careers, they rarely visited, so seeing them healthy made him happy. From afar, Ela watched Danae's family as they laughed and talked together with so much affection. She couldn't help comparing them to her own. The protagonist noticed her gaze and turned to look. He saw her grow discouraged and quietly walk away despite being surrounded by such a cheerful crowd. She looked so lonely and sad that he wondered why. The banquet ended, and by morning, Duke Bethian was seen walking around the vast family territory. He could not stop thinking about Arabella's absolutely incredible talent. As the best mage in the academy, her level was amazing. She seemed like the perfect match for the Duke's son, the ultimate swordsman. If these families unite, pay close attention here, they would possess power capable of defying the Emperor himself. With that, absolutely nobody would ever dare to mess with them or their kids. So Duke Bartharion decided to propose a possible engagement between their firstborns today during his conversation with Arkin. On his way to the meeting, Barthorion heard the clash of metal nearby coming straight from the training grounds. Someone was training his technique at dawn, and that was Dini totally focused on his spear. He had become lethal with that weapon. After years of training with his father and fierce discipline, he was finally ready for real combat. His focus was incredible. He moved with the fluidity of a veteran chaining lethal strikes one after another. Suddenly, he accelerated his pace even more, his arms a fast blur, as he unleashed a storm of thrusts in seconds. Curiosity got the best of Duke Thermion, and he watched the young boy train from afar. He was pleasantly surprised to see the youngest Dione pushing himself to his limit like that. With his expert eye, he saw that his technique surpassed his age. Such moves and concentration did not belong to a 7-year-old. Even his most basic attacks were polished to an absolutely terrifying level. Everything was so perfect that even a veteran spearman would learn from him. Finishing his routine, Danae was breathing very heavily. "Tell me if you are not blown away, Duke." Thurman was completely stunned by this absolute impossibility. He had heard rumors about the main character's absurd talent since infancy, but he always dismissed them as mere exaggerations. Now he knew they were real. After a short break, he resumed training. This time he focused on his posture. As one of the strongest swordsmen, Duke Thurman did not ignore that his stance resembled that of a master. The Duke began to wonder if Danae had already mastered the sword at a high level despite his young age. Finally, the boy noticed that someone was watching him from the entrance. He raised his spear ready to strike and demanded the spy come out of hiding immediately. Duke Thurman was so absorbed that a child caught him. It was not a proud moment for such a highly skilled warrior. The more he analyzed those movements, the more familiar they felt. He was certain he'd seen that exact footwork in his past life. So the Duke stepped out, apologized for interrupting his private practice, and made it clear he had no ill intentions. Realizing it was Duke Thurman, Diane felt a bit guilty for speaking to him in such a sharp way. Though he'd spent 7 years in this body, this was still the man who defeated and killed him in his past life. Remembering his etiquette, the protagonist greeted him formally. The Duke admitted he was drawn by the young star's impressive training and offered his apologies. Diane remained completely calm and told him everything was forgiven. The Duke was amused that the child spoke to him with such absolute confidence, showing no fear whatsoever. Up close, he saw the boy's body barely trembled or showed fatigue after that brutal session. At his own age, he could never have achieved that. The Duke praised his thrusting technique, declaring that he had without a doubt inherited Arkin's great talent with the spear. He added the spear was excellently made. DNA politely thanked him for valuing his skill, making the elder smile. In the end, let's think about this: at just 7 years old, the Duke's own son had neither such amazing skill nor manners. Come along with me to see how that thought made Thermion consider marrying Ela off to Dian. So he casually brought up that his own daughter was also training with a sword. Since they were basically the same age, he suggested they watch out for each other at the academy. The boy replied with absolute politeness, and the Duke loved his honesty. Ultimately, Thermion apologized for delaying his training session. But right before leaving the training hall, he asked one final question. Had the boy studied swordsmanship? Dian slipped up right in front of the Duke, letting his old habits show without even realizing it. Under Thermion's sharp gaze, that tiny hint was enough. The main character answered that he only read basic sword manuals and never actually trained. The Duke still found it strange that the boy seemed to radiate a wild, primal instinct for battle, but logic dictated that an untrained child could never possess such intense bloodlust. Finally, the Duke said goodbye, and Diane escorted him out. He also invited our main character to visit him if he ever traveled to the capital. That legendary swordsman had taken a personal interest in his raw talent. Pay close attention here as our main character wonders if he is remembered, his blood boiling at the thought of defeating his killer. If he could build a solid foundation and prepare step by step, he was sure he could surpass the Duke himself. One of Dini's goals in this life was defeating Thermion. He trained so hard he lost track of time, forcing Hernando to seek him out. His servant always stayed hidden deep within the shadows, ready to act at a moment's notice. From the silent way Hernando moved, he figured the man had a natural gift for stealth and assassination. Today, everyone was busy preparing the second banquet. Several nobles had already arrived, since gathering over 30 families on one day was incredibly tough. As for his sisters, they had already used the teleportation portal straight to the academy. No choice, their midterms were just around the corner. For now, it was time for Denis to clean up and get dressed. He planned to check out his sister's gifts later. After his intense workout, the main character bathed and dressed sharply. He entered the grand hall with his parents to mingle with high society. He had to use all of his manners and etiquette while spending the entire evening chatting with elite guests. Since it was his celebration, he was in the spotlight all night long, capturing everyone's attention in the room. Did you honestly think noble life was easy? Not a chance. He finally escaped to catch his breath, totally drained by his birthday duties. Even so, he always found a peaceful sanctuary in the garden. The gardener worked hard to create a stunning, serene space. Diana admired the blooming flowers while butterflies fluttered all around him. Flowers contain more mana than almost anything in nature, or so his older sister had told him. Taking advantage of his alone time, he decided to test it. Young Sogras closed his eyes, focusing on the natural magic floating nearby. Keeping his eyes closed, he slowly began to grasp what his sister meant. He felt the mana inside the flowers. Though he trained in multiple areas, his magic and summoning skills weren't progressing much yet. That made it incredibly difficult to decide which path he should focus his efforts on. Having way too many talents was a real issue right now. Talk about suffering from success. After immersing himself in the garden's mana for a bit, he finally sensed the energy flowing inside the flowers. He couldn't believe something so tiny held such power. If one absorbed that flow, it could settle in their body and form a magic circle. And that was exactly what was happening to him. His body's massive affinity made the process incredibly easy, letting him see clearly what others could barely even sense. A simple walk through the garden boosted his magic perception massively. What used to look blurry was now perfectly clear. He was so close to unlocking how magic truly worked when out of nowhere, something broke his concentration. Right then, two young nobles stepped into the garden, bored of the adults' talk. They were siblings, and the older redhead hated how everyone praised the genius Denis Sogras. So he walked right across the flower beds, crushing the plants beneath his feet. The red-headed siblings got lost in the massive garden, accidentally spotting our main character while he was still distracted. Judging by his clothes, they assumed he was just a servant and immediately started shouting at him. The main character absolutely hated that blatant disrespect, especially when the brat dared to demand that he show them the exit. Dan warned them to stop trampling the flowers. And trust me, this arrogant redhead got offended the second he was called out. He questioned why they were destroying the plants instead of just using the garden paths. All right, you and I are about to watch this annoying rich kid make the absolute worst mistake of his entire life. Our main character did not care at all. To him, they were just two punks ruining his garden. Furious at being called a brute, the redhead grabbed Denis by the collar, boasting that his father was Count Tyron, a guest here. Hearing that awful name instantly triggered a dark memory from his past life. Count Tyron was a noble he once captured after a pathetic defeat. He remembered him as an arrogant jerk, the absolute worst of the aristocracy. Looking at the brat in front of him, it was clearly a case of father like son. The annoying redhead kept bragging about his family power, threatening to make him vanish without a trace if he did not watch his mouth. But DNA had already dealt with plenty of idiots just like him in his past. He knew talking to a brainless idiot was pointless. The kid threw a punch, thinking he was just beating up some low-class servant. But DNA was not having it. He delivered a brutal, full-force headbutt right to the kid's nose. The impact nearly shattered his face, leaving his younger brother screaming in absolute terror at the violence. He rushed over to check on the redhead, who was lying flat on the ground, completely knocked out. Pay close attention here because seeing his own blood made this kid completely lose his mind and threaten our main character's life. Dee found it hilarious and dared him to try. The angry redhead wanted pure revenge. Even though the younger brother tried to stop him, his pride was too huge. He lunged again, but Dee easily dodged backward. The gap in power was massive. This absolute rookie had zero chance of ever landing a hit. While letting him tire himself out, Daane noticed his footwork was incredibly sloppy, like he had never held a weapon. That made him suspect the kid was a mage or summoner. The wild swings kept coming, but none even grazed him. As blood kept dripping, the redhead's last bit of patience completely ran out. Our main character kept playing with him while testing an idea. Could he redirect the magic flow of the flowers using his own will? If he could make it work, he would compress all that massive power into a solid physical form. It was the perfect chance to test it in battle. And trust me, the younger brother was already watching with his jaw dropped. Dee stood his ground, channeling magic into his hands. He pictured a sphere of pure mana and launched it straight into the kid's stomach. The blast was so powerful it sent the redhead flying across the lawn, tearing up the ground in his wake. He screamed in agony, both his body and his pride utterly shattered. His brother ran over to help him among the ruined flowers. To be honest, Dee was far more worried about his damaged flowers than the health of that annoying brat. But the stubborn redhead forced himself up. After seeing Dee use magic, he demanded to know his real identity. The younger brother tried to calm him down, but his pride mattered way more than any future consequences. Suddenly, the brat gathered mana in his body, opening up a dark portal that looked incredibly familiar to Dee. It was summoning magic. The mana swirled violently until a translucent wolf slowly began to descend toward the grass. The fierce creature growled, baring its sharp fangs. The redhead laughed like a maniac, calling out his beast Jew. He proudly revealed his name, Digoron Tyron, warning Diani that he was about to learn the hard way what happens when you cross him. Diani listened as the kid ordered the wolf to tear him apart, but a basic summon was not going to scare him. He was used to Claire summoning monsters like Yvonne. Meanwhile, Digoron watched as Jew charged in to attack. Diani simply stared directly into the eyes of the wolf and stood completely still. Sensing danger, the wolf immediately spun around its hostile aura toward our main character, completely vanishing in an instant. You saw that too, right? The Tyron brothers were stunned as Digoron's pride backfired completely. Now the wolf was acting totally submissive toward Danae. Digoron screamed at it to rip his throat out, but the beast ignored him. Instead, the oversized puppy started wagging its tail happily at our main character. Sensing no bad intentions, he gently pet the tame wolf, though even he did not understand what was happening. Come to think of it, Claire's summons loved him too. Even Wyvern used to play with him, though he thought that was just a family thing. But this time there was absolutely no family connection, yet the creature was still incredibly affectionate. This suggested an insane affinity with summoned beasts, or maybe the wolf just had a terrible opinion of its actual owner. Digoron was completely baffled, as he had never heard of a summoned beast betraying its master like this. With Diani in total control, are you and I ready to see what happens next? Come along with me. As we watch this, the younger brother was literally begging him to stop humiliating himself. But Digoron kept pushing anyway. The little guy desperately wanted this chaos to end. Thanks to his brother's sheer stupidity, the poor kid actually wet himself in terror. He burst into tears as everyone mocked him. But Dane Sogress made everything 10 times worse by pointing out the basement bathroom. Degron immediately used his brother's embarrassing accident as an excuse to run away. To add to the humiliation, he ordered Dane to wait in the garden. Our hero could only stare at the pathetic loser with pure disgust. Degron didn't even take his summoned beast with him, leaving our protagonist behind to test his brilliant new understanding of mana control. Trying a neat trick Claire had taught him before he searched for the fading link between that annoying brat and the wolf Jampu. He severed it instantly and rewrote it with his own magic. Just like that, he connected with the wolf without a formal summoning ritual. He pulled this off entirely thanks to his insane affinity for summoned beasts. Now he was a legitimate summoner. But right as he was savoring his victory, Dane heard that annoying, familiar voice calling out, "Jacon Tyron." That spoiled brat rushed over to complain to his father, pointing straight at our hero as the one who bullied him. What a total coward, pinching his nose to stop bleeding. He whined about being attacked and having his sacred bond with his summoned beast forcefully broken. The massive Mugar Tyron stomped over arrogantly, introducing himself as the powerful leader of the capital's grand noble house. He demanded to know if our hero ruined his son's face and stole his beast. Watch closely because things are about to get wild. Dane wasn't about to be intimidated by this pig, so he stood his ground and admitted to everything, noticing how much fatter Mogar had gotten since capturing him in his past life. Peace had clearly treated the man well, even though he was completely useless on the actual battlefield. Mogar threw his weight around, repeating that under no circumstances would he let this slide. Nobody touched his children without suffering the consequences, so he aggressively badgered our protagonist, demanding that he reveal his name. Our boy proudly lifted his chin and formally introduced himself as Sogres, the young noble heir, the youngest son of Arkham, the legendary lord of the South and leader of the great warrior clan. He delivered an elegant royal introduction that left both the fat father and his spoiled son utterly speechless. Without even realizing it, they had offended the birthday boy himself, picking a fight with the South's rising star. The arrogant pair was visibly trembling after suddenly running into the youngest son of the prestigious House of Sogres. Thinking about noble reputation, Mogar remembers being captured in the war and doing nothing useful afterward, becoming the laughingstock of the entire imperial court. Now he sees a golden opportunity to flip the script, plotting to ruin their family name and extort valuable mining rights. If his scheme works, those mocking nobles will soon be forced to kneel before him. With that in mind, the fat lord asks if he's the birthday boy. I bet you'd have nodded with pride too, right? The fat man can barely hide his immense frustration. He definitely didn't travel all this way just to celebrate some kid's birthday. He then points to his spoiled brat and demands to know how Dane plans to compensate them for this terrible humiliation. He claims Dane didn't just assault a guest, but stole his summon, a major crime. His insufferable son chimes in to back him up. The brat snarls that our protagonist is finished, while the fat lord threatens to take this matter directly to the count. Our protagonist casually listens and replies that before running to cry to his daddy, his son should be the one apologizing. This completely infuriates the fat man, who bellows, demanding to know what kind of absolute nonsense young Dane is spouting. As the son grits his teeth in rage, our hero calmly clarifies that yes, he did beat up the brat and bruised him badly. But it was self-defense because his life was threatened and he didn't steal Jampu. The wolf followed him of his own free will. The annoying brat immediately protests that there's no way Jampu would do that, insisting to his father that our protagonist is lying. At that moment, the father pauses to think, recalling the rumors that the second daughter of the Sogres family is a summoning prodigy. Perhaps she secretly taught Dane how to forcibly break the sacred bond between a summoned beast and its master. As the fat man keeps bickering endlessly, young Dane can't help but sigh, finding this whole situation incredibly exhausting. Eventually, Mogar quiets down a bit after shouting so much that his jaw actually begins to ache from sheer anger. He declares he's done arguing and that they should see what the Count thinks of this. Speak of the devil, the Count himself appears beside the great Duke Terrien. Trust me, both the useless son and his dad completely freeze up the moment they see the Count and the terrifying Duke Terrien. As night falls, the red-haired brat spins his own heavily distorted version of the entire incident to the Count. He claims that he and his little brother simply got lost in the garden and politely asked Dane to guide them. Let's dive in and see how this liar talks, while our main character waits behind him calmly, wondering why his father tolerates such complete nonsense. Still, it does not surprise him. The Count cares deeply about his family and keeping their noble name absolutely spotless, but he is not one to blindly take sides. He knows exactly how to tell right from wrong. Wrapping up his story, the red-haired kid claims our hero headbutted him out of nowhere and used a strange move to mock him. He claims he summoned Genpu just to scare him, but our main character stole his summon and tried to attack him with it. The moment Daigran finishes, Mogar steps in to tell the Count he only wanted to warn him. Still, he insists that stealing someone else's summon is a serious crime they cannot just ignore. Finally, Count Sigres speaks. He tells Mogar he will not judge the situation after hearing only one side of the story. He wants to hear our main character out first to make a completely fair decision. He also assures Mogar that if he fears any favoritism, Duke Termian will be present to give his unbiased opinion. The Duke smiles slightly and says he will gladly handle the matter. Mogar breaks into a cold sweat from sheer frustration. He knows everything is going downhill, and involving Termian only makes it worse. He is not happy. Then the Count permits his son to explain everything, and young Sigris starts by saying that what Mogar's son claimed is not entirely false, though only a small part is true. He explains they trampled the flowers they had carefully grown in the garden, which is why he ordered the boy to leave. That infuriated the young redhead, sparking the entire fight. Naturally, that fat man and his son are stunned by the harsh truth. The boy tries to deny it, calling our hero a liar, but the Count orders his son to proceed. So our boy explains that when they summoned Genpu, the direct order was to kill him. Plus, he makes it clear he never stole the summon. Genpu simply approached him on his own accord, responding to his pure intentions. The Duke is absolutely amazed to hear a 7-year-old child express himself with such calm and flawless eloquence. He insists once more that he never stole anything. Mogar completely loses control, slamming the floor in a rage and calling it all absurd. He claims it is impossible for a beast to obey someone who does not even hold the summoner title, insisting he must have used a dirty trick. But our main character calmly explains he was born with an incredibly high natural affinity for summons, and any creature not bound deeply to its master could follow him. Mogar refuses to believe it, while our boy simply assures him that it is the absolute truth. Mogar's face twists as if he is severely constipated, and he can only scream that the kid is making everything up. Then the Duke steps in and suggests they prove it directly by using the summoned beast. The Count looks at his son, asking if he can prove it, and he nods. Meanwhile, Mogar glares at his own kid for getting them into this mess. Pay close attention here. The spoiled brat goes into full panic mode because he has no clue what to do if he fails to summon Genpu. When the spoiled kid tries to call Genpu, he fails miserably, and his father starts screaming at him immediately. Meanwhile, young Sigra smiles, knowing he already broke the bond. So logically, it is impossible for the boy to summon Genpu ever again. Then he offers to prove it himself by calling Genpu, but clarifies that he needs the summoning emblem to do so. The spoiled redhead gets furious and demands how he dares to ask for his emblem. He starts complaining, but our main character cuts him off completely, reminding him that by his own theory, even with that emblem, he should not be able to summon it, so there is no harm in trying. Mogar sweats, knowing he has no choice, and orders his son to hand it over. The redhead is on the verge of tears, but his father demands he hurry up. Once our main character gets the emblem, he starts channeling his magic, explaining that these emblems usually have a unique code linked to their summoner, preventing anyone else from using them. But since Genpu was already filled with his mana, the emblem is now just a basic tool, and the beast is fully bound to him. When called, it happily appears to lick his cheeks. Did you see that the Count and Duke are shocked while the liars tremble with fear as their entire scam gets completely exposed? The Duke finds it unbelievable and wonders if the young boy has also been practicing the art of the sword. His father confirms he has, though he admits he does not fully know the true extent of his son's power. On the other hand, the fat man realizes he is in deep trouble now that his entire plan has completely fallen apart. The coward quickly tries to act completely natural, laughing and claiming it was all a misunderstanding because they thought they were robbed. He swears his son never meant to kill anyone, telling Daigran to confirm it. Trembling, Daigran nods and says he only wanted to give him a little scare. But our boy gets furious watching these absolute scumbags try to wiggle out of their guilt so easily. Before the verdict, a mysterious lady interrupts, shocking everyone. Stick with me to find out what happens in the next video. All right, you and I are about to watch Sagres widen his eyes as Leia shows up to expose Degran's lies. Her father immediately asks what she's doing there, and she casually says she heard his voice while walking. Before continuing, she politely greets the fat man beside Count Dinas Agres. The guy stutters, completely shocked to be standing face to face with the Duke's own daughter. Our main character gets straight to the point, asking about her claim that Degran was actually lying. She confirms it with absolute confidence, explaining she overheard the entire conversation during her walk. Daigran instantly panics the moment he realizes she heard everything, which is absolutely terrible news for him. Then she starts spilling the juiciest details, and our main character can't help but smile seeing the tables turn in his favor. Shortly after, the fat man orders his foolish son to hurry up and apologize to Count Sagres. The boy mumbles that he made a mistake, but the Count demands he apologize to Danny instead. The fat man quickly shoves his son toward the young man, ordering him to beg for forgiveness properly. The brat hesitates awkwardly and then stutters out a weak, completely fake apology. Now pay attention here, because Count Dine isn't buying this forced apology after they were exposed right in front of a witness. Our main character isn't buying it at all. He has no intention of accepting such a hollow apology, but remembering his past, he takes the high road and shows some mercy. And just like that, Danny accepts the brat's apology. The kid immediately cheers up, thanking him repeatedly for letting it go. His father also breathes a sigh of relief, realizing just how close they came to losing absolutely everything. The Duke, who might become Danny's future father-in-law, can't help but think he was entirely right about how special this kid is. After all, Danny had every reason to stand his ground since those fools were completely in the wrong from the start. In the end, the Count declares the matter settled since Danny accepted the apology. Still, he emphasizes he was never going to ignore this, especially since Daigran attacked the young man with clear, deadly intent. Seeing the Count's terrifying fury, the fat father instantly starts breaking into a cold sweat. The moment he tries to speak, the Count cuts him off, ordering him to pack up his family and leave the castle immediately. This brutal news completely shatters the fat man. Getting kicked out now means his reputation is completely ruined, so he desperately begs to stay in the castle at all costs. He grabs the Count's hand, begging for mercy and promising to do whatever Dean wants, if he can just be forgiven this once. But the Count coldly brushes his hand away, calling it useless. He adds that the guards are already on their way to drag them out. With that, he walks away in disgust with his son, leaving the fat man behind, groveling and begging for mercy. Count Daani tells Duke Terminian it's time to head out, and the Duke calls over his daughter to start moving. You and I both know they totally deserve this, and Danny feels incredibly satisfied watching them finally face the music. They brought this disaster on themselves, so they deserve the fallout. Plus, Danny learned a pretty valuable lesson today. His dad is absolutely terrifying when he's angry. Next, Duke Terminon asks if he really beat Maggard's son using a single mana bullet. Danny immediately confirms it. The Duke showers him with praise, saying he has an incredible gift for summoning and magic, not just spear play. It is such a jaw-dropping talent that he doubts history has ever seen anything like it. Danny's father beams with massive pride, knowing his son is such an absolute prodigy. While Danny quietly takes in the compliments, Leia can barely believe her ears. The Duke adds that raw talent isn't the only thing that sets him apart. He's also incredibly level-headed. Most kids lose their minds in a fight and stubbornly insist they're right, but not him. The Duke is completely convinced that this young boy will grow into a truly great man. His father pats Danny on the head, laughing that it is far too early to tell, and they must wait for him to grow up. He also notes that everything ended peacefully thanks to Laia, because without her crucial testimony, things would have gotten incredibly ugly. Hearing this, Duke Terminen is surprised to see the Sagres family values Leia's words so highly. He immediately seizes the chance to highlight his daughter's role, hinting that if the Count thinks so highly of her, maybe they should start discussing marriage. Danny is left totally speechless, seeing the Duke's desperate attempt to arrange a wedding. Desperate to escape the awkwardness, he quickly changes the subject, pointing out the sun is already setting, and it's time for the banquet, before dashing off to wait in the main hall. Duke Terminian tells his daughter to walk back with Danny, then quickly chases after the Count for a private chat, leaving the kids behind. As they walk, Laia glances at him, asking why the summon completely ignored its own master just to obey his commands. She's seen plenty of summoner duels in the capital, but trust me, you and I have never witnessed anything quite like that. All right, you and I are about to watch our main character play dumb and drive Ela crazy. She knows for a fact he is hiding the truth. Even though she saved him earlier, he stays cool, reminding her he helped with her sword training too. Ela thinks back and has to admit he is right. So Diani suggests that since they are even, he can return the favor. He tells her to ask for anything. Immediately, she gets hyped and demands to start training right now. Shocked by her rush, he wonders what is so urgent and tells her to speak. She quickly blurted out that she wants to learn the mana bullet. Dine asks why she is in such a rush, and Ela admits she needs power fast to form 2 mana cores before the academy. He wonders why a young girl like her is putting so much pressure on herself. But the answer comes instantly. She wants to be strong to make her mother proud. Her mother loves her, and she wants her to be proud. Hearing this, our young master remembers the rumors about Countess Terminon being bedridden. Watch closely here because he just does not have the heart to say no. Ela does a little happy dance and says she is ready to start tomorrow. Honestly, she would start tonight because she does not know how long she is staying. He just smiles and says they can start whenever she likes. He promises that once she understands magic flow mastering, the mana bullet will be a piece of cake. Then Ela looks him in the eye and asks what he wants in return for teaching her. DNA stays quiet, making it very clear his request will not be as simple as teaching basic magic. The scene shifts to the banquet hall where everyone is gossiping about the fat Count Tyrone. Rumor has it the Count was kicked out of the castle and everyone is dying to know what happened. They say Tyrone's oldest son picked a fight with our young master, but got a humiliating lesson instead. They laugh at how the fat man traveled so far just to embarrass himself, whispering that our lead is actually a genius summoner. One guest wonders if this will turn their family line into a legendary dynasty of master summoners. But another cuts in saying that is not all, he also uses magic, which many find hard to believe. Now pay attention here, a man with a huge mustache introduces himself as Baron Open. Dinbo's politely mentioning he heard of their eastern lands famous for roasted trout and gorgeous blue sapphires. The man laughs happily, boasting that the trout and sapphires of his estate are the absolute best in the continent. Then he pushes his daughter forward, saying he almost forgot to introduce her properly. Introducing herself as Sylvia Opent, she greets Diane politely, while he awkwardly stammers out his own name in pure shock. He acts incredibly nervous in front of her, and his tense behavior is definitely raising some major red flags. She leans in close with a playful look, whispering she heard he is going to inherit the entire family estate. DNA answers with hesitation, but Sylvia excitedly tells him to stop playing dumb about his future. She mentions his incredible talent, hinting she will be in his care, since they might even become family one day. And there you have it. His nervousness makes total sense now. This girl is extremely direct and bold. Right then, Ela walks in and spots them holding hands. As expected, Sylvia flinches, seeing a potential rival, while Isla glares with absolute hatred, demanding to know who she is. Sylvia recognizes Ela instantly and greets her warmly, introducing herself as the oldest daughter of Baron Open. Ela tries to reply politely, but her furious expression makes it crystal clear she despises meeting Sylvia. Both swap smiles so fake they look like sharp daggers, and Dean realizes they are ready to throw down. Without hesitation, Ela grabs his hand, announcing she is taking him away since they already had plans together. She shoots him a freezing glare, asking if he remembers. Of course, the poor guy has no clue, but he agrees, apologizes to Sylvia, and promises to chat later. Sylvia fakes a smile, agreeing to catch up later, but fumes inside as Ela literally steals him away. On the other hand, Isla is still far from calming down. And trust me, you and I are going to watch exactly how he survives her terrifying wrath. Come with me as we see him realize that even the Duke's precious daughter, the second most powerful man in the Empire, cannot compare to the girl from the East. No wonder Sylvia backed down so easily. Once outside, Ela starts grilling him about Sylvia, straight up asking if there is any chance he might get engaged to her. But he shuts it down instantly, insisting they were merely having a polite conversation and greeting each other. That instantly brightens Ela's mood, and our main character definitely notices. After walking a bit, they reach his ultimate secret spot. He is absolutely sure nobody will disturb them. Stepping into the hidden sanctuary, Isla gets so excited she does a cute little victory dance. She is also thrilled that their secret is safe here, and DNA completely agrees with her. It really is the perfect spot for training. But before they begin, he asks if she has ever actually felt mana. Ela says she felt a tiny bit, but not enough to form a core, adding she tried absorbing it through breathing. This proves to him she hasn't reached the emission stage yet. Meanwhile, he learned to sense mana naturally during live combat. He is surprised a noble house taught her so much. So he starts with the basics, explaining she must first feel the mana. Ela looks at him completely confused, so he explains that if she wants to release her mana, pay close attention here because she must first control it inside her mind, closing her eyes to visualize it spinning. She gives it a shot after a moment, but absolutely nothing happens. From her face, Danae knows she is totally lost. Ela tries once more and fails again. Frustrated, she asks our main character why on earth it is not working. He calms her down, saying it is totally normal and tells her to focus. Meanwhile, Count Dine secretly watches the kids. He cannot help but feel incredibly proud seeing his young son already teaching someone at such a tender age. He feels his boy has truly grown up. Suddenly, Duke Tyrion appears right beside him, asking what the hell he is doing. The sudden question nearly scares the Count to death. The Duke tells him to relax, asking if he is spying on the lovebirds. Count Dany raises an eyebrow, questioning the lovebirds' comment, and demands to know how the heck he even found him. The Duke mocks him, saying his hiding skills are absolutely terrible, especially for the husband of the Empire's legendary assassin. Caught red-handed, the Count has absolutely no comeback. The Duke teases him, warning that if the lord of the castle goes around lurking, people will start whispering. Annoyed, the protective dad insists he was just following his son. The Duke laughs, admitting he did the exact same with his daughter. You and I have to admit it is so adorable seeing these two helpless dads spying side by side like a couple of teenagers. Back with the kids, Dina opens up his dimensional bag, and the girl is stunned he owns such a rare item. But hearing his older sister gifted it to him makes her super jealous. Unlike his sister, her own brother completely ignored her the very second he entered the academy. Dan pulls a mirror from the bag and she asks what it is for. He simply replies, he brought it, just in case. It is way easier to visualize something when looking directly at yourself rather than relying solely on your imagination. So he tells the curious girl to stand right in front of the mirror. She gets into position quickly and starts her magical dance again. This time Deanne can see she is dead serious. She takes a deep breath while the doting fathers squat down to watch. Duke Termian points out that Lilia seems to like our hero. He asks if that is true and the Duke nods. Lilia usually does not warm up to people this quickly. The Count is surprised because she seems so cheerful. Duke Tyrion falls silent for a moment, admitting she only acts happy on the outside. He explains that after her older brothers left for the academy, their mother fell bedridden, drifting everyone apart. Since then, she has found it extremely difficult to open up to anyone. The Count questions him, asking why, knowing all of this, he still acts so incredibly cold toward his own daughter. Termian seems touched that he noticed and openly admits that he is actually doing it on purpose. He claims he spoiled his older kids, making them arrogant, but the Count warns him not to assume Lilia will turn out the same way. She will end up hurt, which explains why she went to our hero for help instead of turning to her own father. Termian playfully nudges his friend, joking that he still lectures like the old days, but the Count fires back immediately, asking when he ever did that, even if it is true. The Duke changes the subject, asking when he will send his son to the capital. If he sends him to the Cal household, their doors will be wide open, and the boy can stay in his own castle. And that is where we leave things today, watching the Count choose silence, letting his happy son decide his own destiny. Come along with me as we watch him carve out his own path, just like his sisters, while Lady Him watches those two spying parents in sheer embarrassment. But in the end, she only smiles. Realizing parental love makes people do strange things, so she decides not to ruin it and pretends she saw nothing. Back with the kids, Lilia thanks Dine for his help and calls him a genius. She admits that despite everyone praising her talent, she feels weak next to him. While our protagonist secretly checks if his parents have left, he reassures her that this is only the beginning and she will also get much stronger. He then asks if she is going to the academy, where all the great geniuses of the empire gather. He says he is not sure and does not think he needs it, since he can become incredibly powerful, training entirely on his own. The young lady calls him short-sighted, reminding him that the academy is not just a place for studying. It is where nobles form their factions and build crucial connections early on. Dine is genuinely surprised that a 7-year-old girl understands the real world so well. He finally replies that he already knows all of that, but still prefers not to go yet. He has a mountain of library books left to read and still has so much to learn from his own parents. Lily admits that is fair, but asks if he wants to play with kids his age, especially since his sisters are going. With no final answer, our protagonist says he might go eventually. Now pay close attention to what happens next. She asks him to visit her home when he goes to the capital, and they both promise to meet again later. Then she remembers to ask when he will demand his favor now that she taught him mana bullets. He just shakes his head, saying he will tell her once he visits the capital. This leaves her utterly shocked, and she lets out a loud shout of disbelief. Finally, the long-awaited departure day arrives. As Lilia's carriage begins to fade down the road, Dane stares at a mysterious stone object in his hand. A gift from his future father-in-law. The story flashes back to the moment the Duke handed him this piece. When asked what it was, the man replied that it was a birthday present, hoping he would like it. He also explains that House Thurian stands for vengeance, the sword, and the forge founded by an ancestor who was a humble blacksmith. Thanks to him, they possess the finest forge in the empire, and honestly, the entire continent. From there come the weapons that defend the nation. Of course, Diany already knows all this because of his memories from the past. There any mineral in the world can be found, creating all kinds of weapons and mystical artifacts in the continent's largest forge. Then the Duke reveals that if the protagonist shows this crest at the forge, they will craft whatever weapon he desires. So this stone piece is an incredibly valuable token, an emblem that proves the honor and skill of its bearer. The Count is stunned. You and I would probably be just as shocked seeing the Duke gift something so priceless, an item coveted even by the imperial family. The Duke simply pats the boy's head, telling him to grow up strong. His future wife waves goodbye to him before setting off. Back in the present, his mother kneels down beside him. Seeing him down, she asks if he is sad about her leaving. He admits it, saying Lilia was practically his first friend. His mother comforts him, explaining that once he travels to the capital, he can meet her once again, and by then he will be even more handsome, which will surely impress her. She is probably right. He cannot stay here forever and will have plenty of chances to see her, so he silently wishes her happiness. Meanwhile, in his carriage, the Duke cannot stop thinking about Danae. He finds it strange that every time he looks at him, he is reminded of Agric, the warrior who demonstrated the skills of a triple-class combatant at an incredibly young age. Surely if Agric were still alive today, he would be one of the Empire's legendary Hexa-class knights. That is why he looks forward to seeing Danae when he grows strong. Days later, the boy sits alone before the egg. He has fed it mana day and night and now wonders if he overdid it. That egg holds a highly unusual familiar. Anyone, even non-summoners, can channel mana into it before it hatches to bind, as its master, gaining permanent control over a usually temporary summon. However, he knows his mana must sync up and meet strict conditions. He heard some eggs never hatch because these requirements are simply never met. So he hopes this is not the case here. Even as he alters the flow and intensity of his mana, nothing happens. Giving his all, he puts it down, doubting his own impatience. Just then the butler appears at the door and asks if Danny is ready. Right then, the egg cracks. Danny rushes over, and trust me, this gets absolutely insane. Come along with me as the butler rushes in to check on that loud noise while Danny inspects the egg, only to end up completely disappointed again, realizing he got excited over absolutely nothing. He feels absolutely no change. When the butler asks if the egg reacted, Danny blames his own imagination. Heading straight to the training hall, he begins practicing his sword technique instead. Seeing those flawless movements, the butler's face lights up. He even applauds excitedly, asking when Danny learned to wield a sword. Danny plays it down, claiming he just wanted to swing it around a bit. The butler keeps praising him, calling him a genius who also has a natural talent for swordsmanship. Looking at the blade, he remembers how fun mastering the spear was, but he really missed the sword. Since his father watched him so closely, he is glad he has not lost his touch. The butler rushes off to get snacks, returning with a heavily loaded tray, asking Danny to eat before continuing. Meanwhile, we see Count Deniso staring out of the window, completely lost in his own thoughts. He is quite exhausted from organizing this banquet every year, but at least it proved that many nobles have their eyes fixed on the south. Most of them are seeking a good relationship with him now, which is a massive change. Since the war ended, the South enjoys great weather and luxuries irresistible to the aristocracy, so that interest should have been obvious. Even so, that is absolutely nothing compared to all the attention Danny is receiving. The issue with Count Taman's eldest son exceeded Danny's expectations, but Danny handled it calmly, just like a mature adult. He explained everything clearly to the adults, and then confidently showcased his talent. He cannot help but feel his son is far too mature. Sometimes he wishes Danny would act a bit more like other kids and just relax. As training time approaches, he heads to the combat hall. He carries the legendary dragontail spear, planning to let Danny hold it today. But the very second he steps in with the spear, he freezes completely at the sight of Danny wielding a sword. Now he wonders why his son chose a sword, and his mind travels to the past. He is certain that damn Duke must have said something. Otherwise, there is no way Danny would use a sword after all that intensive training with the spear. Watch closely with me as he stands there observing his son perform breathtaking moves. Honestly, it looks like Danny knows exactly what he is doing. The power he displays is something even expert swordsmen would struggle to match. This leaves D.I. wondering when on earth he learned all of this. One thing is clear, Danny has a gift for the sword too. Finally, he calls out to him and asks when he learned those moves. It seems Danny's secret is finally out. So he decides the best course of action is to tell his father the truth. He admits he never actually learned any of it. This leaves the Count even more confused, wondering if it is another of his hidden talents. He begins thinking out loud. Danny excels in spears, magic, assassination summoning, and now he has mastered swordsmanship as well. He then adds that if it were anyone else, he would never believe a child could have talent in so many fields. So he asks Danny if he is curious about the outside world. Danny looks confused, not quite understanding his father. So Dine tells him that if he wants to know the world outside, he should leave. He firmly believes this country is far too small for his son's massive level of talent, and if Danny stays, he will lose out. I am sure you felt that same sadness too. When Danny realizes his father has accepted he cannot hold on to him forever. So he finally replies that he would love to see the outside world. Hearing this, his father smiles and gets straight to the point. It is time to prepare his son for reality. He admits it hurts to see him leave, but he knows he must respect Danny's wishes. Then he shows him the spear, mentioning he brought something incredibly special for him today. Danny takes absolutely no time to realize what it actually is, and his father clears any doubts, reminding him it is Dragon Tail, the spear that reacted to him on his first birthday. He extends it, asking him to take it. As Danny takes the spear, it reacts immediately, and he feels an incredible surge of power coursing right through it. His father laughs, noting it reacts much stronger than when he was 1 year old. And honestly, who could blame it? Then he proudly tells him he plans to make him master the spear before he leaves, so he better be ready. He promises that one day Dragon Tail will be his, but first he must become strong enough to wield it with pride. Danny promises to work hard to honor his father's teachings. Later in his room, his mind is racing, thinking of the outside world. He has always been curious about it. Even during his soldier days on the battlefield, he only knew war. Setting up camp, cleaning weapons, tasteless food, and waiting for the next clash. The only ways out were the end of the war or dying in battle. And honestly, he felt like he had no other option. But now, he has a normal life ahead. And trust me, you and I can barely imagine what awaits him beyond the battlefield. Come along with me because Dane knows he must seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance. He has no clue how the world will use his skills or what he will achieve out there. But for once, he gets to travel, explore, and chase what he truly desires. In the beginning, his only real wish was to stay back and enjoy the warmth of home. But after his father asked that crucial question, everything shifted. He chose to venture out, and he is absolutely thrilled. Lost in thought, his mother suddenly sneaks into his room, startling him. He asks her when she even got in. She claims he was too focused to hear her knocking, but we all know she is definitely lying. As a professional assassin, she definitely slipped inside without making a single sound. She asks if he is genuinely curious about the outside world. He nods, explaining his dad warned him that staying cooped up here would be an absolute waste. After thinking it over, he admits he wants to see the outside world too. He tries to apologize, but she hugs him, saying there is nothing to regret. Still, he remembers his sisters are gone and fears facing the vast world alone. She reassures him everything will be fine, knowing full well just how insanely talented he is. Besides, even if he chose to stay, the outside world would eventually drag him out anyway. She admits she wants him close for longer, but destiny has other plans. So she tells him to go and chase his dreams. He promises that even after leaving home, he will return often to share all his wild adventures. His mother thanks him, adding that before he sets off, she must formally train him, just like his father is about to do. When he asks what kind of lessons they will be, she excitedly replies she is going to teach him everything about assassination. She endlessly brags about her deadly techniques, and Dane can already tell some brutally exhausting training days lie ahead before his journey. Basically, she has a lot to teach, and he promises to give his absolute all to master it. Looking at her, he realizes he is about to receive some very special, love-filled training from his mom. Several years fly by, shifting our scene to the southern Alian Empire, specifically Sugri County, a land famous for its warm climate and rich resources. This place became a crucial stronghold for the empire, helping sustain it throughout the Great War. Thanks to Count Sugri's generous rule, peace reigns. With the war over and the last rebels captured, tranquility has finally returned. Pay close attention here because the townspeople are gossiping like crazy about young Master Dane's recent visit to a local shop. They cannot stop talking about how the merchant's oldest daughter literally fainted the moment she saw him pass by. The local ladies rumor he gets more handsome by the day, and they are dying to catch a glimpse of his face. There is even a rumor that he is still single, giving them all a little glimmer of hope. But one friend quickly reminds another that he is barely 14, telling her to stop drooling over a minor. She shoots back that people already doubt he is only 14, since he is as tall as Count Sugri and looks 20. But enough gossip, come with me to see how much our main character has grown. We head to the outskirts of the county to a magical zone called the Forest of the Last Days, where Dane is on a special mission from his mom. He holds a spear in one hand and a piece of cloth in the other, which looks like some kind of map. Whatever it is, he has already mapped his route. With only 3 hours until sunset, he knows he must exit before dark. With that, he starts rushing through the woods at incredible speed. The key to this mission is actually pretty simple. Do not get caught by your enemies. Dane must dodge the traps his mother set while running through a forest crawling with danger. After leaping agilely through the trees for a while, he finally lands on solid ground. Taking a deep breath, he absorbs the air and surrounding energy for a moment before letting them go. Blending into the environment to stay hidden, he starts spotting traps everywhere. Thin, nearly invisible tripwires stretched across the area. He knows a single touch will trigger them. Invisible wires, a basic mechanism, but deadlier because of it. Fortunately, this looks manageable. Suddenly, several rat-like beasts invade the clearing and launch a ferocious attack on Dane the second they spot him. It is an entire pack, and he clearly did not expect them here. Worst of all, they are closing in extremely fast. Before they accidentally trigger the traps, he needs to wipe them out quickly. But if he slips up and triggers a trap himself, things will get ugly. Still, there is zero time to waste. He has to move. Dane dashes ahead, and right as the rats trigger the traps, sharp needles shoot out from everywhere, impaling the unlucky beasts in a cross pattern. So that was his plan all along. Pretty brilliant, wouldn't you say? Let's dive in and watch how this kid effortlessly leads his enemies right into a deadly trap. But then he notices one giant rat is still breathing. As he gets closer, the beast lunges right at him. Din keeps fighting the final monster, a massive rodent almost as fast as him, which suddenly stops to prepare another attack. This time it spits a strange substance from its mouth. Dianye instantly analyzes the situation. He doesn't know what it is, but that poison seems deadly. Spinning his spear, he deflects the projectile midair. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he can't waste any more time on this slippery pest. Simply blocking will only slow him down. It's time to strike. A blue aura wraps around him as he locks onto his target. With a blinding flurry of strikes, he shows off his spear mastery, flying through the air to cleanly slice the beast's head in half. Diane doesn't even stop to look. He immediately sets off to continue his grueling mission. By sunset, He reaches the final checkpoint, completely exhausted, gasping for air, and holding back vomit. At least he made it out of that forest alive. Now pay close attention here because a terrifying presence suddenly emerges from the trees as he curses himself for letting his guard down. But just as he prepares to fight, he stops. And it's his mother Lily who ambushed him to test his reflexes, and he passed with flying colors. In fact, his total time was 3 hours and 30 minutes, completely shattering Lily's old record. She was watching over him the entire time. After all, no mother would leave her child alone in such a dangerous place. Lily knew how incredibly talented he was, but her strong maternal instincts always made her extra protective. After this test, which Diane absolutely dominated Lily, couldn't find a single flaw in his survival or adaptability. She playfully pinches his cheeks and says at this rate he's ready to be recruited as a professional assassin. To celebrate his success, Lily pulls out her most prized possession as the Empire's top assassin, her dagger, which she feels now belongs to him. From this exact moment on, Diane is the proud new owner of Nighthorn. With a bright smile, Lily hands over the legendary weapon since she no longer has any use for it herself. Nighthorn was forged from a mysterious mineral called yttriel, a material that can mimic the properties of any object. If he wanted, he could use it to store, mix, and absorb every poison in the world at will. Our main character sincerely thanks his mother for such a priceless gift and promises to take great care of Nighthorn. That special moment marked the end of his grueling assassin training under Lily. Just as they get ready to head back, you and I know a twist is coming. A sudden scream breaks the silence. It seemed to come from deep within the forest, so they decided to investigate. A few days later, inside the county tower, an old man wakes up in a guest room, coughing and screaming in pure terror. With his long white hair and beard, he looks utterly confused and struggles to breathe. Staring at the luxurious room around him, he wonders where on earth he is. The last thing he remembers is eating a mushroom in that cursed forest. Suddenly, the door swings open and Dune walks in holding water. He tells him not to move around since the poison is still clearing. The boy explains he must have eaten a red-nosed mushroom by mistake. Luckily, he and Lily found him just in the nick of time. The old man recalls seeing those mushrooms, but never imagined they were so deadly. If they had been a minute later, he'd be 6 feet under. The main character hands him a glass of water, knowing the old man must be incredibly parched. Looking closely, he spots a belt featuring the emblem of the Nixia Magic Tower among his things. He's clearly no ordinary old man. If Nighthorn hadn't absorbed the toxic poison destroying his body, this poor guy would already be dead. Once he calms down, the man asks where he is, and Dan replies that they are in the county's tower. The old-timer must have gotten lost in the southern region, wandering aimlessly in his poisoned state until he ended up here. He advises him to rest and wait for the Count's visit, introducing himself as Dan, the youngest son of the family. This immediately catches the elder's attention as he's heard of Arabella the prodigy every magic tower in the Empire wants to recruit. The young boy explains they found him deep in the woods while he was busy training hard with his mother. The old man nearly spits out his water when he hears that terrifying forest was the place of his nightmares. Even as an 8th circle wizard, he got completely lost, and casting a spell caused the mana flow to collapse, tearing his body apart. That forest is overflowing with ancient mana, with deadly traps hidden in literally every single corner. Since it belongs to House Diane, it is incredibly dangerous territory for anyone outside of their family. Due to that ancient magic, the mana flow is wild. Honestly, we both know it's the absolute worst place to get lost. Come along with me as this old man finally realizes he would be dead without our main character. He knows deep down that the boy standing before him could become a legendary talent with the right training. He even brewed the exact antidote needed to survive, yet he looks like he is barely a teenager. But at such a young age, he created a cure requiring profound knowledge and absolute flawless precision. The old man cannot believe the luck of House Dini, which already boasts two geniuses in magic and summoning. And now this youngest son is a complete monster. If war still raged, his family would easily be the strongest in the Alteon Empire. The elder sincerely thanks our main character, admitting that he now owes him his very life. The boy's bold attitude catches him off guard, but he promises to repay the favor and introduces himself. This old gentleman is actually Sidon Gauss, the legendary former master of the Nixian Magic Tower. Fully proud of his elite status, he tells Diana to name his price while the boy only smiles. He knows this mage keeps everything in subspace, and Sidon is shocked that the boy remains so calm. Anyone else would be shaking before a true tower master, but this boy does not even blink. Desperate to salvage his pride, Cedric urges him to ask for anything, and Dean pauses to think. Watch closely here. Cedrin smiles, expecting to prove he is deeply reliable. But our main character only asks for more time, denying Cedric the satisfaction of feeling important. In the end, the boy walks out wishing him a fast recovery so he can rest up. As the young man leaves, Cedric is left sitting there, completely stunned by such cold indifference. No one had ever treated Siren like some average mage, so he initially planned to leave very soon. Not anymore. He just met a highly fascinating boy in the South and wants to uncover his secrets. When Dan reveals Sedan's identity, Herman excitedly explains that 8 chain mages are the absolute best in the world. This means an incredibly powerful figure now owes our main character a massive favor. Since magic towers act like independent nations here, this makes Cedric one of the most influential men alive. Even so, it was highly unusual for a tower leader to be wandering all alone in those woods. Did you know this mages actually call this forbidden area the Forest of the Last Days? Da carefully inspects the sword in his hand before asking Herman to find him a brand new one. The ones he currently uses have become far too short and light. Fortunately, they have the Count's war trophies, so tomorrow he can finally train with a real longsword. For now, he will finish today's session using the lighter blade. He remembers Duke Turman's emblem, allowing him to forge anything. 7 years have passed, and he fondly recalls those days. If he travels to the capital, his very first stop will definitely be the Duke's lands. When he finishes, our protagonist meets his father, who returned to the castle much earlier than anyone had expected. His urgent business was settled much faster than expected. The Count rushed back to meet the Tower Master, hoping Cedric Goss could help his beloved daughter, Arabella. After all, she desperately needs a powerful master, and Dini completely agreed with that. However, he doubts the old man can handle his sister since she once beat up a superior for being annoying. Either way, Count Hees praises his son for saving a life, which is certainly no small feat for anyone. Our main character has truly grown into an extraordinary young man. Over the years, it became harder for Count Dinces to see his daughters around the castle. With Arabella choosing a magic tower and Claire working as an assistant professor, that is the price of brilliant children. Naturally, both girls stood out immensely on their own. Yet the Count deeply trusted his son, wondering how the world would react to someone possessing such incredible gifts. He longed for the day his rival, Balturian, would witness exactly how far young Dean had come. Years have passed since he reincarnated into House Sawgrass, but crossing swords with Duke Tarion still deeply excites him. Speaking of which, he wondered how Isla was doing in the capital since her last letter arrived a year ago. And you and I will accompany him to the capital to see what happens next. Come along with me as we watch Cedric slowly lose his mind in the guest room. He was still far from recovered. The doctor completely banned him from leaving and using magic. His mana was still dangerously out of control, and the poison in his body had not fully cleared out. He needed way more rest. Cedrin honestly had no other choice. It had been ages since he was powerless, making this a weird change of pace. But being cooped up all day was too much, so he went to explore the annex. The doctor worried the old man would cause trouble and force him to deal with the fallout. Within just a few days, the maids were already spreading wild rumors about their strange elderly guest. They say mages are either geniuses or completely insane. Some servants saw Cedric walking up and down the stairs repeatedly, and now he spent hours just staring at the garden flowers. They heard he was a powerful mage, but to them, he looked like a crazy old man. They even feared for young Arabella's safety. Meanwhile, Cedric was absolutely fascinated by the gorgeous estate garden. He never imagined it was designed with such incredible magic skill. Di approached the old man. He had searched everywhere before finally spotting him resting out in the garden. Cedric hated being stuck in a strange place until he healed, but everyone was just trying to help him recover. Despite his frustration, the area really was a peaceful place to rest and heal. He understood why nobles traveled south for vacations. Diani loved this area, so it hurt that he had to leave so soon. Curious, Cedric asked where he was heading. Our main character casually mentioned the capital, and the old man assumed he was going to the academy. After all, his two sisters were already highly famous there. Though the daughters of the House of Sagras were famous for their incredible talent, Cedric was far more curious about our protagonist's own gift. So he focused mana into his eyes to check for himself. Inside, the young man lay a wild, raging torrent of pure power. Cedric's eyes went wide. Pay close attention here because he had never seen mana this dense and utterly devastating. If other geniuses his age were mere streams, Din was an unstoppable flood tearing through everything in his path. Normally, such massive power in someone so young would be unstable and dangerous. But here, amazingly, that wasn't the case. The boy instantly noticed the old man checking his mana without permission and called him rude. Cedric stopped embarrassed and praised him. He apologized, admitting he was reckless, but inside he still couldn't understand how Dian controlled such a massive, untamed power. In all his years as an archmage, he had never seen a case as unique as this. Baffled by the old man's reaction, the protagonist wondered what he had seen. Cedric was so focused on the sheer density of the youth's mana that he barely noticed he lacked a magic circle. With that power forming, one should be easy. The old man's face twisted in horror as the truth clicked. I bet you didn't expect this. He saw 2 mana cores in his heart. It's true. Forming 2 cores at that age was completely mind-blowing, but the old mage was furious at his choice. To him, having such absurd mana and using it just to wield a spear was total madness. To Cedric, shaping such legendary power into cores instead of circles was basically a crime. In his eyes, Dan was wasting the greatest magic talent ever seen. Confused, the boy asked if he couldn't just use cores and circles together. That only made the grumpy old man way angrier, and he held his head in pure frustration at such wasted potential. He didn't even know where to start explaining how the boy had self-sabotaged. Cedric asked if he knew why magic swordsmen typically had such short lifespans. It's because they carry both cores and magic circles, and the two systems end up constantly clashing. When that happens, compressed mana from the core floods the circle. If it can't handle the pressure, it literally shatters to pieces. Dia understood the theory, but he hadn't realized the consequences could be that severe. Cedric was annoyed to see the world's greatest talent wasted on a spear. Worried, the young man asked if magic was now impossible for him. Cedric clarified, "It wasn't impossible, but casting refined spells without a magic circle was theoretically almost impossible. Plus, many had tried this path before, and every case Cedric witnessed ended in complete failure." Even so, our protagonist didn't get discouraged. He had never actually tried it the right way. He simply felt he could conjure spells without needing a magic circle to refine the mana. Cedric thought the kid had lost his mind, but Dine wasted no time. Using his knowledge, he began restructuring a magic code. After adjusting the runes and ambient mana, everything clicked perfectly into place without any issues. Once the code rearranged, he unleashed a devastating fire spell. Tell me you and I wouldn't be just as blown away seeing that. All right, you and I are about to watch how a simple spell completely blows Cedron's mind. Common logic said casting without a magic circle was impossible. In all his years leading the Nixia Tower, he had never seen such madness. But D&E kept going, modifying the code once again to raise a powerful mana barrier all around him. He explained that Arabella first noticed his crazy affinity, making him wonder if that was why he could do the impossible. That might play a part, but what he was doing completely shattered every written theory. Cedric Gauss had ruled the apex of the magic world for years. Now, for once, he felt like a normal person facing an absolute monster. He was looking at a raw talent capable of shaking the entire world. Meanwhile, Diane was just amused that it actually worked. The old archmage's knees were shaking from pure excitement. The boy possessed unmatched power and pure affinity. He was a once-in-a-century genius, the likes of which nobody had ever seen. Cedric could not hold back. He immediately asked if he wanted to become his personal disciple. The old man begged desperately, trying to convince Diane because letting a talent like this go to waste would be a tragedy. Our main character was getting tired of this, but watch closely as Cedric asks him if he knows any two-chain spells. The boy had never studied any two-chain spell codes, meaning he could not cast advanced magic. Cedric laughed, bragging that as his student he would soon cast 8-chain spells. Even so, the main character politely rejected him. Cedric was losing his patience when Agric stepped in, mocking how the old archmage was crowding all over his son. When asked what they were discussing, Agric admitted the old man kept pushing to take Dene as a disciple despite his rejections. At least Cedric knew how to behave before the family head, praising the boy's immense potential to become a great mage. He promised the main character had a brilliant future, especially since he already mastered chain magic without using any magic circles. As a true warrior, Count Agric understood exactly how mind-blowing that really was. By now, the Count was barely surprised by his son's inhuman feats. Diane did not even know the basics, yet channeled mana naturally. The Count also praised the former tower leader for instantly recognizing his son's godlike talent. But talent was an understatement. Our main character was a genius who could truly become an unrivaled magic spearman. The moment Count Agric heard that, he pictured his son abandoning the spear to wield a sword instead. I know what you're thinking, why get so angry? Well, the title of magic swordsman clearly does not please Agric. Din shivered when Sidon dropped the one forbidden word right in front of his father, completely missing the heavy tension. Sidon kept pushing for him to become a magic swordsman. He even promised to personally train him into the Empire's strongest warrior. By the time he noticed the Count's face, it was too late. Count Agric roared with all his might that his son would never be a magic swordsman. Sidon argued that sword and magic were the perfect match for such a genius. But Agric kept yelling he would never allow that. He was going to be a magic spearman instead. Sidan finally realized what the real issue was. Dane stayed as quiet as possible while his father cooled down. Poor Sid had never seen a family as bizarre as the Scress. To a mage, taking on a disciple carries a deeply sacred meaning. Mighty mages select their successors through a sacred ritual. It is an ancient tradition that still outlasts modern academy education. What Sidding was looking for was not just any student, but a lifelong heir to his entire legacy. Having an 8-chain archmage this desperate gave Dini massive confidence in his own potential. He could feel a strange, brand-new emotion blooming deep inside him. Now that he understood the basics, he remembered the special gift Arabella left him years ago. A crystal orb meant to contact his sister. Right about now, hearing Arabella's opinion would be a massive help. Denis pulled out the orb and channeled mana. He linked minds with Arabella while she studied in the academy library. Hearing his voice, she froze. Arabella abandoned her homework and smiled, thrilled. Her little brother had reached out to her. As expected, even Arabella was completely stunned to learn he cast a 1-chain spell without any magic circle. She knew his mana affinity was absurd, but she never imagined it would go to this extreme. Since a circle purifies and guides the flow, she figured Denis' mana was already pure enough on its own. Arabella wanted to send a measuring stone to test his purity, and trust me, we need to see what happens next. All right, let us dive. And how lucky is he to have Arabella, right? She was already a famous 6-chain mage, and her support gave him total peace of mind. Arabella believed that mastering this magic would make him stand out at the academy, even though that was the absolute last thing he wanted. But there was no turning back. True talent always gets noticed, and Arabella promised to crush anyone who dared mess with her little brother. Speaking of bullies, Di asked her about the rumor that she actually broke a senior nobleman's nose. Just thinking about that annoying jerk made Arabella absolutely furious. Realizing she was speaking in a public place, she tried to calm down a bit. Either way, she suspected Dine's mana purity would keep rising, something they had to monitor. Sadly, the call cut short when one of her professors came looking for her. They said a quick goodbye, and Arabella promised to send him that valuable mana stone. Dine finally understood he was walking a path never taken before. With mana this ridiculously pure, he joked, wondering if a dragon's heart was literally beating inside his chest. Meanwhile, Cedron was still stuck in the annex trying to recover. He had used mana to inspect him worsening his own magic collapse, so he would have to stay locked in there much longer. If the boy would just accept his offer, Sid could leave him an unmatched magical legacy. He kept brainstorming ways to win over the young prodigy. If 8-chain magic was not enough to tempt him, pay attention here, maybe he should offer an invaluable artifact or family heirloom. But rushing with treasures might let Dini trick him and leave him empty-handed. Just as he kept squeezing his brain for ideas, there was a knock on the door. Sid wondered if he was coming to apologize or if he had finally changed his mind. Dai came to see the old man because he had something important to say. Sid instantly assumed he wanted to be his disciple, but the boy crushed his hopes immediately. It was not that he was uninterested in magic. The old man asked if he already had another master, but that was not it either. Feeling toyed with, Sid demanded to know what he actually wanted. And the answer incredibly simple. He still did not know the reordering code for 2-chain magic. Learning from his sister was tough due to the distance, so the best option was to learn from Sidid, a genuine archmage. And since the old man owed him his life, he could not easily say no. Diahane admitted he did not want to limit himself to being just a wizard. He did not want to just be a magic spearman either. His goal was to become a magic spearman, summoner, assassin. To the old man, such madness did not even exist, but Denne added that he also wanted to gain the title of swordsman. I know it sounds like total madness, right? To chase such a wild dream, the boy rejected being the disciple of the former Magic Tower master. From his tone of voice, the old man knew the boy had already made up his mind. Then an idea hit him. The elderly mage stood up and offered Dene a letter of recommendation. Since he planned to enter the academy, a letter from the former leader of the Nixon Tower would skyrocket his status. Our main character thought it over for a few seconds and concluded it was not a bad offer at all. He accepted the recommendation, but since they were at it, he decided to make one more request. The old man laughed to himself, believing the boy was giving in. He could finally win the favor of this unmatched genius. Taking advantage of his generosity, Dean asked him to also teach him the reordering code for 2 chain magic. For someone like Sid, that was a piece of cake. After all, he mastered the code of every existing 2-chain spell. The boy was still young, so a letter and some simple spell codes were not asking for too much. Even though he was not in his best physical shape, the old man could start teaching him right away. Dini smiled to himself, knowing he had won completely. He extended his hand and declared that with this, the old man's life-saving debt was fully settled. The old man himself had said it before, that he owed DNA a massive debt. The boy could ask for whatever he wanted, and he did. Syed did not like being manipulated at all, as he truly believed he was getting a disciple. But our main character's response had not changed one bit. It was still a flat-out no. A 14-year-old kid had tricked the great archmage. Refusing to give up, Sid complained that the boy was asking for 2 things when he only owed him 1 favor. Dine disagreed. First, he rescued the old man's unconscious body from the middle of the woods. And second, he completely neutralized the poison that was destroying Sid's body. He could have mentioned carrying his unconscious body to the annex, but decided to leave that as a freebie. The old man had absolutely no way to argue. It was a total logical defeat. What do you and I think of this clever kid? He clearly has no limits. Let's dive in and see how Cedron and Diai prepare their classroom lessons. The old man accepted he might never have our main character as an official disciple, but he still tried to win his trust in case he changed his mind. Cedric simply could not bear to see such immense talent go to waste, so the lesson began. First, they had to deal with Dene using circle-less chain magic. It required absolute focus, since rearranging a double chain code was infinitely more complex than a single one. In fact, countless young mages never even reached that stage before giving up entirely. He listened closely, truly happy to have such an experienced master guiding him. Seeing the spark in his eyes, Cedron decided not to hold back. After all, he still had his pride as an archmage to protect. Double chain codes are on a completely different level, forcing the caster to manually calculate the precise amount of mana needed. The atmospheric mana density and physical condition both matter at once. Magic gets so complicated that almost everyone quits. Cedric dropped the most complex explanation, hoping Dine would beg him for something much simpler. But when asked if he had any questions, our protagonist just smiled and told him to continue. Now pay close attention here, because seeing these codes rearrange completely opened our main character's eyes. To test his understanding, Agric asked him to explain the laws of rearrangement. According to Diane's notes, the first is coexistence. Magic power can coexist on the physical plane alongside other natural sources of mana. Because of this, mages combine their inner strength with external mana to cast. The second law is conservation. If magic power accumulates enough elemental matter, it manifests unique properties thanks to that retained energy. Dai did not just understand magic, he was already adding his own concepts. Anyone would think this much theory is utterly boring. But not for him. The boy had talent, resources, and a ravenous hunger to learn. Is there a more perfect mage candidate? During the lecture, Agric detailed how every single added chain multiplies the complexity of magic codes. Instead of relying on pure theory, he decided a live demonstration would be much easier. With master-level skill, he channeled some mana and structured a simple network to show a basic single-chain spell. But with 2 chains, the difficulty skyrockets. He transformed the mana into a swirling mass of runes and power, revealing the advanced rearrangement code. Dian locked his eyes onto that display, carefully analyzing the complexity of the nodes. Right away, Argyric shaped the double-chain fire spell, Fire Arrow. I know what you are thinking, Dene will struggle here, but the old man just wanted to prove how harsh magic is. According to his calculations, it takes an average mage at least an entire year to progress from 1 chain to 2. Regardless of intelligence, the human mind normally can only process 1 section of the code at a time. Argyric planned to guide Dini's progress for a whole week, teaching him step by step how to master these 2 chains. But our main character already wanted to try, and Agric accepted the challenge fully, expecting him to fail miserably. Yet the moment our protagonist started channeling mana for the first code, Agric felt like he was witnessing a true master. Fully focused, he molded the pure atmospheric mana with his hands. Instantly, he replicated the exact basic structure Agric had just shown him. Each line had a thickness and length of terrifying precision, leaving the old man in absolute shock. Dine could have easily stopped there and been hailed as a genius. But where would the fun be in that? Instead, he dissolved the network and slowly spun it into a vortex of energy. Agric was speechless, seeing a flawless copy of the double-chain code he had only shown him once. When asked how he did it so quickly, he replied that he simply memorized the rules and patterns just by watching. He visualized every variable while tracing the code, making it look incredibly easy. Agric could not believe his eyes. Even as a certified genius, it had taken him forever to master double-chain magic. And suddenly, a child with no magic circle pulls it off in minutes, almost giving the poor old man a heart attack. Dine announced he would also try casting the fire arrow. He channeled the runes and mana through his body at astonishing speed. Ultimately, he rearranged the code flawlessly and manifested multiple actual blazing fire arrows. Agric stared at the arrows, refusing to believe his own eyes. This kid was dragging the old man straight into a deep existential crisis. If he had possessed such talent in his youth, he surely would have achieved his dream of mastering 9-chain magic. Dani controlled the arrows with absolute ease, spinning them around the room, while the archmage struggled to catch his breath. Even our main character was surprised that everything felt so completely natural on his very first try. And trust me, you and I know the entire world would go wild seeing a circleless mage cast this caliber of magic. Stick with me, because today we are watching Agric hide this kid's insane talent from dangerous hands while trying to make him his star disciple. Since our main character mastered the first code so easily, he was already prepared to move forward and learn so much more. Agric began to realize he had to be extremely cautious about what he would write in Dine's recommendation letter. At the end of the day, our main character meditated in bed, determined to master both the theory and the practice. Remembering his past life, it hurt to relive those times when he never had even the slightest chance to study magic. In that era of war, never knowing if he would die the next day, learning magic was an impossible luxury. He was too busy wielding his sword and fighting desperately just to survive each day. Magic required deep theory, not just throwing spells. Luckily in this life, he had plenty of time, resources, and talent to learn it all. Dane could perfectly fuse Arabella's magic theory with his own massive natural talent. Thanks to that, even the smallest guidance would trigger explosive growth in him. With a former Tower Master as his mentor, he could not wait to see what incredible spells he would learn soon. 2 weeks later, Diane asked his father to make a magic reagent. Lacking the materials, he had to leave the territory. His father was quite surprised to see his son's incredible progress. Now pay attention here because Agric backs him up, claiming he already mastered 4 rearranging codes and is ready for reagents. A normal genius would take a month to learn one. Plus, the boy knew getting these magic reagents was extremely difficult. Our main character only knew they existed thanks to books in the family's magic library. Agri had already accepted that the kid was on another level, glad he was interested in something so complex. Finally, the Count agreed for his son's education. Since he was going out, Dini could get to know his lands. With a smile, he thanked his father deeply for trusting him with this journey. And so he set off on a short trip to the outskirts of Cesres territory, accompanied by Agri and Herman. Even there, the people of the county looked at the young master with deep respect, and he returned their warmth with smiles. During the trip, Agri figured Dani's father must be a kind leader, seeing how happy his people were. The South really had it all: delicious food, amazing weather, and extremely friendly people everywhere. You have to admit, seeing a peaceful place like this is a rare treat compared to the noisy capital. The group headed toward the regional border to find a magic supply shop. Since he didn't know it, he asked Herman to lead. The 3 picked up the pace and quickly arrived at the shop. The owner was shocked to see the famous young master enter her small shop. She praised his silver hair and emerald eyes, and he politely thanked her. Lately, almost nobody in the area came to buy these kinds of magical materials. Fortunately, passionate travelers who loved magic kept her business alive. The merchant also recognized Ugrich, the former Magic Tower Master, expressing her deep gratitude to have him there. The old man loved being recognized. She invited them to browse freely, telling them to call her if they had questions. Since it was our main character's first time there, Agri suggested he look around while he talked with the merchant. With a quick glance, Dine could spot all sorts of extremely interesting items. There were potions, gems, amulets, and relics of every kind, though the place gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. Plus, he noticed that touching the items allowed him to feel their vibrant magic reaction. He put it down to his high affinity and kept looking until a soft, metallic ringing echoed in his ears like a call. He felt an especially intense magical pull coming from one corner of the shop. As he approached, the owner clarified that section was decorative, while Agric called him over to check potion ingredients. The old man had already picked out ingredients like moonroot, useful for brewing at least 50 different potions. The owner assured them she processed everything herself to guarantee excellent quality. Still, curiosity over the sound guided him toward the decorations, feeling a mysterious force pulling him in. Turning around, he discovered a stone radiating pure mana. That was definitely the source of the strange call. Danae moved forward as if his body was acting on its own, worrying Herman, who rushed over immediately. To the escort, the boy was merely staring at an ordinary rock embedded in the wall as just another decoration. And trust me, what you and I just witnessed with that magic stone in his hands is the start of something truly legendary. All right, you and I are about to witness a mysterious object reacting only to Dee's incredible magical flow. Meanwhile, Agric kept hunting for exotic ingredients in every single corner of the shop. Dee approached the shopkeeper to ask about the stone he pulled from the wall, though she insisted it was just a cheap ornament. But what kind of ornament glows this brightly outshining everything else? Surprised, he asked if she had been ripped off buying it. She confessed that years ago, a traveling merchant gave it to her as payment in a massive package. But when she excitedly ripped it open, she only found this plain gray rock. Even though a mage once appraised it as worthless, Din's intense reaction proved this was anything but an ordinary stone. The shopkeeper begged the young master to look at her actual wares instead of wasting time on a useless rock. She offered him all kinds of magical treasures, but he remained completely hypnotized by the strange stone in his hands. It was the only thing he wanted, even when she showed him a scroll capable of recording names and information automatically. In the end, our protagonist took both the magical scroll and that supposedly worthless stone. Now pay attention, because he knew he couldn't leave it behind, even if Agric didn't understand his plan on the way home. The old master asked if he truly liked cheap ornaments, or if he felt something special inside that dull rock. Once the boy explained the slab was responding to his magic, Agric didn't shrug it off. Though he saw nothing unusual, curiosity gripped him. Since the streets were crowded, the group rushed back to the castle. Agric set up an expensive testing device to crack the mystery of the stone, highly confident in its precision. Another mage had already failed, but Agric boasted that no appraiser in the world could match his grand machine. He had sunk a fortune into this top-tier tool, absolutely certain it would reveal the secrets of any object. Both of them were dying to discover what this simple-looking stone slab was actually hiding from them. Agric placed it on the platform and instructed Dinier to channel his magic to activate the machine. Instantly, the stone unleashed a dense wave of power, lighting up the artifact and forming a complex, glowing shape. Agric stared intently, eyes locked onto the slab. Seeing his invention successfully extract the secret, he felt immense pride. After being outshone by the boy so many times, he watched mana erupt from the slab, forming floating runes. I bet you suspected this too, but Dionay's training paid off immediately. There was a hidden magic code inside the stone. However, the old master warned that this was no ordinary code. It was absolutely fascinating. Floating before them was an unseen structure incredibly complex, with 6 or 7 intertwined chains of magic. The stone held a massive riddle, and our protagonist's mana seemed to be the only key to wake it. They managed to extract the code, but decoding its meaning and why it only answered DI was a whole different beast. Even Agric, with his vast years of experience, had never encountered such a mysterious type of magic. Still, his pride drove him to crack it. Solving this meant finally understanding the source of the boy's strange power. While they toiled away at the training grounds, Arabella conducted her own secret research in a private academy laboratory. The room was packed with ancient books and tools, meticulously organized over years of intense study. After sealing a sample of her brother's mana inside a crystal, she confirmed Dean's energy held something deeply abnormal. His magic possessed a unique nature that didn't align with any known element. She ran countless trials and devoured mountains of records, yet failed to classify where this anomaly fit. Catalysts, portals, engineering, nothing worked. but she was absolutely certain the answer was waiting for her somewhere. Suddenly, rumors of an ancient magical discipline that had completely vanished from the world flashed in her mind. Perhaps Den's power was directly tied to this forgotten art. Arabella began hunting for an old tome covering alchemy, divination, spiritism, necromancy, and early magical codes. Right as she searched, a dusty book suddenly tumbled from the shelf. Picking it up, she realized it was an ancient text about Arcana, a legendary lost kingdom she once studied. A civilization from over 2,000 years ago that inherited secrets older than written history itself. They supposedly mastered extinct magic types, but she just scoffed at such a wild, ridiculous thought. That power vanished eons ago, so there was no way her brother's energy shared that origin. But with nothing to lose, she tried a wild experiment. Join me and watch what happens when she inserts the crystal using this ancient guide. Stick with me. Look how Arabella opens her eyes in absolute shock. The crystal was actually reacting. She quickly noted the mana properties, her mind racing. Was Denier using alchemy divination or something else entirely? She could accept almost anything, but please let it not be dark necromancy. Once she finished checking the results, it felt as if lightning had struck her. She gasped, wondering what kind of discovery she just made. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Dia and Agric were still trying to get another reaction from the stone. A moment later, Agric finally shattered the seal on the stone slab. There was something else inside. The old man reached in carefully and pulled it out. It was just a simple silver bracelet holding dense magic power, though anyone else would mistake it for cheap market trash. Agric initially thought the material would be rare, but it seemed ordinary since the stone only reacted to Dine's mana. Agric suspected the bracelet would be no different. Diane slipped it onto his wrist, but it was way too loose at first. But now pay close attention. The bracelet glowed, humming with his internal energy. Just as we suspected, it only responded to him. Strange glowing characters began to rise from the bracelet. Agric leaned in to get a better look, and an excited Diane asked if he could read the symbols. To the boy's surprise, the old man grinned widely. They were ancient runes, a script that absolutely nobody in the world today could understand. By ancient Agric meant the legendary lost kingdom of Arcana. Diane only knew about it because of stories Arabella told him as a child. She described it as an era where magic ruled supreme. But suddenly, that golden age vanished mysteriously, leaving behind only these ancient relics. Now, this bizarre magic code sealed inside the stone was becoming yet another piece of that forgotten puzzle. Agric always knew Danae's magic was strange, but he never imagined it would connect to the long-lost empire of Arcana. That realization made him want Denis as his apprentice even more. After all, the forest of the world's end, which had defeated Agric, was rumored to overflow with Arcana's magic. Our main character's connection to this ancient power finally made sense, even if it was just unreadable lines of text for now. Agric told Dean to take all the time he needed to investigate, but strongly warned him to keep everything a secret. Suddenly, a loud boom shattered the silence. And yeah, we both know this is about to get ugly. Both froze. Something awful was coming. Hearing the familiar warning siren, the old man instantly figured it was a wild monster attack. That was enough to get him pumped. With his body nearly healed, he was itching to test his strength and repay the family that took him in. The old man barked at our hero to stop standing around and grab a spear or any decent weapon he could find. But Dan didn't even flinch, completely unfazed. He calmly reached inside his coat and pulled out a small pendant. Agric raised an eyebrow, demanding to know what he was holding and why the alarm sound was coming from that object. The main character calmed the old man down, explaining they weren't under attack. It was actually his older sister trying to call him. All the old man's excitement vanished instantly, and he grumbled that Danae should have told him that sooner. Danae laughed awkwardly, pointing out that monsters had absolutely no reason to spawn in this area of the map anyway. With the confusion cleared up, our hero picked up his sister's call, leaving the old warrior looking completely disappointed. The moment they connected, she scolded him for being slow. He apologized and asked why she was calling him. She started to reveal something crucial about his magic code, but stopped when she suspected someone was standing right beside him. Hearing her mention the code was enough for Dean to piece it together. His unique power was actually ancient magic. Overhearing the call, the old man let out a yell, demanding to know how on earth she already knew that. As they spoke, he caught her up. While examining the stones with Agrek, they realized his power belonged to an ancient era. The clue was incredibly simple. The crystal only reacted to Dani's mana. Meanwhile, Agrek gritted his teeth in sheer disbelief. Figuring that out just by analyzing his mana was absolutely insane. He already knew she was a genius, but her raw talent surpassed everything he had ever imagined. Arabella asked if anyone else knew. Diane said no. Sighing with relief, she warned them to keep it hidden because if this truth ever leaked out, they wouldn't survive the consequences. She also apologized to Agrek for jumping straight into the discussion without even introducing herself first. The old man just chuckled, saying he already heard plenty about her. And that's where we leave things today, sure that this secret is safe with us. All right, brace yourselves, because if this secret gets out, not only does our main character fall, all of house stress goes down too. Arabella praises the old man for catching on so fast, expecting nothing less from a wise archmage like him. Next, Cedric asks if this call is being recorded, but she says no. It will auto-delete right after hanging up. That puts him at ease, and he decides he will personally head back to the magic tower to investigate things. Arabella thanks him, but he shrugs it off, claiming he is just doing his basic duty as a wizard. So she owes him nothing. But then he asks if she has picked a magic tower yet, knowing she is looking for one to officially join. Arabella instantly reads between the lines and dodges the bait, saying Nixon Tower does not fit her specific magic specialty anyway. That really ticks the old man off again. He already wondered where Din got his crazy wits, and now he sees the sister is just as clever. Still, he keeps those thoughts to himself and chuckles, saying she is not forced to join his tower. Let's be real, watching this would make anyone nervous, especially with how brutally blunt his sister is. In the end, she wraps it up, saying they will discuss details later, and cuts the call after a quick goodbye. Sid remarks on how amazing his sister has become, and Diane nods, revealing she actually built that very artifact they are holding. He explains that this compact crystal sphere is a huge hit among all the rookie mages. The old man smiles and admits it is impressive, but his annoyance shows when he calls it useless trash. As far as he is concerned, an 8th chain mage has no time to waste on idle gossip. Honestly, it is pretty obvious why he says that. The bitter old guy probably just has 0 actual friends to talk to. Later on, our main character tells his parents everything about ancient magic. His mom looks incredibly worried, but his dad calmly promises that anyone targeting him will pay a heavy price. His mother instantly agrees, fully prepared to do whatever it takes to keep her precious boy safe. Emo feels a bit awkward with all this overprotection, but he knows their powerful wings are the safest place to hide. Agrek then mentions that their bloodline might carry dormant ancient magic, leaving his wife to wonder if past ancestors had it too. Because of that, she decides to dig deep into her family history. That is a pretty genius move. Do you agree Dina is really curious to see what they find out? Even if it does not change much for him, he is intrigued. His mother then points out this estate has nothing left to teach him. Staying here any longer would only hold back his immense potential. It is time to plan for the capital. The mention of the capital catches him off guard, but they explain that 14 is the minimum age for the academy anyway. Now that he has finally reached that age, there is no reason to wait. She admits she wanted to keep him close longer, but he has outgrown this place. Gently, she tells him he can leave whenever he feels ready. Ultimately, they leave the entire decision up to him. Diane is shocked they are letting him go so easily. His father promises he will make them proud, urging him to refine his gifted talent even further. Diane smiles, taking those words to heart, and vows to give his all preparing for the academy. All three share a warm smile, and now our main character is genuinely hyped to start this exciting new chapter. Later, he tells Sid about leaving the estate. The old man asks if he is serious, and Deanie nods, admitting it is ahead of schedule. The old man fully supports him. Stagnating his raw potential here would be a complete waste. Still, he warns him not to show his full hand too quickly. Sure, the academy loves geniuses, but jealousy runs deep and some might target him for it. Diane is already well aware thanks to Arabella warning him about the sheer drama she had to survive. Herself. The elder adds that normal people could never survive those cutthroat, noble, high society circles. But fortunately, House Termian is far from weak. This reminds him of Ela and his promise to visit her immediately upon arrival. He knows she will be incredibly upset if he flakes on her. Remembering the emblem Duke Tarion gave him, he starts brainstorming what weapon he should request before heading out. The old man points out that academy classes start in just 3 short months, meaning he needs to set off in about 2 months. Diane nods and asks what his plans are, and that is where we leave it as Sedan heads back to the Magic Tower to finish his business. Get ready because today you and I are watching the old man thank our protagonist for curing his boredom by promising to hunt down ancient magic clues. The old man says that with so little time left, their lessons must come first. He wants to speed things up before departure, but warns that the third chain is way harder. Our protagonist promises to give it his absolute all. Then he mentions he has a gift for the elder. Sidon perks up instantly, super curious to find out what it is. Diane pulls out a box and explains that his sister sent it yesterday using teleportation magic. He explains it is a massive hit with the youth. This version is a compact crystal ball, not even on the market yet. Arabella herself designed it, and he scored one thanks to a special favor. The old man snatches it away immediately, looking incredibly hyped to hold it in his hands. He praises how beautiful it is, and even though he claims he does not need it, he happily accepts our main character's gift. No matter how hard he tries to deny it, his face completely gives away his excitement. Diane spends time showing him how to use the crystal, just like a teenager explaining new tech to his grandfather. Late at night, alone in his room, he thinks about his heavy workload. But pay close attention here, his real interest is summoning. So he plans to take summoning classes, receive an emblem, and secure a chance to sit for the qualification exam. Since Clary is an assistant professor, he expects to see her often during lectures. But that thought reminds him he almost forgot to feed his beast companion with magic. So he quickly grabs the egg and infuses it. For 7 straight years, Danae has done this day and night. But still, nothing happens. Still, the energy is not going to waste. The creature absorbs it, so he is sure it will hatch. Meanwhile, at the academy, students are already gossiping about entrance exams. It consists of 2 parts, a general exam and a specialty test. The general part covers imperial culture and history, but DNA should not have any trouble with that whatsoever. Arabella explains everything to her brother through the crystal, warning him that doing well is crucial since it impacts admission scores. Next comes the specialty test. As the name suggests, he must choose a department and be tested. The content depends on the professor, but she knows he will breeze through. Our protagonist remembers she passed with flying colors and she just smiles, saying it was a piece of cake. Then she reveals that once a major is chosen, there is no switching, so he must decide very carefully from the start. And she adds that she really wants him to choose magic. While training hard with his sword, Dinny smiles nervously. Did you guys notice that too? She is not giving up on magic. So, to change the subject, he says he will think about it and asks if there is really no way to switch specialties once he registers. Just as she said before, Arabella explains that is how the system works. The only real option is to graduate and reapply, though he can audit classes in other departments. But by the 3rd year, advanced classes outside his major are forbidden. In short, he only has one real shot at choosing. She also mentions that for someone with his raw talent, a self-taught track exists. Dine gets interested immediately and asks how it differs from the regular courses. His sister warns that she does not recommend it unless he wants to fail, since nobody has ever passed. But that only sparks his curiosity. That brief loaded silence tells his sister that he is plotting something incredibly bold. Even so, he quickly reassures her he won't do anything crazy and promises to call back later. Hanging up, Arabella wonders if she is pushing him too hard with magic. Still, she believes that is the best path for him. It is definitely his best choice. Just then, a fellow student approaches to let her know the professor is looking for her. Later, Sidine keeps his promise and writes the letter of recommendation for Din. Our protagonist is genuinely thrilled to see he actually wrote it. The old man proudly boasts that this is no generic letter. He put in massive effort to make it stand out and reflect our protagonist's true talent and potential. Sidon poured his heart into it, telling him he should feel honored. Diane smiles, instantly promising to live up to those expectations, though the old man still grumbles that it would be better if he officially became his disciple. In theory, they share that strong master-disciple bond, but Sidra doubts he will ever call him master. And trust me, looking at Deanie's awkward smile, it is obvious he prefers to keep things casual for now. All right, let's jump into this journey together. Sidra asks our main character if he is ready, and he replies, "There is not much to pack since the academy provides everything." Cedric agrees that it is excellent, but adds that only a select few enjoy the absolute best there. Still, our main character must not let those arrogant nobles look down on him. He chuckles nervously, remembering rumors that the academy is crawling with spoiled, troublemaking nobles. Cedric then warns him to keep just one crucial thing in mind. That place is packed with hot-headed young elites, ready to bare their fangs the second they feel looked down upon. Our main character analyzes this and realizes it sounds exactly like the law of the battlefield, a brutal concept he knows all too well. He promises the old man he will remember, and Cedric tells him to reach out any time if he ever needs anything. Since he has that compact crystal now, he should make good use of it. Hearing this, our main character figures Cedric is leaving soon, which the old man confirms, surprised that he guessed it. He mentions staying would be awkward since his father offered him a role as magic advisor. But he can worry about that in the future when he is bored. Cedric is sure he understands, especially with so much demanding work waiting for him back at the magic tower. Our main character immediately realizes he is referring to his secret research into ancient magic. The old man offers his thanks, and our boy thanks him in return for dedicating so much time to someone like him. They share a smile, hoping to meet again soon. Now pay attention here because Cedric is dying to see how much Denny will grow in the future. With that, he starts to leave, asking him not to walk him out to prevent their final goodbye from getting too emotional. He wishes him a safe trip, but cannot help feeling a bit sad inside, having grown genuinely fond of the old man. The next day, our main character's father asks if he is leaving now that Cedric has safely departed. He replies that his bags are packed. Then the father mentions to his wife that the castle is going to feel incredibly quiet once their son is gone. She gently tells him not to look so down. In fact, she is relieved their son is finally carving out his own path. Her only worry is that he might face trouble on the road. Her husband reassures her that Dine will use Arabella's custom teleportation gate, so he will be perfectly safe. The loving mother smiles, admitting she is probably just worrying for no real reason. Even so, she feels deeply proud of the children she raised, especially compared to other families, where siblings constantly fight over the succession. The father adds that such a day will eventually come for House Soas too. However, he firmly believes that any of his children would be fit to inherit. Right at that moment, look who walks into the room, getting an incredibly warm welcome from both parents. His father asks if he is ready to set off while his mother checks if he has the Niter horn and her emblem. Diani smiles warmly, confirming he has both. His mother reminds him to take that emblem to the designated spot and show it if he ever needs help escaping a tight spot. He promises to keep it in mind, though he wonders if those connections are her old co-workers or close friends. She answers that they are actually some of her closest comrades from back then. It has been a very long time since she last saw them, but she knows they will gladly support him. Hearing this exchange, the father's face tenses up in sheer panic, worried that if Dan actually follows his mother's advice, he will end up meeting a professional assassin. So he quickly intervenes, telling his son to find the Duke and stay by his side until the academy term officially begins. Hearing that his emotional mother bursts into tears, overwhelmed with sadness that her boy has grown up so fast and is already leaving. Her husband gently tells her there is no need for tears, advising her to send him off with a warm smile and kind words. Meanwhile, our protagonist is filled with resolve. He always planned to leave, even if a small part of him felt hesitant. But now the time to depart has finally arrived. Hermann escorts him toward the teleportation portal, while his father watches from the window. At the same time, a suspicious figure moves out under Count Sogris's direct orders. The Count orders his subordinate Dilad to tail Dane closely and ensure he reaches the portal safely. Dilad accepts and quickly sets off. Elsewhere in the castle, the devoted mother also summons her shadow familiar to give the exact same set of orders. Ensure he teleports without any trouble. The shadow nods silently and vanishes on the spot. Arriving at the site, Herman is stunned seeing the massive device for the first time. And our main character admits it truly is breathtaking. The butler comments that Lady Arabella must be incredible, and our protagonist completely agrees, adding that he now understands why it took her a whole year to build it. Excitedly, Herman asks if simply stepping onto the platform activates it. He nods, then reflects on the massive effort she poured in, since spatial magic is entirely different from standard elemental spells. It requires precise coordinates while constantly channeling mana. And that is where we leave things today. Join me next time to see what awaits him at the academy. Let's dive into this journey as Arabella's custom portal is finally fully charged and completely ready to teleport him. Herman wishes him luck, asking him to take care. Din expresses his gratitude and steps forward, unleashing his magic to activate the gateway, exactly as his sister instructed. Instantly, the gateway opens wide, wrapping him in a swirling blue, arcane energy as his journey begins. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a bustling, crowded street where our main character suddenly appears riding proudly on horseback. A bright, confident smile spreads across his face as he realizes he has finally made it to Artinia, the capital. Navigating through the massive crowd, an unfamiliar voice calls out, declaring that he has been eagerly waiting for him. The elegant man before him appears to be a knight, introducing himself as Lu Azar, captain of House Terrion's first Knight Squad. Our protagonist feels slightly overwhelmed by the fact that the captain himself came to greet him, something he never expected. The noble knight reassures him that he and his elite guards will escort him from this very moment. He then turns around to demand the path be cleared, and his soldiers obey instantly without a single second's hesitation. Moving forward, he thanks Lu Azar for the hospitality, who replies, "It's an absolute honor to serve." Yet, DNA feels a strange weight in his chest. Now here's the crazy part. He never imagined entering the hated Atorian Empire's heart, celebrated as a rising star. As they ride through the bustling city, he hears street merchants shouting to sell goods, completely amazed by the sheer wealth displayed here. He truly never expected the capital to be this vibrant and lively. The knight announces they have finally arrived at the grand estate of House Turian, leaving Dune looking ahead in pure, breathless wonder. Even so, he just cannot shake that nagging feeling that something is deeply wrong. It feels like someone is watching him, though he brushes it off as nerves. But as he approaches the gate, the servants give him a surprisingly warm welcome. Their flawless etiquette and natural military discipline are a far cry from the chaotic sights he was used to back south. When Diane finally steps in front of Duke Turion, he quickly greets the powerful family leader with a deep bow, showing the utmost respect. Turion graciously accepts the greeting and invites him inside to chat. Once seated, he comments on how incredibly much Diane has grown in 7 years. He notes that even older boys do not match the youth's commanding aura, stating that Count Sogras must be incredibly proud of him. While this mansion might not compare to the massive castles of Count Sogras, he tells him to enjoy his stay before the academy exam, and watch this promises to assign him his own personal servant. He warmly thanks the Duke for the gesture and immediately asks how young Ela has been doing lately. Turion replies that she is doing fine, but curiously asks if the two of them have had any recent arguments. Dinny is confused, so Turion explains that lately, Ela gets visibly annoyed whenever anyone even mentions his name. He insists he cannot recall any disagreements. Turion figures she is just stressed about the exam, though he knows she will pass it easily. Din wonders what could have caused her strange attitude, guessing that perhaps she is simply going through puberty. Afterward, Termian advises him to get some rest so they can talk more comfortably later on, suggesting he play nice. He doesn't quite understand the warning, but Termian chuckles and says he will realize soon enough. A polite servant escorts him to his room. Looking around, he realizes he will be staying here for a whole week before testing. Still, the guest suite feels excessively luxurious. He drops his belongings, unpacks, and decides to head straight toward the training grounds. Right at that moment, someone swings his door wide open without even bothering to knock. A familiar voice offers to guide him to the fields. Hearing it, Diane knows exactly who it is. He turns around to face Ela. She has grown so much since they last saw each other. With an irritated look, she scolds him for taking so long to arrive. She is clearly furious about being forced to wait. He doesn't hide his excitement at seeing her and immediately asks how she has been. Hila says she is fine, but before they catch up on anything, he is going to have to deal with her anger first. She is still mad that he failed to write for years despite his vow demanding to know why he never sent letters or warned her of his arrival. Dia, completely caught off guard by her intensity, admits that he forgot and offers a sincere apology. Of course, Hila refuses to accept such a weak excuse. He quickly reminds her that he did keep his promise to come. He explains he was simply too busy preparing for the long journey that everything else just slipped his mind, and begs her to forgive him this once. She pouts, and noticing this, he apologizes again, promising to do whatever she wants. What do you and I think she'll ask for? All right, you and I are about to see if this sparring session goes well. Isla looks doubtful, but Dine flashes a nervous grin. He asks how he can make it up to her. After a brief pause, she suggests a practice duel, completely catching him off guard. That was definitely not what he expected, but he agrees. Isla lets out a playful tease, asking if he might regret it. She brags about being way stronger now, no longer the little crybaby he used to teach about releasing mana. Her absolute confidence takes Dne by surprise, making him realize she really has grown so much over these past 7 years. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembers her letters about winning some major tournament. Hila is shocked he remembers explaining it was the Royal Danteraway Cup. He adds that it was only for kids under 15. She confirms it was tough, but promises that if he had played, they both would have reached the grand finals together. He fires back that they can finally settle that unfinished business right here, right now. Hila questions if sparring so close to the academy entrance exam is smart, since an injury could ruin everything. Dani just shrugs, telling her not to worry. But watch closely, because he has no idea what is about to hit him. With the duel set, they call it a night since it is late. The next day they meet outside, fully ready to fight. Hila asks if he brought a proper practice weapon, not wanting him to use a blunt real sword again. Dani reminds her it is just a friendly match, so wooden weapons are perfect. He also warns her that training cannot predict everything, asking what she would do if she actually got hurt. She boasts that the Empire's greatest healer lives right on her estate, but our main character has a very logical question. What if something fatal happens before the healer even has time to act? Hila hesitates. He warns her that using real steel requires serious mental preparation. She just doesn't get why he's making a drama out of a simple match. In the end, she gives in, agreeing to wooden weapons, and orders a servant to go fetch them. While they wait, Dine watches her closely, feeling genuinely happy to see how incredibly confident she has become. Just like the rumors say, she will soon match her 2 older brothers who are already active knights. There is a very real chance the Tarian family might soon have its first female leader. The main character wonders if teaching her to control her mana was the spark for all this growth. Seems like it. As for Isla, she is deeply grateful. Under his guidance, she mastered magic early and already formed 2 mana cores. She has waited so long for this day, secretly wondering if Dne will feel bad if she actually beats him. The servant is finally back. Who wins? Let's find out together. Armed with his wooden spear, he stretches his muscles, gets into his combat stance, and asks if she is ready. Hila nods, raising her practice sword. She remembers easily defeating a spearman back during the Dunter Cup. She knows the spear dominates at distance, but if she can close the gap, he will lose his entire advantage. With that in mind, she charges straight ahead, But before she can touch him, our main character vanishes, leaving her frozen. Before she can even react or look for him, his spear is already pressed against her, marking his strike. The duel ends before it even begins. Spinning around in pure shock, she demands to know how he got there. Dia points out she is lucky they are using wood. With real metal, she would be in serious trouble right now. Ila refuses to accept defeat, whining like a little kid and claiming her sword actually hit him first. Our main character offers her another try, immediately warning her not to fall for the exact same trick twice. Ila refocuses, telling herself she only lost because of first match jitters after not seeing him for so long. This time she vows to go all out. Suddenly she spots her father watching intently from the balcony. Dine notices the Duke, too surprised he came in person to evaluate his daughter's skills with his own eyes. He totally gets that protective father vibe. After the tournament, the Duke was probably worried about her pushing too hard. He figures this match will ease those worries once the Duke sees her true, undeniable potential. With her father's eyes locked onto her, Ila gets fired up to give 100% in this round. Da nods, encouraging her to show her true strength. As they clash again, their strikes turn into a lightning-fast blur. She is not holding back now. Even so, Danae demands more speed, pushing her way past her limits. The Duke smiles with pride. So far, the fight seems dead even, and he cannot wait to see how it ends. And trust me, right here, everything changes. Pay close attention because today, you and I will watch that playful smirk vanish, revealing a true warrior ready for battle. The Duke finds that stance strangely familiar. As their duel rages on, Ila strikes with everything she has, but she clearly cannot overpower him. A tiny opening in her stance leaves her vulnerable, and Dia sweeps her down instantly, though he gently cushions her fall. Duke Termian definitely does not enjoy seeing his daughter lose again. He asks his knight Agris if this will shatter Ila's pride. Agrak replies that the Duke already knows the answer, making his opinion pointless. Termian nods. He admits her attitude shifted slightly before the Dante Cup, but after winning it, she changed entirely. As the duel continues, the Duke mentions he actually thought about having a serious talk with her, but chose to let her face reality on her own instead. Agric completely agrees with his decision. Next, Termian asks how many manticores Diani has absorbed. Sensing his raw talent, Agric guesses at least 3. Termian disagrees, believing it is likely 2, with a small chance of 3. Agric asks him why. Watch closely now, because what is truly overwhelming Ila, right here, is not Dne's spear or his speed. It is his flawless tactical footwork, something Leela has never faced before. Focus shifts back to Leela, completely baffled by how he counters everything. He calmly points out that her slow, heavy movements make it incredibly easy to predict her next step. Every single one of her strikes is predictable, giving him absolute control over the battle. Watching the fight, Tyrion asks Azar if he senses the soul of a master swordsman inside Denis. Azar nods immediately, though he admits it makes no sense. How could someone so young possess that level of experience? Termian admits he wonders the same thing. Right then, he remembers Layla's greatest breakthrough, which happened 7 years ago. It happened after her inspection in the south. Meeting him back then completely changed her, and Termian is sure it will happen again. Mara agrees, adding that the boy is truly surprising. Ila might have won the Dante Cup, but against him, she is utterly outmatched. It seems the Count trained the young man brutally, but Duke Turian does not believe that is the case. To him, our main character does not look like the type to undergo such merciless training. Besides, he does not seem to need that kind of extreme preparation. Since Asmar does not get his point, Tyrion explains it directly. I know what you are thinking, but this boy is different. He is a natural genius who ignored the Dante Cup for one simple reason. He just did not care. Asmar nods along, but deep down he thinks that idea is completely ridiculous. Every young warrior in the Empire dreams of winning the Dante Cup, so why on earth would he throw it away? Tyrion continues reminding him that no other youth possesses such skill. Just then, his own daughter collapses to her knees completely exhausted. Watching her, Termian reflects that this harsh lesson is exactly what she needed to humble her arrogant attitude. He hopes that Isla will finally understand her true limits after this intense sparring match. If she can discard her vanity and focus on her sword, she will surpass her brothers. For Ela, this is pure humiliation. She finally begins to realize that DNA is not just strong, he is on a completely unreachable level. She knew a gap existed, but not that it was this massive. Noticing her heavy breathing, Denis decides to call it a day. With that, he fulfills Tyrion's wish, showing the proud young noblewoman that she is still far from the top. As they walk, she angrily demands to know how he got so strong. Diani calmly says he just trained hard, making her even more furious. To Isla, that lazy answer mocks all the brutal effort she poured into her own endless days of training, as if suggesting she simply did not try hard enough. Without mercy, Dawn tells her she should just train even harder next time. With that, he walks away. But Ela is not giving up that easily, promising him that next time she will win. Assuming they will duel again, Dawn barely responds, leaving her alone. To her, he is the only young man she actually respects. At the same time, she desperately wants to surpass him, proving she is not some helpless girl waiting to be lectured. Yet no matter how hard she pushes herself, he always seems to stand just out of reach. Even so, she swears she will change the narrative. Days later, we discover the Imperial Academy entrance exam is no ordinary test. It is a massive event where the most gifted youths of the entire empire travel to the capital with their families. This brings a massive influx of thousands of people. In fact, nearly 6,000 applicants registered this year alone. There were no requirements other than paying the entry fee, opening the gates to everyone, but the competition was brutal. Nearly 2/3 failed the very first test. With round one, over 2,000 candidates remain. Stick with me to find out how they survive the dreaded specialization test. All right, you and I are about to enter one of the craziest magic academies ever, where the board is literally losing it because over 2,000 applicants just passed the first round. Someone asks how many will survive this time, and a woman calmly answers barely 200 of them. They all start guessing who will make the cut, led by Professor Davo, head of the magic department. The speaker is Ingrid, head of spear combat, while Davo eagerly asks when the results will drop to see who took first place. Another professor mentions that the top score in spear combat is bound to go to the girl from House Turion. She won the Danter Cup, and nobody doubts the incredible training she received from Duke Tyrion. The debate goes on with Delphine, the clever head of summoning, and right next to her is Esnod, chief of swordsmanship. While they argue over who the star student will be, Professor Danfa sits there in total silence. He suddenly cuts in, mocking their silly theories, before pulling out a mysterious letter that instantly grabs everyone's attention. Danfa reveals it is a direct recommendation from Sidrone, sealed with the mana of the Nixon Magic Tower. Now pay close attention here, because after years of complete silence, Sidrone is finally recommending a genuine prodigy. Still, they insist no one can beat the cup champion, but Davy has more to say. He reminds them that Sidran, who never takes disciples, sent this letter himself. And that is not all. The kid is only 14 years old and already wields 3 magic circles. Now, everyone is dying to know his name. Danfa drags out the suspense before dropping the big name Dane Sogriz. The entire room falls completely silent. What is most shocking is that 2 geniuses from House Sogriz are already enrolled, and now a third is coming. They know this will cause a massive stir. Asnad points out the Sogris family is famous for the spear, so a mage's recommendation makes no sense. Could he be a magic prodigy? Ingrid agrees, having assumed he would apply for the spear combat division instead. Davo, however, is fascinated. With his sister Arabella already in the magic department, their division will be unstoppable. After all, the Imperial Academy is best known for its legendary magic. Suddenly, an assistant bursts into the meeting to announce that the final results are ready. 1,367 in swordsmanship, 227 in magic, and barely 152 in summoning. The swordsmanship numbers are massive compared to the rest. Esnod practically glows with pride seeing so many new recruits. He is absolutely sure our main character is among them. The professors quickly search for Dane's placement, but surprisingly, his name is not in any department. An old man asks if some students were left off. The messenger delivers a huge shock. He registered for the autonomous specialty department instead. You and I both know how crazy that is, but then another bomb drops. Dane got the highest score out of 6,000 applicants. Once again, everyone is left speechless, with one of them stammering in complete disbelief. Later on, we cut back to Dane. A full month has already passed since his arrival at the academy. Time flew by, and that duel with Ela feels like yesterday, but they have finished their first exam and await the results. Luckily, it was not that hard. Suddenly, Ela runs up dying to talk about the only thing she cares about, the ranking. We already know he took first place, which is no surprise, but for Isla, it is another bitter defeat. As Dane's rival, she cannot hide her anger at losing yet again. Dane, however, loves seeing that frustrated look, enjoying putting this arrogant girl in her place since she thought she owned the top spot. Still annoyed, Isla asks how he studied so much. He replies that he focused on past exams sent by his sister. Even so, he admits it was tough, especially the military science section. But Dane had a massive advantage. Military strategy was nothing new to him since he was a warrior in his past life. Ela does not understand why they are testing 14-year-olds on war tactics and complex politics. Our protagonist makes it worse by casually saying it was fun, making her rage and ask if he hit his head. To her, military science, art, music, and the history of the Drenic Empire are not things an ordinary kid should master. He answers with his usual cold confidence, saying that is just his specialty. Then Isla asks which option he selected for the second exam. To her absolute surprise, he chose option 3, which completely stuns her since it means he registered for the autonomous specialty. Every secret she uncovers breaks her mind, and you and I are definitely ready for more. Let's dive in as she demands to know what secret talents he's hiding besides spears and summoning, while he just smiles and promises to tell her soon. Frustrated, she orders him to speak up and demands to know why he chose the autonomous course. No matter how much she ponders, she cannot understand his choice. But our main character calmly replies that he simply wants to study everything. Ela quickly reminds him that this specific course has an absolutely terrible pass rate. Dien remains completely calm, mentioning he heard they can take any class they want until graduation. They do not have to limit themselves to one major and can even research with professors from any department. Ela narrows her eyes, asking if he thinks others fail simply because they ignore those benefits. She even suspects he chose it just to avoid her major. He denies it, which only makes her press him even harder. She demands to know how he plans to pass and what other hidden skills he has besides spears and summoning. Seeing how stubborn she is, the main character briefly considers telling her. Though honestly, she is just annoying him and he wants her to shut up. The scene shifts to the academy where the professors are currently discussing DA. To pass this autonomous exam, a student must clear tests from 3 departments. That is why all the professors had to gather. They are shocked he plans to try spear magic and summoning. Those fields clash so much that passing all 3 is nearly impossible. Pay close attention here, Professor Delphina. So mentions some passed 2 tests, but almost everyone ends up failing. Devo agrees, saying the smartest move is focusing on one path: spears for warriors or magic for mages. Picking a single major is the safest bet. This autonomous course has existed for 200 years, yet almost nobody passes. When it was first created, the rules were not nearly as strict. Centuries ago, during the Conquest era, the Academy needed any talent they could find. If someone had potential, they trained and used them. But things do not work that way anymore. The rules grew strict and students prefer mastering one area over being average. A professor questions why this course even still exists. Devo reminds them it is a symbol of honor reserved exclusively for the greatest talents of the empire. Delfonso comments that it barely matters now, having withered away until it exists in name only. Davo adds that he checked the records and over the last 1,000 years only 2 people succeeded. One resigned and the other was the former emperor. Hearing that Professor Ingrid says it is impossible without being an absolute genius, Delfano points out that our main character is the youngest son of war hero Aranzo Sogres. So he does not come from an ordinary family. I bet you are curious too to see what he does next. The teachers also consider that the main character might just be arrogant. If they go easy, he might somehow pass, but they cannot afford sloppy work. Even so, Davo is highly interested. If Dien is bold enough to challenge an academy symbol, he wants to see it himself. Finally, the second exam begins. Standing before the professors, he states his name and declares his application to the Imperial Academy Autonomous Specialty Program. Devo asks if he understands the gravity of his choice. The main character clearly did his homework. He responds with total confidence that he knows he must pass the evaluations for all 3 chosen specialties. Ingrid reminds him it is not too late to withdraw. She respects Count Maesagres, the best spearman, and hates to see his son fail. Dien thanks her for the concern, but makes it clear he came here prepared to give it his absolute best. The professors expected this, since if he were the type to back down from a warning, he never would have applied. With that settled, Davo explains that the exam will feature 3 distinct tests linked to the areas the main character chose. If he fails even a single test, he will automatically fail the entire process. Now that the rules are clear, Davo tells the head of summoning, Professor Deliniso, to begin. As she steps up, he recalls her reputation. From what he heard, she reached the peak of summoners in the Altan Empire, calling forth 3 rank 2 beasts at once. Finally, she speaks up to tell him the test is simple. The main character only needs to impress her in any way with his summoning ability, which actually excites him. He expected an open test with no strict rules, but instead of showing off a flashy trick, he asks if she can summon something to surprise him. She immediately demands an explanation while the other professors are left completely baffled. No applicant would ever ask a professor to summon something. Davo wonders what he is planning. Since he has no mark, she expected theory. But trust me, I suspect he just wants to see a real summon up close. Let's dive in and see how Delphina hates taking orders from a brat, even if she eventually gives in. But she warns him that he won't see this every day, so he better pay very close attention. As the spell begins, a massive magic circle flares up, unleashing a brutal pressure that blows everything back. Even the instructors are left speechless when the terrifying beast, the Mad Summon Yutterark, finally emerges. Just one terrifying roar from this monster is enough to make everyone question their entire life choices. Daeon knows this beast is the most ferocious third-rank creature notorious for attacking anyone except its summoner. Honestly, I never expected such madness in an entrance exam, but things just got a whole lot more interesting. Having humored him, Delphina demands that our main character finally show her what he actually plans to do. The crowd is completely shocked since even among fourth-rank beasts, the Yutterark is uniquely wild and untamed. Even elite dual-class knights would struggle to defeat it, and Ingrid cannot understand why Delphina summoned something so extreme. Meanwhile, Dion casually walks right toward the beast, sending Delphina into a total panic. "Pay attention here," she screams in desperation for him to fall back, but he completely ignores her. Stepping dangerously close, he calmly states he's only trying to demonstrate his talent as a summoner. Delphina gets it, but protests that she never wanted him risking his life. Daeon simply raises his hand, telling her not to worry about maintaining control. With a steady gesture and a few whispered words, that colossal, terrifying monster suddenly halts. It bows its head, acting like a tame pet under his absolute command. Everyone goes silent as Dion pets the beast like a stray cat. Even Delphina, the summoner of the beast, is stunned. Taming the fearsome Yutterark so easily should be impossible. But then she spots the thread of mana connecting them. Though the glow is faint and not full submission, it was enough to instantly erase all of the creature's hostility. Even though they are seeing this with their own eyes, they still struggle to process such madness. Delphina wonders if Dion analyzed the mana flow of the Yutterark, mimicking it perfectly to connect with the beast. Since he lacked a summoner's crest, this was his best option, making her realize the terrifying depth of his talent. It far outshines the praise she once received from her own masters. With this gift, his potential is absolutely limitless. Finally, she steps forward and informs our main character that this is more than enough to evaluate his level. She praises his courage, sharp judgment, and solid foundation before officially passing him. The other instructors are completely blown away. I know what you're thinking, this is wild. That night, Dion returns to the palace and tells Ela everything. She is utterly shocked to hear his exam took only 20 minutes, begrudgingly admitting that he really is the top student. He reminds her that she took first place in swordsmanship, meaning she is an exceptionally brilliant student herself. Of course, Isla refuses to accept the compliment, doing nothing but grumbling to herself in sheer frustration. The protagonist tries to cheer her up by mentioning the grand celebration her father threw to honor her passing grade, but Isla cannot ignore the massive gap between them. To her, Dion no longer feels like a normal rival. He feels more like an unstoppable force of nature. Ultimately, she just turns around and walks away in silence. Later, our protagonist meets with Duke Tyrion, who advises him to give her some space if she needs it. He worries her slump might worsen, but the Duke reassures him she will recover quickly. Then he asks if his father has heard the exam results yet. He knows Count Ceres will be incredibly proud of his success. He confirms he did, and everyone back home was ecstatic. Smiling, the Duke reminds him that joining the autonomous department is a massive achievement. It has already caused a major stir at the academy. With the exams over, he suggests resting up for the official enrollment. The young man sincerely thanks the Duke for his constant support and guidance. Duke Tarion shifts topics, asking what weapon he plans to forge. Dion mentions a sword, though he is still undecided. When the Duke asks why he is hesitating, he explains that he is still in his physical growth phase. Not knowing his preferred weapon style yet, he wants to think it over before committing to an irreversible custom order. Tarion finds this highly amusing. Suddenly, the butler arrives, announcing that the Duchess urgently needs to see her husband. So he leaves, leaving Dion to reflect on how the Duchess's chronic illness has remained unchanged for years. At that moment, Ela appears, noting that thankfully her mother's health hasn't declined, though it shows no signs of improvement either. And that's where we leave it, our protagonist left, feeling deeply for her after witnessing such a long, mysterious illness. Come along with me because even he doesn't dare guess what Isla is really feeling. 2 days later, we're back at the academy. The host welcomes the new students, introducing himself as Principal Archibald Helmet. He congratulates them on surviving the fierce competition, promising the Empire's future will shine bright, thanks to their extraordinary talents. This year, he claims, there are plenty of outstanding freshmen, but one of them stands out as truly special. Someone who aced the autonomous exam. Only 2 people have managed that in a century, and DNE got unanimous approval from both summoning and magic lance deans. The crowd is stunned. Passing that test seemed completely impossible. Then the principal calls up our main character, who steps onto the stage without a single shred of fear. Whispers erupt through the crowd, with absolutely nobody believing someone so young could pass a test like that. Everyone starts gossiping about Danae's incredible talent and the Sogras family, including the Count himself and all his relatives. Nearby, Duke Tarion warmly praises Sogras for raising such an absolutely incredible, talented son. But deep down, he feels a crushing disappointment, realizing he has achieved nothing with his own 2 sons. His daughter is just starting academy life, but neither of his sons is here. One is away on missions and the other simply ran off. Pay close attention here. While DNA has everything sorted out, Tarion is practically dying of jealousy. Looking at his little girl, he falls silent, deeply regretting that her mother cannot be here on such a monumental day. While our main character steals the entire spotlight, Delphus asks his sister if the boy was always a natural at summoning from childhood. She answers instantly, as if it's obvious of course he was. It was exactly what Delfino expected to hear. Now she's convinced he was born with a unique natural empathy. To her, he is an incredibly rare case, far superior to any other summoner. So she wonders aloud if his massive affinity could let him summon magical creatures from beyond the horizon, basically from another world entirely. That legendary origin of summoners, whose ancient connection was completely lost over 100 years ago. After thinking it over seriously, Delinoso replies that it might actually be possible. If the spirits truly choose their masters, then he might actually pull off that impossible feat. Meanwhile, the principal approaches to meet the boy face to face, handing him a document he admits he expects him to show off his full potential. Dai accepts it with pride, thanking him with a bright, confident smile. Next, the students line up for the oath-taking ceremony led directly by the freshman representative. Later, our hero gets lost in his thoughts, soaking in the glory of his first major win. He finally made it to the academy after overcoming endless hurdles. I bet you and I are thinking the same thing. This second chance is just the beginning of his rise. The scene cuts directly to the grand main hall. As the representatives finish their opening speeches, students get a quick break before the next event perfect for grabbing a snack and relaxing. During the break, Ila offers Dine some advice, acting just like a worried wife. She warns him that after his big success, many will watch him with good or bad intentions, urging him to watch out for offers and think twice. He brushes it off, saying he can handle himself, but Ila pushes on, bringing up the academy clubs. Dene makes it clear he has zero interest. Even so, the older students are already hunting for the most talented freshmen to join their groups. Thinking back, Dine remembers his older sister mentioning that the academy actually had some really fun clubs. Suddenly, a senior yells out our main character's name, trying to recruit him on the spot. A crowd gathers instantly as everyone starts shouting over one another to convince him. Within minutes, everything turns into absolute chaos, but Ila quickly grabs his hand, dragging him away to escape the madness. Unfortunately, the exit is blocked by even more desperate students trying to recruit Diane at all costs. The entire hall descends into total bedlam, with kids screaming about how amazing their club is, while Ila runs like her life depends on it, dragging the poor guy along. But even that speed isn't enough. The mob keeps chasing them. As he runs, our main character can't help but feel this is strangely familiar. He's used to enemy soldiers hunting him down, but being chased for being the star student. Now that is new. Next, we cut to another part of the campus where we see Keltis Redfield walking around in total peace. And get ready, because we're about to discover exactly why everyone respects and fears this man. Turns out Keltis returned after serving as the Imperial Knights commander, taking on the role of academy instructor. Get ready, because you and I are about to meet a legendary teacher. The funny thing is, Keltis has zero interest in being a perfect mentor, and his peaceful life is about to end. The reason is simple. After decades of being completely empty, this independent department finally has a brand new student. He used to just write lazy reports, but now he actually has to prepare real lessons for this kid. All Keltis can think about is how student orientation should have wrapped up by now. He is totally annoyed about having a new kid under his care, but then he spots Diane waiting right outside his office. Surprised by how punctual the boy is, he lets him inside as the youth greets him respectfully. Once they settle into the office, the inner thoughts of Keltis make his massive annoyance obvious. He worked way too hard getting this job just to relax. Teaching was never part of his plan. If he wanted to train little brats, he would have just stayed with the Night Order. Since there is no going back, he asks our main character why he chose this division, and he answers that he does not want to limit his options yet. Keltis asks if he will choose a path later. He says yes, but first he will not waste the chance to study in this unique department. That answer annoys Keltis even more. Now it is absolutely certain he has to carry the burden of teaching Dini. Now pay attention here, Keltis remembers the boy skipped the sword trial, assuming he must be completely useless with a blade. Spotting a clear opportunity, he asks if the boy knows anything about the way of the sword. The question catches him off guard, so Keltis quickly adds that he means no offense, but a student in his department must be ready. And with him as a personal mentor, learning the absolute basics of combat is non-negotiable. It is a strange request, and knowing his master is not happy with him being here, he answers honestly. He has no interest in swords, exactly what Keltis wanted to hear, to immediately suggest a combat test. After all, he has every right to test him, and if Dan is as terrible as he suspects, this lazy teacher will use it as an excuse to kick him out. So they head to the training grounds to test his skills. Once there, Keltis points to the wall and tells him to pick any weapon he wants. The young man examines the massive weapon rack, carefully analyzing each and every blade. As he looks, he wonders why a place meant for scholars even has an armory in the first place. No students for decades, so why keep all this? Shrugging it off, our main character just grabs a random sword. Keltis asks if he is sure, and he nods instantly. With the weapon ready, the master explains the rules. If he manages to land a single hit, he passes to make it easy. Keltus promises to take no more than 2 steps. Dinty agrees, and they take their stances. But look closely here, Keltus feels relieved, but also gets a bad feeling. He is glad the boy accepted so fast, but that crazy confidence is unsettling. It seems like the kid actually thinks he can win. As soon as the duel begins, DNA charges straight ahead. He swings to strike his master, but Keltis dodges the blow with ease. However, the teacher notices something right away. This kid is incredibly fast, way faster than he expected. For a split second, Keltis wonders if this kid actually belongs in the independent department. But there is no time to think. Our main character keeps pressing him with relentless and increasingly precise strikes. At one point, the cold steel misses Keltis by mere inches, sending a sudden chill down his spine. Against the next attack, Keltis has no choice but to draw his blade to block a second later, and he would have lost. What shocks him most is the boy's style. It is rough, almost savage, but deadly effective. Keltis is now absolutely certain that the kid knows how to fight. This is definitely not beginner's luck. His unpredictable movements make him highly dangerous. After that rapid clash, Dine steps back panting heavily. Keltis watches him closely. That specific fighting stance reminds him of a fierce warrior he once saw on a real battlefield. What bothers him most is that the kid lacks the polished elegance of a trained knight or noble. It is a raw style forged in life and death combat rather than elite academies. But there is no time to think. Our main character strikes again, clashing blades once more. The rapid speed of their exchanges is truly mind-blowing. Their movements blur under a relentless barrage of heavy blows. Keltus simply cannot believe what he is witnessing. He never expected this. After all, he is a 6th-class rank swordsman, a member of the absolute elite. And yet he must use mana against a 14-year-old kid. Trust me, you and I are going to love this epic journey. Get ready, because you and I are about to watch a simple exam spin completely out of control. The professor begins to lose his balance desperately, trying not to break his promise of taking only 2 steps. Each strike from our main character feels heavier, digging up an old memory in his mind. It is a strangely familiar sensation. Cultus's mind drifts to the past, back to a battlefield, where he faced a knight with that exact same untamed energy. He remembers the shock of seeing such a reckless warrior, someone fighting fearlessly without carrying a single shield or banner. That madman tore through everything in his path, bringing absolute chaos that nobody could stop. Back in the present, Cultus snaps out of it just in time to feel the cold graze of Don's sword. Yes, he touched him. The young man quietly smiles to himself, holding back a laugh to avoid showing disrespect to his instructor. Instead, he innocently says he thinks he made contact. And though it hurts Cultus to admit it, a promise is a promise. Forced to keep his word, Cultus reluctantly lets him pass. Our main character finally breathes a sigh of relief, since keeping that pace was exhausting. He knows very well that if the master had not held back, he would not have stood a single chance. Cultus feels just as overwhelmed. There is simply no denying the absurd and massive talent hidden inside this boy. Now pay attention, because even with a handicap, a level 6 professor should never have been backed into a corner like this. With skill like that, it is no wonder. Curious, he asks the boy why he did not just choose the sword specialty. The main character simply replies that he thought his family would be upset if he took that path, leaving the professor quite confused as that answer makes no sense to him. But then he begins connecting the dots. His father masters the spear while his sisters do magic and summoning. That is when everything clicks. Why did he apply to 3 departments? He was only trying to meet his family's expectations. The instructor finally understands the harsh reality behind all his hard work. It was not that he doubted his sword skills, he just did not want to pursue it. With the exam over, Danae is dismissed. He bows politely, thanks Keltis, and quietly walks away. As he watches him leave, a bitter truth sinks in. His plan to reject the boy and keep his quiet life completely failed. There is no easy way out now. As the door shuts, Keltus closes his eyes, recalling an old conversation with a colleague. He had asked him about the night of tomorrow, and the answer was Ygritte. Come along with me because his second sister is shocked to learn he passed. She knows Professor Keltus would never let anyone through so easily. That teacher barely ever shows up to faculty meetings, and the only time he did was by the director's order. He absolutely hates being bothered with his entire soul. Basically, he does whatever he wants, which is why she worried so much. She is relieved her brother is completely safe. Diane notices that normally she would have celebrated his victory, but now she is just happy he returned without a single scratch. That is why he loves her so much, because she truly cares about his well-being. Right then, their older sister comes running toward them. As the 3 siblings reunite, rumors quickly begin to spread among the watching students. Everyone is amazed to see the heirs of the Cessrus household gathered together. They already admired them for Arabella and Claire, and now the youngest proves to be just as incredible. Later, Da meets a senior student named Max Hauer, who introduces himself. He explains that he manages the dormitory, which is split into 3 main sections based entirely on student performance. The most prestigious area is Danter Hall, named in honor of the first emperor. Since our main character got the highest grade on the main entrance exam, Max informs him he will be staying there. He describes the place dining halls, training rooms, libraries, lounges, and magic projection rooms. He even hints at some secret facilities. The boy has no idea what he means by that, but he chooses not to ask and simply listens. Max adds that although he shouldn't worry, students whose grades drop can be kicked out of Danter Hall. He also mentions that Arabella and Claire lived there until graduation, placing a massive amount of pressure on his shoulders. With his explanation done, Max hands over his room key and notes that they keep a spare copy in case he loses it. The senior also warns him about some eccentric students living there. They are not bad people, but you might wonder what is wrong with them. He advises him to discover it himself, and if he ever has doubts, he can contact him using the crystal ball. With everything set, Diane finally heads to his room. Walking in, he notices the luxurious residence, but a strange emptiness makes him uneasy. He cannot sense anyone, as if everyone vanished. Something is off, and as his senses sharpen, he smells oil. Trust me, you and I will love what comes next. Suddenly, he catches the faint click of gears. Trust me, you and I would panic, but he already knows it is a trap. Instead of panicking, he smirks at how cheap this ambush is, while the culprits watch his every move from a window. They cannot understand why Danae stopped starting to worry that he might have realized he is walking straight into their trap. But Arnold, the guy with glasses, swears that is absolutely impossible. He brags that the Collards have been hunters for centuries, mastering this art. In fact, he is the oldest son of House Collard. This is Arnold Collard, a third-year student from the shooting department. Someone worries the prank might go too far, but Arnold calms them down, saying he removed any danger. He is thrilled for his very first attempt, though some still doubt if it is smart to mess with a member of the highly respected House Sess. Arnold reminds them everyone went through this. He has waited for this moment, sure that Din will end up absolutely terrified. Then Priscilla Nariel, a fourth-year theology student from the Nariel family, voices her own deep concerns about the situation. Since he is the top student in the autonomous department, she fears this prank might fail. Plus, his two sisters are geniuses, so if he is in that department, he could be even worse to deal with. Some doubt the traps will even work, but Arnold is absolutely convinced that the boy could never have noticed them. He personally painted them for camouflage and greased them perfectly so they would not make a single sound. Finally, Din steps forward. Pay attention here because he is about to trigger that first trap completely on purpose. A water balloon drops, but our protagonist, who expected it, pops it with a mana bullet. Next comes a smelly trap, and Arnold loses his mind seeing Dean dodge them all. He insists it is just a coincidence, but Priscilla is not convinced at all. Arnold explains that the first ones were just a warm-up, saving the real surprise for the very end. He guarantees Din will fall for it. While the others trust Arnold's tricks, Priscilla still has her doubts. And just like you and I expected, he breezes through them, ready for whatever comes next. Spotting every single trap in the hallway, Deanie smiled and walked forward. As he triggered, the first several boxing gloves shot out. Thanks to his incredibly agile footwork, that trap ended up being completely useless. Next, he dodged a classic anvil with feathers flying everywhere, followed by bronze spikes shooting from the ground, which also failed. Watching every single trap fail miserably, the upperclassmen were left utterly speechless. But then again, this was expected of the young master of House Dane Sugress. Years ago, his sisters fell for these hazing pranks during their initiation. Now, Arnold Collard was on the verge of giving up. They worked so hard building and hiding everything, yet this boy cleared it like a simple children's game. It seemed he knew exactly where they triggered, but Arnold's hunter pride would not let him throw in the towel just yet. Intrigued, Priscilla asked what it was. She was confident that this final trick would scare the freshmen. Smiling, Arnold refused to spoil the surprise, telling them to watch closely if they wanted to see his grand finale. In the hallway, Danny stopped right as a massive mythical beast appeared before him, looking exactly like a dragon. This final stage used fake summons, a dragon, and a grim reaper figure in the shape of a skeletal deer. They towered over him and charged with murderous intent, but Dan Sagras remained calm, analyzing them up close. He only found it odd they would use such powerful summons for a prank until he noticed something was off. Sure, their heads and bodies seemed solid, but the same could not be said for the lower half of these creatures. Looking closely, the false apparitions suffer from distortions around the edges. Smiling, Danny understood everything instantly. They were just loud illusions meant to intimidate, completely fake. It was impossible for mere pranksters to control such terrifying beasts. Any ordinary student would have run away in absolute terror. Once he saw through the trick, everything became simple. No need to dodge or stop, which would only waste his precious mana. He only needed to disrupt the airflow so the structure of the illusion could no longer hold itself together. As he gathered mana, the students in the next room were baffled to see Danny remaining completely unbothered. Seeing this, Arnold felt a chill. He never expected a freshman to decode such a complex illusion. It was absurd. Even advanced students would struggle. Priscilla trembled, realizing their entire plan had just completely collapsed. Danny fires a wave of pure energy that slices the dragon. Stick with me, because this is one epic ending. Come along with me and watch this illusion trap completely fall apart. Smoke instantly flooded the hallway. With such insane magic control, pulling off a trick like this was as natural as breathing for our young prodigy. Honestly, Danny found this ridiculous welcome incredibly boring. Now that the path was clear, it was time to find the person behind the prank. The moment he spotted the culprits nearby, loud screams echoed all through the hallway. The older students ran for their lives as a fierce eater talk chased them down mercilessly. Since Arnold was the trap expert, everyone demanded a quick fix, but nobody had any clue how to counterattack such a dangerous threat. When Edric cornered them, the beast let out a bloodthirsty roar that paralyzed them with fear. Everyone screamed. Right before the wild creature could sink its fangs into the helpless victims, Danny stepped in to stop it completely. His plan to flush the rats out of the next room worked like a charm. Hearing his voice, the seniors looked at him in shock. Desperate, they begged him to do something. Watch closely here, because sensing his massive power, they promised to apologize for their childish prank if he saved them from the monster. Danny raised his hand as strange runes floated in the air, and mana bent to his absolute will. A huge portal opened behind Atarak, freezing him and slowly sucking him in along with the monster. With another simple wave, Danny closed it, leaving no trace of Atarak. Arnold and the others stood frozen. The proud heir of the Hunter clan even questioned if the beast was real or just another trick. After a few tense seconds, the senior students stood up from the floor, looking incredibly embarrassed. One of them cleared his throat, admitting that their little initiation had turned into a complete disaster. Then the boy with glasses stepped forward and introduced himself as Drogon Valentine, a fifth-year alchemy student. He boldly added that he was the sole heir of Maris Valentine, offering his hand while flattering Danny as handsome and highly athletic, which makes total sense considering how famous Danny's sisters are for their breathtaking beauty and talent. Not quite getting where this was going, Danny chose to be polite and shook Drogon's hand. He returned the greeting while the glasses-wearing kid kept showering him with praise for effortlessly dodging every single trap. Everyone knew he was the first independent department student in decades, so they really should have expected this loss. Right after Drogon quietly pointed out that Arnold planned it all, explaining he was the heir to House Collard, famous for hunting. Hearing that Arnold looked totally humiliated. I know what you're thinking, and yes, Danny just smiled upon learning who was behind it. To move on, Drogon suggested introductions. The blonde girl turned out to be Priscilla, a fourth-year student of theology. Drogon warned him not to bother her since she aspired to be a priest, but she didn't wait around for introductions. Priscilla introduced herself as a beautiful, gentle lady who also happened to be the abandoned daughter of House Nariel. She explained that choosing theology meant completely giving up on all worldly desires and everything that comes with them. Danny gave an awkward smile and mumbled a polite reply. But as they shook hands, Priscilla froze like she saw a ghost. With just that simple touch, she felt an overwhelming mana density unlike anything she had ever experienced in her entire life. Nobody Danny's age should have that kind of power. It was ridiculous, a colossus of energy that shook her to the core. She thought she understood magic, so she stared at her hand in absolute disbelief. While Danny seemed to expect this reaction, Arnold remained deeply frustrated and annoyed by the total failure of his traps. He refused to believe they were overreacting to mana density that was just slightly above average. Meanwhile, the others tried keeping the peace. Charles Hasbro then stepped forward, introducing himself as a passionate second-year martial arts student. He immediately made it clear that he was nothing like those annoying guys from the bodybuilding club. Danny recalled seeing those gym bros trying to recruit people earlier. Charles added that muscle matters, but martial arts are about more than flexing giant biceps. He even warmly invited Danny to join one of his training sessions if he was interested. The only person who still refused to introduce himself was the mastermind behind the traps. The others urged Arnold to swallow his pride and introduce himself properly, but the heir of House Collard kept whining like a spoiled child. A second later, he buckled under the pressure and shook Danny's hand. The two locked eyes in a tense stare. It was obvious Arnold was seething over his ruined traps, so Danny decided to throw him a bone to calm his temper. He told Arnold his traps were actually pretty clever, praising his deep knowledge of mechanisms and smart trigger placements. And so we see that to our hero's trained eyes, the paint revealed everything. A pretty wild start to our journey, don't you think? Let's dive in and watch Arnold freeze completely after hearing that brutal critique. He added that next time, instead of black F6, he should mix silver F3 with black D6 in a 4:6 ratio to blend better into the hallway. After thinking it over, Arnold admitted Dean was right. Aside from the color choice, those traps were absolutely excellent. Any untrained student would have fallen right into them, leaving everyone else standing there in absolute shock. Nobody expected a rookie to lecture Arnold on traps, but they knew they were witnessing something truly great. With introductions finished, the upperclassmen offered to guide our protagonist straight to his room. They walked him down the hallway of his new school home, and despite the rough start, he felt these older guys would be great company. Hearing their banter, he could not help but feel he had already found some pretty hilarious friends. In the end, everything pointed to things getting a whole lot more interesting. Pay close attention here because the next morning, Isla scolded DNA for signing up for 6 major classes this semester. He had 3 majors requiring 2 classes each, and adding general studies completely wrecked his daily schedule. At this rate, he would not even get to sleep since rookies usually take 4 classes max, so Isla begged him to drop them before the day ended. He assured her he would be fine, then went even further by adding 2 courses in humanities and military science. He really picked hard mode, and Isla just could not understand his reasoning. Military science actually traumatized her during the first phase of the entrance exam, costing her a ton of valuable points. Still, it made sense for the Academy's top student. DNE absolutely loved that subject. They parted ways, planning to meet later in swordsmanship class, while Ila headed off to her very first general studies lecture. She had chosen cosmetology and skincare. In the end, even the fiercest female swordsman is still just a teenage girl. When our protagonist arrived at his first class, all of his classmates were already dying of curiosity to meet him. They did not get why he chose this class, and though they wanted to talk to him afterward, they feared he might be cold. Absolutely nobody even bothered to hide their obvious whispering. First up was Intro to Military Science. From what DNA read, some parts matched his experience, but others completely clashed with real war. Theory and practice rarely line up because if they did, no nation would ever lose an armed conflict. Teaching this subject during peacetime proved exactly how crucial it was to master the foundational basics. As the instructor stepped onto the podium, the entire classroom stood up. That imposing man ordered them to sit, and after a quick greeting, he began flipping through his book. A gray-haired veteran with the unmistakable aura of real combat. His name was Francisco Gavios, a military tactics instructor. He took attendance first before officially starting the class. From his seat, Diani silently analyzed the old officer. He instantly noticed this man had walked the actual front lines, which got our protagonist incredibly excited. Gavios started by criticizing academic theory, arguing that pure textbook knowledge is useless on a real battlefield. Soldiers have their own free will, and commanders must weigh victory against the cost of human lives. Even so, theory matters because it builds the foundations for actually understanding warfare. His class would help them fix mistakes and learn how military sciences actually apply in real combat. Watch this closely. Gavios scanned the rookies for future elites, and to test them, he threw out a very direct question. What is the most important thing in war out of everyone? Only one student confidently raised his hand. Gavios looked pleased. Of course, it was Danae who answered without hesitation that supply lines are the absolute priority. The instructor was fascinated by the answer, adding that victory and returning home safely depend entirely on securing those supply lines. He found it incredibly interesting that the most brilliant answer came directly from their top freshman student. Hoping to test any further, Gavios asked him to name the 3 key elements to keep those supply lines moving. He answered instantly, first, strict administration, since the journey from the capital to the front lines is incredibly long and complex. If even a single person in that chain stops working for the common goal, corruption slips in, easily causing instant shortages. Our protagonist knew that middleman selfishness always ruins almost everything. Pleased with the first point, Gavios asked him to continue. The second was standardizing resources. If the quantity, weight, length, and width follow the exact same rules, mass production becomes incredibly easy. This speeds up delivery to prevent battlefield confusion, and trust me, you and I will definitely be following his story closely. Get ready because you and I are about to watch Dean Silence. Everyone with answers no textbook could ever explain. Even Professor Gavios was completely stunned by his sharpness. For the final key point, DNA focused heavily on local sourcing. When a war drags on and initial rules fail, the resource supply lines always completely fall apart. Securing local provisions is what keeps soldiers self-sufficient on the battlefield. They can grow food or buy it nearby. The quality might be terrible, but it works in emergencies. The boy spoke from raw, first-hand experience, not textbook theory. Hearing him, the entire classroom went dead silent. Amazed by this masterclass on supply lines, Gavios immediately asked what year he was in. Learning he was just a first-year rookie left him speechless. How did this kid know so much about war? Because of that, Gavios repeated Don's brilliant answer to the entire room. His words sounded like a hardened veteran strategist with 1,000 battles under his belt. For a boy this young, knowing all this was impossible. Trying to cover his tracks and hide the truth, Dean claimed he just heard stories from his father. Intrigued, Gavios asked for the father's name. When he heard Arkan Sogres, the old veteran's jaw hit the floor. Once he realized this kid was the son of the legendary Blue Tornado, watch closely, everything clicked. To top it off, he was the famous student who had bypassed and aced the autonomous graduation exam. No wonder he stood out so much. Gavios explained that this class was all about real practical military solutions. Textbooks were just a basic guide. What mattered were real tactics that actually kept people alive on the battlefield. That was the whole point of his class, and Gavios was thrilled to have such a promising student. Once the first class ended, students flooded out in droves, packing the academy hallways. Di quickly escaped, completely annoyed. They almost dragged him into grad school on day one. The professor stopped him to offer advanced studies. Recommending grad school to a freshman was absolute madness. Luckily, his second older sister had warned him that weird situations like this might happen. Claire was very clear. If anyone offered him a spot in the Imperial graduate program, he had to run and never look back. Gavios definitely did not look like he would give up easily. Shaking off that headache, Diani pulled out his map for the next class. Day one, and he was already completely lost. To make matters worse, this academy was massive, and his meeting with Ela at the central fountain was incredibly far away. After studying the map carefully, he finally located the exact spot. It looked like crossing the Mist Garden was the fastest route. A few minutes later, our main character reached that mysterious place. Rumor had it that with just a little cloud cover, the entire garden got buried under a thick, heavy fog. Once that happened, losing your way was incredibly easy, which is why most students completely avoided this route. Plus, the infamous garden was already surrounded by creepy urban legends and chilling ghost stories. Still, Diani thought it looked nice, unlike what his sister claimed. With clear skies, the shortcut seemed perfectly safe. As he walked, a desperate cry for help pierced the silence. Turning toward the sound, Dean quickly weighed his options. Tracking down the exact source of the noise, he realized it was coming directly from the nearby bushes. He rushed over immediately. His mother always taught him to help anyone in danger without a single moment of hesitation. Since he still had time, a quick rescue wouldn't hurt. You and I both know those fast reflexes would locate him in seconds. He found a boy carrying a heavy backpack, crying tears of relief because he thought he was trapped there forever. Luckily, he was completely unhurt, just utterly exhausted from going around in circles. He introduced himself as Ernest Dillon, a first-year exploration student. DNE found it hilarious that an explorer got lost on campus. The poor guy admitted he just got way too excited exploring the massive academy facilities. He was so excited that he lost his way and ran out of energy. DNE recalled that Baron Dillon's house was a Western noble family with a ship in sailor crest. Ernest was completely shocked that Dine recognized his family, who were famous for their legendary achievements. For generations, his ancestors sailed across wild oceans and explored completely uncharted territories. However, looking at him closely, Ernest did not seem to have the physical build for such epic journeys. Though he looked pretty frail, hearing his lineage praised made him puff out his chest and ask for Dina's name. Dini introduced himself, and hearing, "He's the first autonomous student in 50 years. Trust me, you and I would faint too." "All right, you and I are about to see how a chance meeting changes everything." Ernest looks at our protagonist with pure excitement, but a strange mark on his neck stops the laughter. Though the boy insisted he was completely fine, those ugly marks on his skin told a different story. Dien spotted deep bruises and scars on his neck and hands. No way those injuries came from a simple stumble during his daily explorations. Not wanting to pry into something so personal, Dieni stayed quiet and smoothly steered the talk back to exploring. Ernest eagerly explained that his life revolved around discovering brand new things, whether they were people, ancient items, or mysterious places. He was always ready to investigate. Unzipping his massive backpack, he proudly showed Diani all his messy adventurer gear. Right now, his main goal was to map out every single corner of this magic academy. Even on day one, the Garden of Mist completely fascinated him. Ernest strongly suspected a massive secret lay hidden inside. The official excuse that the fog came from cloudy weather made zero sense to him, and our main character had to admit the boy had a solid point. So he asked him if he had actually found any clues inside that mist. Unfortunately, Ernest had no proof, just a powerful gut feeling that some strange force was active in the garden, completely unnoticed by everyone else. Maybe nobody had bothered to pay close attention, or perhaps others tried but got stopped right in their tracks. No one knew the truth yet, but Ernest refused to give up until he solved this great mystery alone. Could it be tied to an ancient lost kingdom or some mysterious call from the beyond? That raw passion for the unknown started rubbing off on Dine, but he suddenly remembered he had to meet Ela so they could walk to class together. They needed to hurry. As Ernest packed his things, the blue sky vanished behind thick gray clouds and rain started to fall. A sudden downpour erupted, and within seconds a storm hammered the garden. Things were getting complicated. According to local rumors, rain triggered a massive surge of thick fog, making escape virtually impossible. And just as they feared, a strange white vapor began to rise from the wet ground. This mist completely wiped out their sense of direction, so Ernest grabbed his compass, preparing for the worst. But the heavy local magic sent the needle spinning wildly, leaving them totally lost. Ernest started to panic. Without it, they would wander forever. DNA urged him to use his explorer skills, but this place's magic far outmatched his abilities. Anywhere else, Ernest would know exactly what to do. But here, some bizarre force held absolute control. That is when reality hit hard. It was only his first day, and he was already trapped in a deadly maze. Pay close attention to what happens next. Exhausted Ernest drags himself forward, apologizing for holding our protagonist back like a burden. Dean immediately calmed him down. They would be fine, they just needed to stay patient and think logically. As the fog wrapped around Danae, a strange yet familiar warmth washed over him. Unlike weakening Ernest, our hero felt mysteriously energized. While DNA adapted to the mist, poor Ernest was practically on the verge of tears, blaming himself for trapping his friend. But he froze as a blinding flash and an explosion of raw energy erupted from the young genius. Our main character's massive mana surged, violently swirling around and completely blowing away the heavy mist. The shockwave was so powerful it nearly knocked Ernest over. Watching the fog break before Denier, he was completely spellbound. What on earth was happening? With a confident look, Deanie stared at his new friend and promised him he knew the way out. Though he never expected this, DNA had just stumbled upon a golden opportunity. Today, he might actually uncover the great secret of this mystic garden. And so they crossed the massive garden as if the fog did not exist. Countless powerful mages failed here. Right? Well, watch our protagonist advance with zero effort, stepping deeper while his overwhelming mana clears the path for an amazed Ernest. Wherever he walked, the fog simply parted. In that moment, Ernest knew he was looking at a true prodigy. After walking for a few minutes, they finally reached their destination. Ernest thought they had managed to escape, but they were nowhere near the exit. Instead of heading back to the academy grounds, they went even deeper, reaching the very heart of the misty garden. Over a quiet pond sat a beautifully carved fountain. Ernest never imagined they would actually find the legendary magic fountain hidden here. Most academy students search for it, drawn by an old legend Di knew nothing about. So Ernest eagerly began to tell him the story. They say if you reach the fountain before the mist clears up, You will be bound forever to your one true love." It sounded like a simple fairy tale, but our hero felt a very real power radiating from it. He wondered how its magic lasted so long. If it was so unreachable, how did it keep working without any maintenance? Facing that logic, Ernest was speechless. "What do you and I think? Let's dive into this mystery together. If nobody is feeding magic into this fountain, maybe an eternal power source is keeping it alive like an infinite battery. If that's true, this entire garden might be one massive machine." Looking at this complex layout, Ernest's theory actually makes a lot of sense. If this place really is a giant device triggered by some mystery, then the fountain itself must be an ancient relic. With so many secrets left unsolved, the mist might be connected to it too. Dane stepped up and placed his hand right on the fountain. The moment he touched the stone, he knew something deep inside him was reacting. He felt his mana surging like an old friend coming home. There was no doubt now. This fountain was radiating incredibly ancient magic. As he channeled his mana into the structure, hidden runes and glowing symbols materialized. The second Ernest saw them, he jumped back in shock. He recognized the script instantly. It was an ancient secret tongue. At first he was hesitant because the engravings were so faded. But when Dine touched the stone, the symbols became crystal clear. This was the language of the lost kingdom of secrets. For a Dillon family explorer, decoding these ancient texts was just basic training. After all, it would be embarrassing to survive 1,000 deadly traps only to get stuck because you cannot read the instructions. Clearly, Ernest does not know every single ancient language, but he vividly remembered his father teaching him this secret tongue as a kid. Notepad and pen ready, he began deciphering the stone engravings. "Now pay close attention." Dini took a step back to let the young explorer do his work in peace. The very first word Ernest translated meant qualification. He kept comparing the runes with his notes, double-checking every single detail. After racking his brain, he finally managed to decode a large portion of the carving. Piece by piece, the message started making sense. It basically said that whoever is deemed qualified must prove their true strength to proceed. This talk of qualification and judgment made it sound like an ancient trial. If that was the case, ancient magic was definitely involved. Dieni stepped closer, and the nearer he got to the center, the stronger that energy felt. Ernest scratched his head. Historically speaking, if this trial requires ancient magic, no one alive today should be able to clear it. But Dine was not convinced. He raised his hand, and pure mana began swirling around his wrist in a brilliant light. Ernest could only stare, completely baffled by his actions. Dini focused intensely on regulating his flowing mana. He knew the runes would only activate if they were aligned in the perfect order. If he channeled it through the bracelet he got from old Sidra, the ancient fountain might just react, and incredibly, it worked. The symbols on his bracelet began resonating with the ancient carvings. Even so, the strange marks remained impossible for them to read. "I know what you are thinking, is this a mistake?" But he confidently reached out to touch the glowing symbols. To their absolute amazement, the ancient stone structure suddenly seemed to come alive. The runes danced like illusions, shifting along with the flowing water. Suddenly, both the secret inscriptions and his bracelet flared with light. This unlikely duo could only watch and wait to see what would happen. Ernest panicked as the entire ground began to shake with the fountain at the center. The core gem started vibrating violently. Terrified, Ernest demanded to know what he did to make the fountain sink. Dieni just smiled. His risky gamble had paid off. He had unlocked the secrets of the misty gardens. Suddenly, a massive wave of mana hit them, nearly knocking the fragile scholar off his feet. Between the thick fog parting and this relic starting up, Ernest was getting hit with one shock after another. I mean, who would have thought that the one worthy of this ancient trial would actually be Denis? As the water drained, a bright light shone from the center of the structure. The clouds broke, exposing a flawless, shimmering gem to the sunlight. Ernest immediately realized that this gem had to be the core power source of the fountain, or maybe the root of all the bizarre phenomena in this entire garden. Chances like this are rare, and DNA was ready to take it, ancient curse or not. The mystical energy pooled right beneath Denny's feet, forming a highly intricate runic magic circle. He could feel remnants of that primordial magic merging directly with the mysterious power already resting within his soul. Then, to his absolute shock, the once unreadable writings on the monument suddenly started making perfect sense to him. Arcana thrived before a massive cataclysm wiped it out. This was the lost heritage of the forgotten empire, leaving Danae completely stunned. Those random carvings revealed their true secrets, as if destiny wanted him to understand them after inheriting the memories of fallen arcana. Suddenly, a sharp, stabbing pain shot right through his chest. He clutched his heart tightly, struggling as raw agony surged through his body. Dean gritted his teeth and focused entirely on his chest. He could not explain it, but a massive change was happening inside him. And that is where we leave it, with threads of raw mana wrapping his heart. Things are about to get wild. All right, get ready, because with one final flash, ancient mana surged through him. And as the pain faded, he realized a magic circle had formed. But here's the catch. Normally, a core and a circle cannot coexist in balance inside a single person. They have opposite functions and constantly clash. It is extremely rare for anyone to possess both at once. This tanks their efficiency, causing severe physical strain, which is why magic swordsmen, despite being incredibly strong, suffer from heart conditions and short lifespans. That was exactly why Dean never wanted to form a purely magical circle in the first place. He already had his cores, and even if creating a magic circle was possible, the risk just was not worth it. But now the old Empire legacy was resting right in his heart. Seeing him pale and visibly shaken, Agric asked him with deep concern if he was all right. The young man forced a smile and assured his new friend he would be fine, claiming he just had a lot on his mind. The young explorer then asked if he had truly absorbed that wild, untamed power from earlier. Even to inexperienced Ernest, it was obvious the mist and runes had connected to Danae. Of course, he had some doubts. He saw the whole process, but here's where it gets interesting. DNA decided to keep him in the dark. So, DNA used his talented sister as an excuse, claiming he handled everything exactly as she had taught him. After everything that went down today, Ernest was even more hyped to keep on exploring. He suggested they investigate the academy secrets together and share any anomalies they found, thinking more spots like this spring existed. DNE agreed. With the mist cleared and everything peaceful once more, Ernest suddenly reminded him that he still had classes. After absorbing that ancient legacy, our protagonist had completely forgotten his promise to meet up with Ela before class started. He quickly said goodbye to Ernest, apologizing for dashing off so fast since he was already running super late. If he did not make it on time, that feisty girl would scold him mercilessly, so Dine bolted toward his classroom. Ernest watched him leave with a grin, knowing he had met someone fascinating, sensing their future explorations would be absolutely wild. Once he was far enough from Ernest, Diane picked up the pace as much as he possibly could. Something felt completely different. Moving was effortless in intense waves of mana wrapped around him, boosting his already fast body. He could sense both the magic circle and the cores inside his body with absolute crystal clarity. Even though that was supposed to be impossible, both systems worked in perfect harmony without causing him any pain. Now we all know a circle should ruin a core energy, but check this out, that did not happen here. No matter how much magic he gathered around himself, there was no backlash or discomfort. Actually, the exact opposite happened. His mana flowed through the magic circle and returned to the core repeatedly, constantly purifying his internal energy in the process. Faced with this massive, unexpected change, Dia's first instinct was to contact his older sister right away. Just a moment ago, he feared heart failure, but now he was hyped for the sheer potential of this. Thanks to his brand new speed, the youth reached Hangston District in a flash, arriving right on time to meet Ela and stroll around. After a brief walk, they reached the entrance, which featured a highly unique and peculiar design. Ela explained that they would be crossing the Academy famous magical barrier. She added that this strange gate was built by Saul Hangston, a legendary mage activating yearly for incoming talents. When a student crosses a light, shines with its color, revealing the type and grade of their magic talent. It was built to detect dark mages trying to infiltrate, but once they completely vanished from the earth, the barrier served to categorize students. Curious Dune asked what the colors meant, and Ela clarified that without talent, nothing changes. If someone has decent talent, the barrier will glow a bright yellow. Great power emits blue, while true geniuses achieve red. Isla had studied all of this before even enrolling. She wanted to know the place where she would start her new life, mentioning that Diani, sisters Arabella and Claire, both scored red lights, which made perfect sense considering the terrifying talent they possess in their respective fields. Ela could barely hold back her excitement and rushed toward the barrier to discover her own color. As she crossed, an intense red flash covered the wall. With skills like hers, the result was expected. She smiled happily seeing that crimson glow. Diani, feeling genuinely proud of his friend, congratulated her. Eager to test his own luck, he stared at the barrier for a second and walked calmly toward the entrance. In his mind, he expected red. He trusted that after absorbing that ancient magic, he would surpass any ordinary prodigy. But seeing the result, he froze. A glowing green light. What do you guys think? All right, you and I are diving into a moment that should have been impossible, leaving even Ela completely speechless. She stared at Dine, asking why on earth he could not just be a normal genius for once. He did not have a clue either, only offering a shy smile before they headed inside to the multi-department hall. This first magic class was incredibly famous, drawing a massive crowd of students eager to catch the opening orientation. Among the unusual spectators gathering there that day was a prominent senior student named Arthur. Judging by everyone's reactions, this guy was clearly someone of high status. Arthur Jamdi, the fifth-year magic representative, was there for one person only, the Academy's sole interdisciplinary student, Dina Sogres. The freshman already knew our main character was supposed to attend, but he had not actually arrived yet. Arthur ordered his followers to bring the boy the moment he stepped inside, since Arabella's loyal admirers kept a very close eye on her little brother. Suddenly, the entire room grew restless as two students stepped through the doors. Most of the rookies had never seen him before, crowding around to catch a glimpse of the young prodigy. His stunning looks and striking emerald eyes stole the show, with the infamous Layla Turian walking right beside him. Unused to the spotlight, our hero froze under their gazes, while Ela only made things worse by teasing him about his fame. Arthur Jamdi turned around, a smug smile spreading across his face at the sight of his senior's younger brother. Now pay attention to this guy. He walks right up to offer a loud greeting, praising our hero's grand entrance ceremony performance. Confused by this annoying senior's sudden familiarity, the boy did not hold back and asked him directly, "Who are you?" He even questioned why a senior like him was hanging around an introductory magic class. Unfazed by Arthur's intense glare, our hero stood his ground, demanding an introduction, which instantly rubbed the arrogant, short-tempered senior the wrong way. This first meeting between the two of them could not have gone any worse. The freshmen who knew Arthur's reputation held their breath, knowing that picking a fight with him was basically academic suicide. Arthur fired back, claiming he only approached out of respect for Lady Arabella's brother, only to be met with pure arrogance. He warned that such a terrible attitude would ruin the Sagres family name, but our hero did not back down. To him, Arthur was the rude one, acting hostile while demanding respect, making the senior grit his teeth in pure frustration. This confrontation was completely off script. If things ended like this, ugly rumors would spread quickly and ruin his entire reputation. He was already scheming a way to break the kid without unleashing the terrifying wrath of his older sister. The biggest issue was that he was fearing the wrong person and feeling cornered. Arthur began channeling mana into his hand. He wanted to teach this arrogant rookie a lesson, but Dine sensed the growing energy and got ready to strike back first. Suddenly, a heavy textbook slammed onto the podium as a booming voice demanded to know what was going on there. It was the professor. Seeing faculty step in, Arthur quickly played it cool, pretending he was just welcoming the new student. Professor Davo, head of the magic department, told him to save the chatter for later and stop disrupting his class. I know what you are thinking, but this senior did not care one bit, forcing Isla to whisper a warning to Danae. Arthur was clearly up to no good. Walking away, Arthur whispered to a lackey to bring our hero to a specific spot soon, making the other student hesitate. He was deeply loyal to Arthur, but messing with Arabella's younger brother felt like a complete suicide mission. Arthur promised he would handle his senior sister later, claiming he just wanted to teach the boy a proper lesson. Class finally began with Professor DeNavo announcing they would only have a brief orientation today before heading outside. Since this was a practical combat course, they needed to measure everyone's mana level, placing a beautifully decorated testing artifact onto the main desk. The mana test itself was incredibly simple. Just place a hand on top and channel your internal energy. To demonstrate, Professor Davo poured his own mana into the device, causing it to glow with a deep blue light. Behind him, 8 complete magic circles materialized, putting him close to Tower Master level and leaving the students completely stunned. Almost nobody in the room had ever seen a complete 8-circle mage in real life. After stunning the class, Professor DeNavo explained that even with identical circles, a darker color shade indicates much greater power. Sometimes circles do not even appear, but that does not mean you lack talent, so there is no reason to worry. Since some students had not formed their circles yet, today's test would not just be about checking for them. And believe me, you and I both know that in an academy like this, mastering basic magic is absolute survival. Come along with me to see how Professor DeNavo summoned floating spheres to measure mana with precision. Everyone stared at those blue orbs, clueless about how those tiny marbles could measure power so accurately. DeNavo proved it by using basic psychokinesis, controlling them all. Now the students had to show how many spheres they could handle with one basic spell. With a simple hand gesture, DeNavo pushed massive kinetic energy into the spheres, keeping a steady mana flow and maxing out their speed. The students watched closely to memorize every single move. They had never seen runes form with such clean perfection. It was hard to believe DeNavo raised basic psychokinesis to such a brutal level of pure precision. While most were amazed, Ela remained completely unimpressed. Even basic magic shifts in power and precision depending on who uses it. You just have to feed mana to each sphere individually. For a rookie, controlling 3 at once is the absolute limit. Ela turned to Dine, asking if he could handle more than 3 of them. Before he could reply, Professor Darvo called on Arthur. The 5th year was just watching, but Darvo wanted to show these rookies what a star student looks like. Now pay attention because Arthur stepped forward, thrilled and eager to show off to all the new students. He specifically wanted to humiliate our arrogant rookie, but our main character was actually pretty curious himself. He wanted to see what this so-called expert could actually do. Arthur walked up and poured his mana into the device. The room erupted in whispers as 4 dark, dense circles materialized in front of them. Darvo praised Arthur for his incredible progress, and the boy replied with obvious fake modesty. Darvo smiled, absolutely delighted. Reaching 4 circles before graduation is extremely rare, proving Arthur's genuine talent was on another level. The professor kept praising him, urging the freshmen to hang out with this 5th-year rep to learn how to become real mages. Arthur was soaking up every single second of attention. In his head, he already pictured Danae totally panicking. Any second now, at least, he hoped. What Arthur did not realize was that our main character could care less about his 4 rings. Next came the sphere test. As an experienced caster, Arthur handled it beautifully, showing almost flawless control. The most impressive part was how many spheres he moved at once. Still, sweat dripped down his face from pushing to his limit. Arthur was absolutely positive this show would leave the rookie stunned. Dane watched with zero interest. After that underwhelming show, Darvo told the freshmen to applaud their senior. He looked incredibly proud of his former student. Arthur threw a smug look, eager to see the young lord's actual mana level. Darvo turned serious, warning the rookies. Anyone who doubted their mana control could back out now or risk looking like an absolute fool. Let's pause for a second. Having come this far, there was absolutely no turning back for any of them. The testing started from the front row and moved to the back. As the first group gathered, Ela and Dine watched from behind. Ela hated this whole dynamic. They called it orientation, but it was just a public show to measure their abilities. Our main character seemed to agree. After all, that is exactly how this academy operates. One by one, they stepped up while the professor took notes on their level. Some got insanely happy over just one single circle. Others, of course, did not even have enough mana to manage that. The sphere test was even harder, making it clear just how difficult mastering psychokinesis really is. Arthur and his friends laughed on the sidelines at the clumsy rookies failing. Then one student stepped forward, capturing everyone's attention. Dini reached out, touched the device, and let his mana flow at a steady, constant pace. Arthur expected to see the kid's confidence shatter upon realizing the massive gap. After what happened in the Nebula Garden, our lead was curious too. Ever since he absorbed that ancient magic, something deep inside him had changed drastically. The device glowed intensely as dense mana poured from his hand. DeNarvo watched closely, remembering his flawless theory exam. With all that theoretical knowledge, DeNarvo was dying to see how many circles he could actually manifest. Seconds ticked by as everyone stared at the golden boy. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted far brighter than any before. Dane felt himself lose control as the device began pulling mana directly from his very heart. At the peak of the glow, an error message popped up. His mana was unmeasurable, something completely unheard of at the academy. The machine could read up to 8 circles, leaving the entire room in absolute silent shock. And trust me, you and I are left completely speechless here. Our lead read the red warning over and over while the class held their breath. Darvo's expression darkened suddenly, filled with deep doubt. All right, stick with me here as the students in line start complaining that DNE broke the testing device. Nobody believed that unmeasurable result, and they all assumed he had absolutely 0 magic circles. Meanwhile, the young man wondered if the ancient magic in his heart had interfered with the reading. DeNarvo had used this test for years and trusted the device completely since it exposed anyone hiding their true power level. Seeing an unmeasurable error was entirely new to him, and he doubted anyone in this room had ever witnessed it before. Trying to calm the crowd, Darvo claimed it was likely an overload, and they would move straight to the orb test. Of course, Arthur took that error as proof that the brat possessed no real magical talent at all. Dianyi felt slightly disappointed by the failed reading, but he still had the orb test next, though he questioned if his powers would work. Closing his eyes to focus on the telekinesis spell, he raised his hand, unleashing countless shooting threads of mana. Copying DeNarvo's exact movements, he lifted absolutely every single orb out of the container, all bound by threads of ancient mana. The room fell silent as Diany controlled them with ridiculous ease. Before this, floating just 5 orbs seemed impossible. Seeing this, Arthur froze on the spot. Now pay close attention here because Arthur's massive pride crumbled to pieces right in front of this absolute genius. Ela, already used to our main character doing the impossible, recovered much faster than anyone else. By now, she accepted that logic did not apply to him, while DNE panicked because he never expected to lift so many orbs. It seemed absorbing ancient mana had changed him completely. Shaking off the initial shock, he slowly moved his hands. Since everyone was staring, he decided the best move was to put on a show, stopping performance. He fueled the spheres with ancient energy, spinning them like flashing lights. He was achieving things the professor had never witnessed. With his sharp magic senses, the professor noticed immediately that the boy was arranging the orbs into a precise design. Finally, that swirling vortex of mana shifted to outline a brilliant illustration floating in midair, a lion and a serpent symbols representing the grand family crest of Dian's noble dynasty. The young man smiled at his masterpiece, leaving DeNarvo terrified. Not even the incredible Arabella had shown this level of genius. As for Isla, she felt frustrated. Still waiting in line, she knew she could never surpass a feat like that. After returning the orbs, DeNarvo showered him with praise, finally understanding why the Tower Master took an interest in him. Dean bowed politely, thanking the professor for his kind words. Hearing that the freshman nearly fainted upon discovering his secret tutelage, the boy's reputation was absolutely skyrocketing. One of Arthur's lackeys asked if the plan was still on after seeing such a wild demonstration. Arthur clenched his fist in rage, silently cursing his family for breeding such absolute monsters. Faced with such a strong rival, they needed a new strategy. Arthur knew they'd lose a direct fight, and he couldn't take that humiliation. Ultimately, his mind came up with the perfect solution. If they couldn't beat him by force, they had to recruit him, deciding to invite Denny to the student council. As a high-ranking member, he could keep a close eye on the rookie using his senior authority. Joining the council wasn't easy, especially for a first year, but he would happily bend the rules. I know what you're thinking, and yes, Arthur simply wanted to use Dinah's raw talent to elevate his own status. After class, DeNarvo pulled him aside to shower him with even more compliments. If he had known the boy was this gifted, he would have fought the other professors to claim him. He then motivated the class using his example, inviting him to drop by any time since the youth never turns down learning. With the day over, he and Isla left the classroom together. She complained that he stole the spotlight and he teased her back. Honestly, if not for his madness, Isla's 5 orbs would have been the highlight of the day. Ever competitive, she stormed off in a huff just as Arthur and his group calmly approached. Adopting an extremely friendly tone, Arthur praised his talent and asked to speak with him in private. Noticing this sudden change in attitude, Deant grew instantly suspicious. Wasting no time, Arthur brought up the Imperial Academy Student Council, detailing their massive control over school policies and budget. Thanks to that power, they enjoyed immense influence and countless exclusive privileges. For example, they could punish troublemaking students and authorize events for every single academic department. But as you and I will soon see, Dine didn't need this speech since his sister had already warned him. All right, get ready because today we're going to see Arthur offering him an officer spot, claiming he easily qualifies. He added that officers get straight into Dantara Hall, completely forgetting that this year's top student is already in there. While that annoying senior kept listing off benefits, Danny wondered if the student council thought they were some kind of gods. After Arthur's long speech, our main character shut him down completely. If he joined the council, it would be on merit, no shortcuts. To him, every favor comes with a price, and Arthur's lackeys could already see their entire plan falling apart. They quickly went back to praising the council, treating Arthur's recommendation like it was the absolute greatest honor ever. Ela had no choice but to sit through all this nonsense, and the constant nagging was seriously starting to irritate her. So she grabbed Danae by the hand and dragged him to the cafeteria, leaving Arthur with his pathetic little plan in ruins. Our main character was glad Ela stepped in just in time, but Arthur and his crew weren't giving up so easily after that rejection. And Ela knew exactly why they wanted to use our main character as a pawn. Besides, the young Duchess was annoyed at not getting recommended, even though she already knew Dawn's talent was completely out of this world. Then the two headed over to the Imperial Academy cafeteria, hoping to grab some sweet cake. Meanwhile, Arthur visited Professor Darvo, who believed the kid's talent easily surpassed his sister Arabella's. Magic is tough to measure, but watch closely at his raw, pure potential. This kid was a total monster. Hearing that absolutely froze Arthur, who deeply admired Arabella. So the professor ordered him to guide the young mage to focus solely on the magic department. Ever since our main character arrived, everyone noticed the same thing. This kid's talent was simply impossible to ignore. Arthur admitted he already tried recruiting him to the council and failed, but Darvo wasn't about to give up. That talent was too valuable. Changing the subject, Arthur asked if there was any letter of recommendation waiting for him. The professor brushed it off, saying in 2 years magic towers would queue up for him, but Arthur read between the lines. If Arthur joined a tower too early, Darvo would lose his favorite student and his loyal little errand boy. Arthur had even heard rumors that during his 3rd year, Darvo sabotaged 2 different offers from magic towers. Knowing his future was tied to such a selfish teacher, Arthur kept obeying him reluctantly. He had no other choice. On their way to the cafeteria, Dine noticed the area was packed with clubs fighting desperately to avoid being shut down. They hit up various game booths and won tons of prizes. I bet you guys would have loved being there too. Inside his bag were 20 mana stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 meal passes, 8 vouchers, and a mysterious treasure map. The student running the booth said he scored it at a blind auction from the highly prestigious Archander House. Hearing that name made Isla's eyes sparkle with excitement. Dionne's father had actually told her about that famous auction house before. Archander was incredibly famous for trading the absolute rarest and most beautiful treasures in the entire empire. Top appraisers checked everything meticulously, fully guaranteeing authenticity. Better yet, the seal on that map was still completely intact. And with all the legends of hidden chambers and academy mysteries, finding an actual treasure didn't seem so crazy. Looking at it, he instantly thought of the one person who would lose his mind over it, that exploration nerd. Dimitra Hall hosted most of the general education classes. Right now, he was heading inside for his imperial history class. Before starting, his family's butler had already tutored him on the entire syllabus, so Dine felt incredibly confident. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him enthusiastically. It was Ernest, that exact same exploration nerd. Since imperial history was mandatory for all first-year students, it looked like they would be sharing the same classroom. Looking deeply worried, Ernest asked him about the changes in his body after the incident, but Dini quickly dodged the subject. Just as he was about to bring up the treasure map, some annoying bullies interrupted them out of nowhere. Seeing Ernest's absolutely terrified reaction, Deanne immediately realized they must share a pretty dark history. The leader looked way older, greeting Ernest with a mocking smirk, while the poor four-eyed guy could barely squeeze out a reply. To our protagonist, Ernest looked like a soldier reliving his worst trauma. When he finally spoke, we learned the leader's name was Brown. He made a habit of picking on younger students, making Dean seriously question the supposed glory of their beloved ruler. Then Brown grabbed Ernest's head like it was a basketball, mocking him for how uncontrollably he was shaking. Those generic bullies didn't even notice our main character standing right there beside him. Reuniting with his errand boy, Brown demanded a sandwich. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what comes next. Come along with me." Ernest tries to refuse the bullies mock him, and Brown starts intimidating him right before noticing Danny for the first time. Since Ernest called our protagonist his friend Brown, figured he was just another worthless errand boy, exactly like Ernest himself. That look instantly reminded the main character of the absolute worst trash he had ever seen on the battlefield. Before things got worse, a prefect spotted them and ordered them to class. Like a pro bully, Brown smiled and replied very politely. But before leaving, he glared intensely at Ernest and invited him to have a little chat right after class. Ernest cowered in sheer terror as all of his old traumas came rushing back at once. Meanwhile, Brown was celebrating that school would be less boring. But even after he left, Ernest kept shaking uncontrollably. Danny helped him get up, and the poor kid apologized for dragging him into trouble with such awful people. Ernest confessed he already had a rough history with Brown back home. He thought the academy would be so huge they would never cross paths. Danny told him not to worry. Honestly, he could not stand watching his new friend get humiliated by absolute trash like that guy, so he offered to go with him. He knew this idiot would just end up a servant again if he obeyed Brown's orders. If that happened, Ernest would relive the absolute worst years of his childhood all over again. Now pay close attention here. He had already seen Danny's transformation, so there was no need to fear for his safety. Even knowing how insanely strong the main character was, the four-eyed kid felt guilty for dragging him into his problems. When classes ended, Ernest and Danny got ambushed by the gang of bullies. The moment our lead told Brown to shut up, the bastard screamed in rage. Realizing his empty threats were not scaring him, Brown started to feel genuinely threatened. Like any stuck-up noble, he flexed his family name, the Sawa, boasting that he was the heir to the strongest house in the West. As if that mattered, our main character just raised an eyebrow and smirked. He had never even heard of this family of mediocres. That made Brown absolutely furious, and his lackeys started barking like wounded dogs, trying so hard to act tough. Brown ordered them to beat Danny up. Those nameless extras smirked as if they had been waiting for this moment all day. They approached him menacingly, while Ernest tried to de-escalate by shouting that they should just make a run for it. He warned him that Brown was considered a sword prodigy since childhood. Hearing that only motivated Danny to put that idiot in his place. He looked at his terrified friend and told him he had to fight too. A solid punch to the chin would easily take one out. Ernest could not keep living in fear. He had to stand up. When the first thug lunged, our lead did not even flinch. He easily read the movement and took the punch directly, without blocking, simply turning his neck with the impact. The bald thug looked extremely satisfied. Even Brown felt proud, thinking his goons were master intimidators. I know what you're thinking, the bald guy attacks again, but this time, Danny raises his guard. He only took that first hit so that no matter how brutal his counterattack was, it would look like self-defense. Ignoring the warning, the thug threw a hook, but our protagonist easily slipped it and landed a devastating giver blow, sending excruciating pain surging through his entire body. Then to finish him off, Danny swept his legs in one swift motion. The guy slammed his head on the ground so hard he will definitely need a doctor. Without wasting time, Danny charged the second. His defense was a total joke, so Danny met him with a palm strike to the jaw, sending him flying straight into the third. Still a few paces away, our protagonist condensed a monosphere and launched the blue orb directly into the third bully's face. In a matter of mere seconds, all three of them ended up on the ground completely knocked out. Danny broke the silence, complaining that he had probably hit the third one just a little too hard. He still was not completely used to his former strength. Isla stood jaw dropped while Brown and his lackeys could not believe their eyes. The boss insulted his men, calling them useless trash, but they quickly warned him that this white-haired kid was anything but normal. Brown barked at them to shut their mouths. Losing to a total rookie was already an unbearable humiliation. And things only got worse when Danny provoked the big guy, demanding he back up all that cheap talk from earlier. The only sidekick with half a brain tried to warn him to back off, but the fool absolutely refused. Brown could not stomach the idea of kneeling before some brat, so he unleashed his mana and opened a portal. Our lead was not impressed by the show. Out of the portal, Brown drew an incredibly powerful-looking sword. He swung it around like a treasure. Being isolated, he figured he could cause a bloody accident with 0 witnesses. Ernest screams, but Danny does not flinch. The lackey warns that under this weather, any crime vanishes. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Brown barked at him to shut up. Come along with me and see how this turns into a 2-on-2. Danny promises Ernest he can easily take down a basic bully. After all, Ernest loves exploring, so those legs of his must be strong. He just needs to time it right and send him flying. Ernest doubts he has the courage, but Danny has total faith in him. The fight explodes, and Danny steps in to pull Brown away. Brown is used to seeing terrified mages keeping their distance from real swordsmen, so Danny just smiles at that massive mistake, mocking the idiot. Meanwhile, Ernest actually starts taking his friend's advice to heart. He couldn't stay a victim forever. The thug approaches with a smug grin, snapping his fingers and telling the 4-eyed kid to just give up and take his beating. Overcoming years of trauma in seconds is no joke, But Ernest thinks of what Danny would do and recalls that dodge from earlier. When the thug swings the first punch, Ernest tries to copy Danny's move, but he is too slow and takes the hit. But for the first time in his life, he fights back, rearing up and landing a solid punch right to the bully's face. The old Ernest is gone. The scared kid just became a man, caught completely off guard. The bully gets knocked out cold. Turns out he had guts after all. As the adrenaline fades, his knees buckle, but the relief in his chest is absolutely incredible. He finally stood up for himself. Meanwhile, Danny leads Brown away from the area. Now pay close attention to this moment. Seeing Ernest win, Danny stops while Brown curses his useless men. Then Danny spots some brooms nearby. Those will do just fine. He grabs one and snaps the wooden handle in half. Brown feels insulted that he'd face a sword with a wooden stick. For Danny, it is more than enough. What better weapon for trash? Brown is in serious trouble now. Even with no support from his men, he charges forward to attack anyway. He is still arrogant enough to claim he will hold back before killing him. He threatens to leave a scar on his face to make him tremble whenever he looks in a mirror. He is just making a fool of himself. Rushing in, Brown unleashes a flurry of slashes and thrusts with a smug smirk. But seeing every single strike blocked by the stick, he begins to realize Danny is just playing with him. Our main character has fun dodging those incredibly predictable blows. Brown cannot stand his swordsmanship being mocked and pushes harder. He thinks only Duke Tyrion or someone of that caliber has any right to judge him. Even when Danny infuses the wood with mana, Brown blindly believes his real steel blade will guarantee his victory. While preparing his final blow, Danny concentrates mana at the tip of the stick. With a fluid, lethal motion, he drives it right into Brown. An agonizing, unimaginable pain surges through every single fiber of his body. I know you are thinking the same thing as Ernest. Power like that from a mere branch is impossible. Ernest watches in terror, knowing Danny was strong, but not this strong. As Brown coughs on the ground, Danny orders him to stand up. Since he drew a real weapon, this has to go all the way. That is how his father taught him. Finally, Brown regains enough sanity to ask who on earth he is actually fighting. Danny Dane Sogris introduces himself with absolute calm as the only son of Count Sogre and an independent first-year student. In that exact moment, Brown realizes everything. He is facing the very prodigy everyone has been talking about. The youngest, most brilliant genius on the entire continent. He never imagined someone so illustrious would hang out with a loser like Ernest. Danny has no intention of backing down since Brown drew his sword and lost. Honor laws allow him to claim his life if he wants. As a duelist, he has the absolute right to execute him on the spot. Looking into Danny's eyes, a cold terror paralyzes Brown. That freezing, serene gaze warns him that Danny is truly going to end his life. So he swallows his pride, drops to his knees immediately, and begs for mercy. As Brown stammers humiliating words, Danny watches with deep disgust. Even after being humiliated, this coward still does not understand who he truly needs to beg for forgiveness. Instead of bowing to Danny, he should be begging Ernest. Realizing this, he crawls toward Ernest, stuttering pathetic apologies. With tears streaming from his eyes, he begs for his life, apologizing for all those years of cruel abuse. Ernest looks him dead in the eyes, something he never would have dared to do in the past. He remembers the pain, the panic, and the trauma this monster caused him. Brown always represented his worst nightmare in this world. But now that massive threat is whimpering pathetically on the ground. Danny gives Ernest the final decision over his fate. He can beat him to a pulp or let him go with that apology. Desperate to survive, Brown begs his former victim for mercy. Ernest wanted to unleash all that built-up rage, but deep down, he knows that will not bring him the peace he seeks. Someday he will beat him in a fair duel, and maybe then he will forgive him. Danny smiles proud of his friend's growth. And that's where we leave it, with a true friend who changes your life forever. All right, you and I are diving back in as they run into Isla, who immediately spots the cut on Danny's face and knows he was fighting. Isla looks at the defeated bullies with a mocking smile, and the moment Brown recognizes her, absolute panic washes over him. Since they are both in the swordsmanship department, they have definitely crossed paths before this. Isla does not even remember his name, completely ignoring the losers to ask about the boy wearing glasses. So, Danny formally introduces Ernest Dillon from the exploration department, who respectfully calls her lady since she is Duke Turian's daughter. She quickly tells him that Danny's friends are her friends too, so he can drop the formal titles. Danny proudly mentions that Ernest's family is famous for uncovering ancient ruins and lost secrets. Hearing this, Isla excitedly pulls out their prize map while Danny explains they won it at a school event. Ernest had heard rumors about that legendary prize, but he never imagined the lucky winner would be his own friend. The second Ernest sees the map, his shyness completely vanishes, replaced by pure obsession. They head somewhere private to study it, but at first even Ernest's expert eyes cannot make sense of it. Now watch closely here, because he discovers the map points to a specific location inside the academy. The parchment is covered in a bizarre code, meaning their best bet is finding out who actually drew the map. If they can understand the creator's unique style cracking, this code will be much easier. One thing is certain, the map shows the academy, since the sketch structures are unique to this campus. The real issue is that the layout conceals the ancient magic of Saul Hankston, the legendary wizard who founded this academy. We are talking about lost ancestral magic from centuries ago, since the founder never took any direct disciples. Isla knew this would be challenging, but not impossible. Their next step is investigating the creator to crack that code. Only after that can they work together to unearth the real treasure. Ernest was always ready for an adventure, and Isla had never escaped her family's strict control. Naturally, they are thrilled about the hunt, but since Ernest is leading, Danny is confused when he hands the map back. It sounds crazy, but Ernest memorized the entire map, leaving both Danny and Isla completely shocked. For some reason, complex codes just stick in his mind, a trick that definitely helps him on exams. This is the first time Ernest is chasing a mystery without his father making him deeply grateful to Danny. To celebrate their new alliance, Isla suggests grabbing a bite, and after a very long day, Danny heads back home. He tidies his room and unpacks, carefully placing his family keepsakes where they are clearly visible. The only thing he cannot store away is the familiar egg, since his pocket dimension cannot hold living things. Holding the massive egg, it begins shaking violently, something that never happened during 7 years of feeding it mana. The Academy's mana feels a bit unusual, but it should not be that different from what he used before. The only real variable is the ancient magic he absorbed in the garden, so Danny channels more mana to test it. The mere thought of witnessing his familiar hatch fills him with pure excitement. After feeding it for a few more minutes, Danny feels like he is filling a bottomless pit. Even after 7 years, the raw mana is destabilizing his room, but you and I know stopping now means losing a golden chance. So he quickly wraps up the egg and rushes straight to Claire's research lab. She is a summoning genius, but even Claire is utterly baffled by the egg, which continues to shake relentlessly. While they search for answers, Claire starts worrying that Danny is going to miss the evening roll call. With a sly grin, he reassures her that he has a plan while Albert arrives right on time at Danter Hall for attendance. The top elite students of Danter Hall are already lined up outside their rooms waiting. This strict roll call process is exactly the same across every dormitory in the Imperial Academy. Arnold, the guy who loves cutting corners, starts getting incredibly nervous because Priscilla and Danny are nowhere to be seen. You get 1 demerit for being late and 2 for missing it. 3 tardies in a school term means mandatory community service. 2 absences mean direct expulsion from the academy. He then orders everyone to remain in absolute silence. Even within the prestigious Danter Hall, the rules are enforced with 0 exceptions. They set up magic surveillance cameras, having already caught Priscilla trying to sneak out 5 minutes ago. Usually rooms are safe, but with Albert in charge, trust me, you and I are just getting started. Come along with me to see how discipline completely crumbles in this academy. After searching Priscilla's room, her punishment for escaping finally caught up with her. The only other person missing from this first roll call was the rookie Deanne. Even though his new roommates tried to cover for him, Albert was not letting anything slide. Entering the room, they ran right into him. Deanne rubbed the back of his neck, apologizing and claiming he was busy unpacking. Albert had no way to argue with that, so he left with just a warning. But the real Denna was still in Claire's lab using an MK1 illusion projector built by Arabella. This device projected his hologram into his room via a small generator, though being remote-controlled meant the signal sometimes flickered. If the feed cuts out, it is obvious. The protagonist tested it for fun, and today he found the perfect use. Claire is not amused by his tricks, but she is slightly impressed. As for the egg, everything points to it hatching tonight. Claire cannot be completely sure, but these reactions are an excellent sign, so she suggests placing it in a magic stabilizer before injecting more mana. Since her lab has protective shields for sensitive research, it is the ideal spot for the birth. After placing it in the stabilizer and activating magic filters, Diani began transferring his energy. Though his mana is ultra pure, he had to give it his all. It drained him fast. Pay close attention here. What on earth is inside? Anyone with money can buy a common familiar egg, but Shokarum is next level. Nobody knows the exact requirements for each species. The only certainty is that the summoner's mana and the unknown creature must tune into the exact same magical frequency. Basically, it is a matter of pure and absolute luck. Everything that happens from now on depends entirely on DNA. Claire knew of her younger brother's massive talent, but feeling the sheer intensity of his mana made her incredibly nervous. Finally, the shell began to crack. Claire frantically shouted at him to keep pushing with all his strength until it broke free. As the protagonist reached his absolute limit, bursts of blue mana flooded the room, shattering the egg into 1,000 pieces. Both took the direct force of the shockwave. As the glow faded, a creature covered in ancient slime appeared right before them. Claire rushed over immediately to help her brother, who had been sent flying like a helpless rag doll. Forget the crash and the exhaustion. You saw that too, right? The egg finally revealed its grand hidden mystery. It had white scales, tiny wings, small horns, and a curious gaze. Claire noticed its features looked just like a wyvern. Suddenly, the little one began spitting fire to show off its skills. Claire nudged her brother to make physical contact. Sometimes these creatures bond for life with the very first person they lay eyes on when they are born. And that is how the white-haired boy and the little lizard locked eyes. Diane smiled warmly at his new partner to greet him. He formally introduced himself, and they formed an instant bond. Claire completely melted, seeing how incredibly adorable the little creature was. She congratulated her brother for making it look so easy, knowing full well how incredibly complicated this entire process actually is. Now she could study a brand new, completely unknown life form right from its birth. After examining it closely, she was convinced this little guy was summoned from beyond the horizon. Very few summoners in the world can ever reach that mystical place. Even Claire herself can only summon a few minor spirits for now. Bringing a fully formed familiar from such a vast distance is an absolutely colossal feat. Claire has mastered the common summons of her world, but no known beast looks like this. Ivan has a slight resemblance, but the finer details prove they are different species. For the time being, the true nature of this little creature remains a total mystery. Claire promised to investigate further, though she doubts she will find answers at the academy. Her only clue is its response to ancient mana. Before leaving, Claire advised him to keep the eggshells, as some species eat them to absorb crucial nutrients. As for daily care, our protagonist will have to record absolutely everything about the creature. Its likes, sleeping habits, temperament, how fast it grows, and every single detail, no matter how small. It is a huge responsibility, but he knows it is worth it. He feels an unstoppable urge to protect and raise it with all his might. Claire advised him to leave the familiar in the lab to avoid unnecessary trouble with others. But Diane refuses to hide his new friend forever. Besides, if anyone bothers him, he has two powerful sisters backing him up, and the little one is much better off out in the fresh air. Claire also recommended that he immediately apply for his official summoner emblem. Even though he is technically a beginner, he has more than enough talent to demand this recognition. With everything set, it is the perfect time. Tomorrow, Tamar's piano orientation awaits us, and trust me, you won't want to miss it. All right, let's dive into this. Claire told him he only needed to show his talent to secure that special recruitment. There is a faculty meeting coming up, but she is absolutely sure he will land that special rank. Before leaving the lab, Diane wondered what to name the little creature. Back at Danter Hall, his friend scolded him for almost missing roll call. According to the purple, spectacled know-it-all, his sisters used to pull crazy stunts like that too. At least he avoided punishment. Once, back in his room, Dan collapsed onto his bed. Looking up, he saw the tiny lizard flying in circles above him, absolutely bursting with energy. While exploring the dorm, the creature kept spitting fire everywhere. Earlier, Diane tried sneaking in using a secret passage his sisters told him about. Unfortunately, the disciplinary committee was so paranoid, they protected the entire building with magic. To bypass the barrier, Dean began searching for a weak spot by analyzing the flow of mana. Such a massive shield had to have hidden flaws. Before he could finish checking the impatient little scaly spitfire directly at the magic. Now watch closely. The barrier shook violently and shattered completely. Normal fire could never do that. The only logical explanation was that his familiar's flames somehow negated the mana itself. With just that, he knew he had hit the jackpot. The next day, DNA explained everything to Ernest. He told him the little guy's name was Happy, but Ernest did not like that at all. Since the Four Eyes hated the name our main character challenged him to suggest something better. Ernest thought about how cute the creature was. Yes, but a name needed more weight. In the end, Ernest suggested the word Carnus. Diane absolutely loved the sound of it. It felt mysterious and perfectly suited the little fire breather. so he completely forgot about the name Happy. From now on, his name was Karnas. Dai's next destination was Bermuda's Hall, named after the famous scholar. That was where the summoning classes were held. Stepping into the classroom, Dia spotted a very familiar face in the crowd, DeGrand Tyron. The brat he humiliated at his birthday party years ago was sharing the exact same classroom. He never forgot the boy who stole his summon. After that humiliating day, House Tyron lost prestige, barely holding on to their noble title. DeGrand should not even be in this classroom. He failed last year and had to repeat the course. While fearing the worst, an older student walked over to reassure him. There was no shame in repeating a class. In fact, it was the senior's second time repeating. Right then, the professor entered, and everyone took their seats. Professor Temer's piano music introduced the syllabus. They would cover summoning theory, the crucial step for every summoner. You and I both know the rumors that Professor Temer is incredibly strict. He also reminded them about a special selection test open to anyone who met the rigorous requirements. To explain it better, he activated a magic screen. They must summon a level 5 or higher creature using a blank seal, and then they must keep it summoned for over 30 minutes. The entire class started groaning. Maintaining even a weak summon is hard, so this sounded ridiculous. But Tamer was not done. He added a subjective evaluation, meaning even if they met requirements, they could still be rejected. The special selection is only for outstanding students, and honestly, that final part is the absolute worst. The first requirement is brutal, but winning over the examiner is nearly impossible. Dane did not appreciate so much bureaucracy for the selection. Ultimately, all the power belonged to the examiner. To make matters worse, Tamer escalated it. They required 2 recommendation letters signed by members of the summoning department. Deep down, he loved seeing their expressions. He thoroughly enjoyed knocking arrogant freshmen down a peg. His gaze swept across the room before stopping on Danny Dean Sores, the boy who passed the main autonomous exam. He had already heard about what happened during the entrance exam from Professor Delfiniso. He found it hard to believe a freshman signed a contract with a level 4 Edoki. He wanted to witness the boy's talent with his own eyes. He suspected the kid only got in because he belonged to the prestigious House of Dane Sores. Either way, regular students should settle for passing the standard exam. Theory should not give them any trouble. Basically, he was calling the repeaters idiots. To Diana, this was ridiculous since the entrance exam already tested theory and affinity. Then Temer asked if any freshmen could already summon or if they were all just total disappointments. And there we have it. DNA felt his eyes locked on him. Since he was being provoked, he decided to play along. Get ready, because today you and I are watching a student challenge his own professor on day 1. Even though the teacher already knew, Danny Dane Sores formally introduced himself as an autonomous department student. The instructor tried using obvious sarcasm to praise him, but Danny showed zero arrogance or fake modesty. He calmly credited the deans who evaluated him, and right away, Temeric challenged him to prove his actual talent. Danny did not appreciate that blatant disrespect, but he stayed polite while laying down one major condition. If he succeeded, he wanted a recommendation letter for the special selection, shocking the teacher with his sheer boldness. The entire classroom shared the exact same shock. Now, Danny had to prove his talent was truly on another level. To him, it seemed simple, admitting he never even considered failing, which made Temeric absolutely furious. Not even Claire, who was Danny's sister, had ever been this arrogant, but the teacher accepted anyway. Danny would get his big chance, and the teacher would write that letter warning him he was not easily impressed. Whispers filled the entire classroom. Some saw him as the star rookie, while others just saw Claire's brother. Meanwhile, the professor already had a blank seal ready to go. Danny calmly stepped up to the stage to take it. The challenge was completely unplanned, but the reward was totally worth it. Now watch closely as he channeled mana into the empty seal, ordering it to respond. Suddenly, a giant wolf materialized, releasing pure mana across the room and landing while staring intently at the students. Anyone with basic summoning knowledge could easily tell that this giant wolf was a rank 5 creature. Summoning that with a blank seal was basically impossible. Nobody was more shocked than Agri the wolf's original owner. It took just one look to recognize Gampu. Danny looked at his teacher, waiting for a verdict, and Timeric had to admit this was extraordinary. Even so, he was confident that Danny would fail the 30-minute time limit. Keeping his composure, he congratulated Danny and reminded him how hard the second test was. But the youth preferred not wasting time and offered to show more. Before anyone could stop him, he smiled, catching the teacher's completely bewildered expression. The teacher's disbelief was starting to crumble completely. Nobody could look away from the stage, waiting for the third and most special condition. Danny announced that his next move would be judged entirely by the professor. If Timeric thought it was not enough, he could just fail him. After all, there was no room for grudges in front of the rookie class, right? Danny called Gampu over, stroked his head, and slowly began guiding his own mana around the rank 5 beast. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, the professor also realized the danger. Chanting an ancient spell, Danny infused Gampu with pure energy. The wolf's gaze sharpened as his fangs grew threateningly. His body expanded and began floating upward on pure magic while his claws grew stronger with lethal destructive power. Danny knew it was working flawlessly. Without ancestral magic, he never would have dreamed of achieving this at his young age. That's when the rest of the students realized Danny was performing a summon enhancement, a technique reserved only for fifth-year students. With a mighty howl, Gampu demonstrated the overwhelming power he had gained. Danny looked directly at the teacher and asked if that was enough to prove his authenticity. Timeric couldn't take his eyes off the massive beast. Seeing him perform a link enhancement so easily confirmed every single rumor. He had never seen a student this gifted. After a few seconds of pure shock, the teacher mumbled his approval of the feat. He added that they would discuss the recommendation details later. Danny was satisfied with that fair answer. Meanwhile, Agric watched in absolute silence, stunned by the massive growth the youth displayed. In that exact moment, he realized how foolish and arrogant he had been in the past. Once the commotion died down, class continued, and Timeric proved he was actually a good teacher. Danny felt his constant gaze but chose not to react. The professor had mastered the subject completely, even though the earlier shock still had him visibly rattled. Danny found it amusing to see the man nervous, considering Timeric was famous for being incredibly strict. Claire would love to know how he was acting now. Meanwhile, the teacher hesitated to ask Professor Delfinoso for help due to his obvious exhaustion. Despite everything, he managed to wrap up the introduction to summoning theory before the day finally ended. As class wrapped up and he stepped out of the Bermuda classroom, someone called out his full name. He recognized Egric right away, who looked a bit bitter about being remembered in such a bad light. Danny stayed on guard, expecting the redhead to seek revenge, but he seemed strangely calm and much more mature. He confessed he planned to avoid him until graduation, but now wanted to apologize. What a wild way to end this right. Get ready, because you and I are about to see this guy bow his head, admit his mistakes, and take all the blame. He stayed bowed down for a while, making Danny smile. Seeing Agric was actually sincere, he forgave him after he promised not to cause any more trouble. He probably thought Danny was going to report him getting him expelled from the academy or worse. Once our star rookie accepted the apology, Agric let out a massive sigh of relief and offered to help Danny whenever he needed it. After that long talk, Danny felt something squirming under his coat. Looks like Carnes just woke up and was already getting pretty restless. Now pay attention here, the little guy was hungry after his nap, and since Agric knew the area well, the timing was perfect. Danny needed to buy some essential supplies for his familiar. Agric smiled and offered to guide him to his favorite shop, Yos and Baton, founded by alumni 30 years ago. He even shared details about the trendiest food for familiars. Sensing no real malice, Danny finally let his guard down. Meanwhile, Carnes kept wriggling around inside his coat, more and more. And that wraps up today's video. If you enjoyed this comment for part 2, you and I will see each other soon, so subscribe and hit like